Hello everyone and welcome into Amplify. I feel so grateful to be sitting here with you right now because what you are about to see has never been done in the YouTube space before. This course took over 4 months of my life to create and I have spent thousands of dollars to get this in front of you. This course is over 6 hours of content teaching you everything that I've learned over the last 4 years of doing YouTube full time. During those 4 years, I started multiple channels, worked with some of the top creators on the platform, and generated millions of dollars for my clients. And in this course, I'm even showing you guys those channels and explaining the exact strategies I've used to grow them so that you can get your first 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 subscribers. Now, I know it's hard to place value on something that you're getting for free, and that's exactly why no one has done this before. Not only is this a full course explaining every single part of YouTube, but I'm not just teaching you, I'm going through the entire process step by step. Here's what you'll learn. I show you the entire strategy that I used to launch a channel from scratch, just like I did with my own channel that went from 0 to 1,000 subscribers in just 30 days. I walk you through the most important parts of YouTube, like how to find viral ideas and create thumbnails that force people to click. So in this course, there are 7 modules, and over time, we will be adding and subtracting videos to make sure that all of the information is up to date. But like I said, I don't just teach this. I give you a real inside look on how I script, edit, and manage my own YouTube channels. I understand how to analyze your audience so that you can understand which videos are guaranteed to do well. I literally show you how we take current winning videos and repackage them with improvements in our own style. I even give you all of my templates on school.com for writing viral scripts, coming up with ideas, and managing teams. I show me filming my videos, how I set up my camera, my lights, my background, and how all of that combined to grow my own YouTube channel, Amplify Views, from 0 to 10,000 subscribers in 3 months. So I hope you can see the amount of value that you're about to receive in this course. And I'll be real, a lot of you guys will go through this course and not see the true value because all you had to do was click on a YouTube video. And this is the exact reason why no one is making free courses. It's so easy for you to brush this off as not having much value because you didn't pay for it. I'm serious, this course is a step-by-step blueprint on growing a YouTube channel, and we cover everything from strategy to packaging to scripting to filming to editing, analytics, and monetization. We even have other successful YouTubers teaching some of these lessons as well. If you want to grow a YouTube channel, there's really no better place to be than inside of this free course. I can even challenge you guys, if you've bought a YouTube course in the past or you're thinking about going and buying someone else's, go buy it, watch through it, and compare it to this one, and I can guarantee that there is nothing that comes close to what we have created for you guys here today. I'll be completely real with you guys, this course is a lot of information. If you watch it all the way through and follow every single piece of information, this will be one of the greatest challenges of your life. In only module 1, we will show you step by step the entire process of launching your channel the right way, the exact idea system I use to get millions of views, how to analyze and hone in on your target viewer, and even how to use AI to speed up the process. In module 2, we literally have an hour-long video of a full-time professional thumbnail designer creating a viral thumbnail from start to finish. I even negotiated private connections with every company that you guys need to take advantage of, like vidIQ, 1of10, or thumbnailtest.com. So you guys are getting exclusive access to deals and special treatment because they understand that this course will bring them millions of eyeballs directed towards their brand. So they have worked with me closely on this. And the only products that I recommend are the ones that I actively use on my and my clients' YouTube channels. There is not anything in this course that is ingenuine in any way. In module 2, we go over how to make viewers click on your videos, but module 3 is where we actually start to learn how to create a great video. This module covers all of these scripting secrets that I've learned to make people stick around. We go over how to write a high retention intro, different strategies to retain viewers throughout, and how to effectively end your video so that people go straight on to the next one. In module 4, we focus on nailing the production process so that your video comes out looking like you used a $10,000 setup, even if you didn't. We cover what gear you need, professional lighting, camera setup, and how to create a beautiful backdrop. By the end of this section, you will know how to create a high quality video, even if you are a solo creator. Now, module 5 is a masterclass on video editing. I've edited over 100 videos myself, and I see the same mistakes over and over again. This module will break down how to edit a video from start to finish, and the rules you need to follow and eventually break in order to go viral. We even have a 2-hour-long animations masterclass where my personal editor, the one who's editing this video right now, shows you how to make animations like this, from scratch. In Module 6, we dive deep into the data behind YouTube. If you've ever wondered how and why big YouTubers change their title and thumbnail, then this module will blow your mind. We go over the benchmarks that you need to look at in order to determine whether or not you should change your packaging, and how to analyze your retention graphs to keep viewers around longer. In the last module, we cover how you can actually make money from your YouTube channel. Now, I've grown over 50 seven-figure entrepreneurs on YouTube, and I'm here to tell you right now that each and every single one of you has the potential to make 6 figures over the next 12 months. And I know this because this one video that we made for one of our clients made him over $1 million. This client of ours with only 3,000 subs made over 100 grand last month, and we have tons and tons of clients generating over $100,000 a month from their YouTube channels every single month. So if you are a coach, consultant, or agency owner that's watching this and you want us to handle your YouTube for you to generate a ton of leads and income from your channel, go ahead and book in a call with me and my team using the second link in the description. Now, I know all of these numbers are gigantic, but it should put it in perspective that to make an extra $10,000 a month from YouTube is totally possible with the right structures. Now, most big YouTubers are absolutely horrible at this, but I put together the monetization methods that will actually generate you a consistent income online. Now, that wraps up the course, but I want to talk a little bit more about how you can get direct access to me through my private school group, the Amplify Elite, if you're interested. But essentially, I'm on a mission to help over 1,000 YouTubers hit 100,000 subscribers, and a school group is the best place to help you guys one-on-one. We hold a weekly coaching call where I teach you guys new strategies on how to grow your channel in a more personalized and live setting. But more importantly, a place where you can be with other creators, people that share your common interests, people who understand how isolating content creation can be, and want to form genuine connections with other creators and grow together. And I can speak firsthand. When I first started YouTube, it was just me alone in my room for the first 2 years creating videos. None of my friends understood what I was doing, and oftentimes I would skip hanging out with them to get a video out on time. But not only is the Amplify Elite a place where you have direct access to me and my team to ask specific questions about your channel and make sure that you're on the right path, I'm trying to help as many people as possible with this. So I actually figured out a way to host this whole community for a fraction of the price it would normally cost to get one-on-one access to me. But I'm gonna leave things here, and if you're interested in getting a one-on-one connection with me and a community of like-minded people, then you can learn more through the first link in the description. Now, I don't want this welcome module to be too long, but I want to cover this because it's very important. I have poured my heart and my soul into this course, and I hope that you can feel my intentions for making this for you. 4 years ago, I made my first YouTube video. I was a senior in high school, and I was headed down the traditional path, and I never realized the true potential that I had before I got sucked into this world of YouTube. Since that day, I've moved away from my hometown, lived all over the world in foreign countries, and achieved financial security for my family and I. Anyone else that's in this position that I am is charging you hundreds or thousands of dollars for a course that only covers the absolute basics of YouTube. And to be honest, this was a really hard decision for me because frankly, if I sold this course, I probably could have made over $100,000. And I'll be real with you, I definitely thought about it. But I decided that I'm tired of everyone gatekeeping this information from you. 70% of Americans are stressed about their financial situations. And in so many countries around the world, the average income is much lower. I want to make a real difference in the world, and it is not fair that only a few people can afford access to this information. And the rest of us are just left behind to figure it out on our own. So instead of you paying me for this information, I went ahead and negotiated private partnerships with all of the necessary tools that you'll have to use anyway to grow on YouTube, and got affiliate links with them. Meaning that when you sign up to vidIQ, 1 of 10, or Thumbnail Test, it doesn't cost you a single dollar to use those links. And feel free to go straight to any of the affiliates' websites if you want, but please know that the affiliate links below are the only way that I'm making money from this, along with like Adsense, of course. And without them, it would not have been possible to make this free course for you. So it really does mean a ton to me if you do use those links. Now, I believe this is the best scenario for both you and me because it gives me the incredible opportunity to share all of the information that I and other creators close to me have learned over the years. If I had this information when I first started, I would be way farther ahead than I currently am. For example, using the information in this course, I was able to launch a new YouTube channel from 0 to 1,000 subscribers in just 30 days, when it took me over a year to do that when I first started. Understanding how YouTube works is the biggest advantage that any creator can have, and I feel blessed that I am able to share my knowledge with you. With that said, I want to say thank you for this opportunity again, and it is time to take the first step into this program. Thank you, and I love you guys. Hello everyone, welcome into the first module of the course. I am so excited to be here. In this module, we are going to be covering everything related to your mindset. Now, I know everyone hates mindset, but hear me out. To become a 100,000 subscriber channel, you need to think like a 100,000 subscriber channel. And this is super important. You see, YouTube can be won. It's a game with rules, and if you play by the rules, you can actually win. Once you understand the rules, you can break them, but first you must master them and master the entire game. And to be honest, this is a really long process. I mean, it took me 1 year to hit my first 1,000 subscribers. I was grinding for that year. It was a long process. When I first started, my videos were getting 10, 20, 50 views a video, and it was extremely discouraging on my journey. However, because I was consistent and I learned the rules behind YouTube, I got better every single video. And eventually those views started to go up. It went from 10 to 100, and then from 100 to 300, then 500, then 1,000. And then I went ahead and I optimized my videos, figured out which ones were doing the best, and then it went up to 4,000, 5,000, 10,000. But on average, according to a study done by vidIQ, it takes over 100 videos to hit your first 1,000 subscribers. But again, the keyword there is average, and that's my goal with this course. My goal is to make you an above average YouTuber so that you can do it much faster, because I want to tell you about everything that I learned so that you don't make the same mistakes I did. And contrary to popular belief, in the beginning, you shouldn't focus on growth. Instead, you should focus on making your first few videos. I mean, it took me over 52 videos to hit my first 1,000 subscribers, and if I was purely focusing on just the growth, I would have gotten very discouraged and I probably would have gave up. I'll be completely real with you. Almost none of your favorite YouTubers blew up in the first year. It may seem like that because they started a new channel and then blew up, just like I did with Amplify views, but all YouTubers start the same. All YouTubers, when they first start, their content is not good and they don't get views. It's just how the game works, and you just have to push through that hard stage. So instead, your goal should just be making videos and trying to make each one a little bit better. Of course, in this course, we are going to go in depth on all of the strategies that you need to grow really big, but if you never make your first videos, you just won't grow. You can watch YouTube videos all day about how to grow on YouTube, but at the end of the day, if you're not making content, then you're never going to get anywhere. And I know that can be really discouraging, especially if you don't know if all of your effort is going to work out in the end, right? You don't know if you're going to make money. But with that said, I want to make a guarantee to you. If you just make one video per week for the next year following what's in this course, I can guarantee you that your life will be in a much better place than it currently is. And that was the same guarantee that I heard that really gave me permission to go all in on YouTube, because that's what this takes. This takes you going all in. You cannot half-ass YouTube. It doesn't work like that. It will never work if you do. You need to go all in. And whether you have a full-time job and you're doing this part-time, that's completely fine. But during those part-time hours, you need to go all in on your content. So that statement gave me permission to do that, and I hope that it does for you too. With that said, let's go ahead and jump into the first strategy lesson. I'll see you there. All right, so first off, what is a niche? Let's go ahead and dive into YouTube and I'll show you some examples. A niche is essentially a certain type of content that you create. So for example, if we look up finance is a niche. That's a very broad niche. So all of these people, Heresy Financial, Marco Whiteboard Finance, Gabe Bolt, Yahoo Finance, I guess maybe not Yahoo, but like Big Think, the Rich Dad channel, Shane Hummus, all of these people are in the finance niche, right? So all of these people are making content about financial related content. So that's a niche. It's a certain type of videos that people are creating content about. We can go, deeper into the finance niche and we could look at investing. That is a niche, right? So again, you see Marco, Whiteboard Finance, Stock Mo, Investing Simplified, Professor G, Mark Tilbury, Richard Fain, Ali Abdaal, right? New Money, Humphrey Yang. These are all creators that talk about investing and finance. These are all creators in the finance niche. Ali Abdaal is a little bit outside of that, but most of these creators just talk about financial topics, right? And, some of them, I would assume, what's that guy? I would assume Stock Mo, he probably just talks about stocks, correct? So yeah, there's really a million niches that you can go into. My niche is the YouTube education niche. I have Amplify views and I talk about YouTube education. That's also a niche. There are so many niches on YouTube. You could be in the cooking niche, be in the climbing niche. You could be in the fitness niche, the cardio niche. You could be in the running niche. There's just a million niches, right? So with that said, what niche do you choose? That's really the question. So let's go ahead and kind of break that down and how I think about that process, because I know a lot of you have so many interests interests, so many things that you want to talk about. So do I. And here's how to narrow it down. I have a really good framework that I think will help a lot of you out. So what I'm about to show you is a concept known as Ikigai. This is an ancient Japanese framework that people used to find kind of what they were meant to do in life. And I found it very useful for, YouTube. So let's go ahead and break it down. The first thing that you want to look at is this something that you love? What is something that the world needs? What is something that you can be paid for? And what is something that you are good at, right? So there's a lot of ways to think about this, but not all of the time are you going to overlap all four. However, if you can, that is generally the perfect niche for you. However, if you only overlap 3, that's still fine. Like that's still something that you probably enjoy talking about for a long time. And it doesn't have to cover all the boxes. However, if it does, then that's even better. And you're going to be talking about that thing and really enjoying it for a long time. So let me go ahead and kind of show you this in action. Let me go ahead and break this down for myself. So let's open up a Google Doc. Let me go ahead and do that. All right. So if we think about this for YouTube education, right? My niche. So how I came up with that is that I just answered all of these questions, right? Like YouTube education. Do I love it? Yes. Does the world need it? Yes. There are so many people trying to grow on YouTube. Am I good at it? Yes. I've been doing YouTube for years. I feel like I have a very deep understanding of the platform and I'm learning more every day. And I think I could add a lot of value to people who are just getting started. So the answer is yes. Now, if we go down to the next one, can I be paid for it? Yes, I can. I was able to build a $30,000 a month business just from my YouTube channel, just from my YouTube expertise, helping other creators grow. So it really checks all of the boxes for me. And this is what you need to do for yourself as well. So go ahead and list all of the things that you're interested in and see how many of them check all of these boxes for you. Another question that I like to ask myself when it comes to picking a niche is, do I feel like I would want to talk about this for more than 3 years? And if the answer is yes, and it checks all of the Ikigai boxes, then I think you've found your niche. However, some niches that you might come up with are actually bad niches. Now, honestly, every single niche on YouTube sucks. Every single niche on YouTube is hard. There is no easy niche, make a lot of money, right? It just doesn't exist. Everything's going to have trouble eventually. Even if it's easy now, it's going to be hard later. So you have to go in with the expectation that, this is going to be tough. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, but you can 100% crack it. With that said, there are a couple niches that I just don't think are worth cracking or trying to crack. And let me tell you why. So if you're a creator and you're looking to take it full time, a lot of niches don't pay well. And that's not a deal breaker. However, some niches just pay horribly. It's going to be very hard to create a career around it. So what you want to do is look at the RPM, or revenue per mil, which means the amount of money that you get paid per 1,000 views. Go ahead and search up how much I make on YouTube as a cooking channel, or how much I make on YouTube as a fitness channel. That will kind of show you, they will show you their RPM in that video, and you can kind of do some market research. Anything below a $1 RPM is not that good. I would stay away from anything below a $1 RPM if you want to make YouTube your full-time thing. And of course, you can monetize with a business down the line. That's definitely an option. Just depends on your niche. However, generally, the more profitable niches, if you want to take this into a full-time career, will be better. So if you have an RPM above 1, I would not be too worried about it. However, if it's below 1, I would really think about, do you want to go into that niche? The next thing that you want to look at to determine whether or not it's a good niche is Google Trends. So let's go ahead and pull up Google Trends right now. And I'm going to go ahead and go to YouTube search. So again, my niche is not huge. It's going to be very hard for me to get a video that gets over 1 million views just because the amount of people in my niche are much less, right? So let's go ahead and compare YouTube growth to, let's say, basketball, right? Boom. A very significant difference. Just because there's a ton more people who are interested in basketball, it's much easier to grow a basketball channel than it is a YouTube growth channel. If we were to look at, maybe an industry that's closer to YouTube growth, we could do something like, let's say, SMMA, social media marketing agencies. These are pretty similar, right? It's a very niche topic and they're pretty much about the same. They both have a view ceiling of 100,000 people to watch each video. So you really have to do this analysis for yourself and figure out what's worth it for you. If you want to get 1 million subscribers, maybe don't go into the YouTube growth niche or something like that, right? Or something niche like SMMA. If you want to get 1 million subscribers, maybe go into basketball. You have a much higher chance of hitting that number because you have a lot more people in that market. And that is a term we like to call total addressable market of a niche. So when I ask, what is the do you have a big total addressable market, or TAM, T-A-M, I'm asking, is there a lot of people in your niche? So let's go ahead and check basketball versus baseball, right? Boom. Looks like still basketball has way more people interested in it. So if you're looking to start a sports channel, it's much more lucrative, to go into basketball than baseball. There is something to be said though about going into a smaller niche because generally there is less competition. That means that there's less people competing for the eyeballs because there's less of a piece of the pie to capture, correct? So with the YouTube growth niche, even though it's so small, I'm still able to generate a multiple six-figure income because it's so niche. And the people in that niche generally have more money. A lot of YouTubers want to grow on YouTube. So there's stuff that I can sell them because they're a niche audience that needs a specific thing. I wouldn't know what to sell basketball people. Like you'd probably have to sell them like basketballs or something, or like clothes, right? And generally the profit margins on that are much lower. So you have to think about it like, do you want to build a business or do you want to get a lot of views, get a lot of subscribers and get your money elsewhere, right? Like I get my money through my back-end business because I have a smaller total addressable market, but a lot of YouTubers make all of their money through AdSense. I mean, if you look at Mr. Beast, of course he has his businesses on the back end too, but the majority of his money comes in through his AdSense. Same with, channels like Preston, huge channel. And most of the money coming in through that is all through AdSense because he has a very high view ceiling. So he makes the majority of his money. So he sells a little tiny thing. He's getting paid, maybe 5 cents per ad that gets shown to his audience, but millions and millions of people are seeing those ads, so it turns into a significant amount. Whereas if I were to try to make my money from ad revenue, it just wouldn't work because I don't have enough people to watch the content. So let's go ahead and compare some of the niches that maybe you guys would be going into, right? Let's go ahead and compare business. Maybe you have an interest in business, but you also have an interest in hiking, something like that, right? So we go ahead and do hiking. Boom, hiking is way lower. Not as many people are watching hiking content, right? More people are watching business content. Potentially, that could be a better niche for you because there's more people in that niche. However, of course, because there's more people, there's more competition. So be harder to stand out. So there's always a trade-off with this kind of thing. Like I said, every niche sucks in some way, but you just have to, figure it out and crack the code yourself. The next way that we like to look at niches is going ahead and analyzing them on YouTube. So for example, let's keep with the baseball and basketball niche. So let's go ahead and look at basketball. Ignore the one from the NBA. This one, Courtside Films. Let Him Cook. Moments of Youth Basketball. 6 months ago, 670,000 views. Tons of views. Top 8th graders in the country play at MSHTV, right? 186K views. Keep going down. Perfect Shooting Form, how to shoot a basketball, right? Tutorial, 2.9 million views. Nelson the Prodigy goes 1v1, crowd storms court, right? 600K views. So there's definitely a ton of views to be had in this space. You look at different channels, basketball, the dribbling cheat code taking over the NBA, 230. Anthony Davis is completely unstoppable sometimes, right? 96. So like this guy's getting hundreds of thousands of views on each video for just posting like basketball clips, right? So he's crushing it. You want to study channels like this. I know there's that channel, I think it's called like Jesser. Yeah, he's 17 million subscribers. I got exclusive access to the NBA tournament finals. Opening 100,000 NBA mystery box. I got stitches in my first official basketball game. Staying overnight in the world's largest inflatable park, right? So we want to look for channels like this. Just see that there is a potential to have views. See that there is a potential to go viral and do things on a big scale, right? Because if you're not getting a lot of views, you're not getting a lot of money. So let's go ahead and look at baseball. Boom. The scam that tricked millions of athletes. Go ahead and open that channel for later. 1.1K views. That's not that great. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of shorts. So 1 in 1 million baseball moments. Rebound baseball. 2 million views 3 months ago. That is pretty good. So like, even though it's a smaller niche, it still has a high view ceiling and it looks like a lot of people are still making a good amount of money from this. So go ahead and check out some of these niches or these channels. Why baseball hated Deion Sanders, right? 685. This guy's crushing it. 700,000 subscribers. So going through and analyzing these, looking at what works in this niche, you want to be taking notes on this. Like you want to be looking at their thumbnails, looking at their ideas, looking at their titles, taking notes on all of it so that you can, kind of get an idea of what actually works to get views in this niche. And yeah, and then also just seeing if there is actual potential for views. So this guy, he's got 3 videos, 14,000 subscribers, 1.2 million views, and he just posted a new video, MLB cheating moments, with 500 views. This guy is going to make a lot of money from this channel, and this is exactly what you want to look for. You want to look for these channels that are just starting up, that don't have a lot of subscribers, but are still putting in a lot of views. Go ahead and look at their content. And I mean, you can replicate this and probably get up and running, get a YouTube channel up and running in only a couple weeks, right? So do some research, figure out who's doing well in your niche. Go ahead and look at them, study them. And you don't want to copy anyone, but just understand which kind of their ideas go viral. That'll just help you understand how to position yourself when you do launch your channel. Now let's go ahead and talk about niche expansion, because a lot of you guys don't necessarily want to stay in your niche forever, right? Like you eventually want want to get one step outside of your niche, two steps outside. I know a lot of the people that I work with want to do that. So how you do that, you essentially make a bunch of content for your niche content in the beginning. You want to build that true core audience of people that are in a niche community who care about a niche thing and will watch pretty much all of your videos. After you've done that, after you've gotten like 100,000 subscribers in a niche, then you can take one step outside. Let's go ahead and say you're making content about like drop shipping, which is a niche inside the business niche, right? It's a certain type of business. Let's say you're making drop shipping content, you get to around 100,000 subscribers. You're really not growing that fast anymore. So you decide it's time to expand. Go ahead and take one step outside of drop shipping into business. Like that's the next step, right? So go ahead and go from drop shipping to business. And then once you max out business, once you get a couple million subscribers in business, now it's time to go even broader, right? Then you expand even farther to like life advice, stuff like that. So that's how you see all of the big channels that you see that are giving out life advice, 7 tips to make $1 million. Those people are people who have already grown niche audiences before that. And then once they maxed out that niche audience and they had a huge dedicated following of fans, they went ahead and they branched out to another niche and grew that, right? You don't have to do that. Like you can start bigger and just separate yourself in a different way. We'll talk about that later, but generally the easiest way to start on YouTube is make a niche kind of content and then slowly expand over time. With that said, that is pretty much the entire breakdown on how to pick a niche. Really hope that was valuable to you. I think that, this is one of the most important decisions that you can make as a YouTuber because it's what you're going to be talking about for the next 3 to 5 years. So definitely think about this, but don't take too long to actually figure this out because a lot of people get stuck on this. They, flip-flop through different niches. Just spend like 24 to 48 hours really thinking about it and then just make a decision. At the end of the day, you can always change if you feel like you made the wrong decision down the line, but it's better to make a decision and start because your videos aren't going to be that great in the beginning anyway. It's better to just start making videos, go ahead and start doing that immediately and then, optimize it after you get good. But this is an important decision, so take a little bit of time to figure it out, but then go ahead and make your choice. With that said, I hope that was valuable and I will see you guys in the next one where I'll teach you about the different video styles that you can. All right, welcome into the next lesson where we're going to be going over the different video formats that you could use for your channel. And there are a ton of video styles that you can do. Some fit better for some people and some fit better for others. So let's go ahead and dive right in and start talking about it. Your style of content on YouTube should be consistent every time. Like I said, it's like a TV show. People should understand what they sign up for and what they're going to get every time they come back to your channel. That means that it should be consistent in all ways. And part of that is having a consistent format across your channel because depending on the kind of content you make, some of these don't make sense and some of them do. So what different video formats are there? The first type and one of the most popular kinds of content is talking head content. That's what you're watching right now. I am a talking head currently. This has the most potential for educational content and it also doesn't have a ton of effort, especially if you have money to outsource to a team, then you don't have to handle any of the editing and all you have to do is just sit down and record. However, this does rely heavily on editing, so whether you're editing it yourself or you're hiring an editor, they need to be good because if they're not, then people are going to get bored and they are going to click off of your video. You'll want a lot of text pop-ups like Mr. Who's the Boss or a lot of animations like Iman Gaji. However, you can also do talking head content, but in a more raw style. That works better for like courses like this, but it also works on YouTube for some people. If you look at, Sam Sulek, he does that really well. I wouldn't make this content though if you don't have credibility to your name. So if you've made a lot of money or you're really fit like Sam Sulek, or you just have an amazing personality and have done something cool with your life, most of the time, those are like the barriers to entry to start that more raw content. Otherwise, people just won't care. They won't watch. That's just the hard truth. So if you have credibility, sure, you can go down that route. However, if you don't, then I would stick to more heavily edited and animated content. The next kind of content that we have is Zoom call content. This is really low effort content, but it actually can get a lot of views if it's done correctly. I do like this one a lot actually because it has less competition, racing to the bottom on how much editing can I put into my video right now. But if you just provide tons of value on a Zoom call, it's a very unique style of content that not a lot of people are doing, and that automatically sets you apart from the competition. The best example of this is one of the people that I work with closely, Joel Kaplan. He essentially just posts mostly Zoom calls, presentations on his channel. And we have a really nice edited intro. We make sure that that's all good so the viewer gets hooked into the video. But in that intro, we go ahead and set the expectation like, hey, we're going to slow down. You're going to take out your pen, your paper, your notepad, and you're going to learn some real stuff about how to run a business. So you have to set the expectation for this kind of content. However, very low effort content that you can repurpose from, if you have a coaching program program, or, you talk to you're like a therapist, you're a fitness coach on a Zoom call, right? There's a lot of professions that do Zoom calls that you can repurpose into YouTube content. The next kind of content that you can post is tutorial content. This is best if you're doing like fitness, you're doing like workout routines, yoga routines. It also works really well for cooking. You're showing a tutorial on how to cook something. This is always really good. There's always a market for this. And if you do it right, it can get you a ton of views. This one also has high potential and pretty low effort because you just have to film a tutorial. And then you have a ton of view potential, especially if it's a tutorial like in the fitness space over a workout routine where people come back over and over again. Some examples of this are Yoga with Adriene or ThenX. The next style of content is challenge content. Now, this is high effort and super high potential. This is like the entertainments. This is the Mr. Beast of the world. I used to make this kind of content myself, and it took me over 100 hours for every single video. So if you don't have the time to go all in on this, I probably wouldn't recommend it because it's not going to work if you half-ass it. I'd probably recommend going into one of the other styles of content. However, if you do want to become one of those entertainment YouTubers, you want to make it big, get millions and millions of subscribers, then this is the one that you have to do. This can take so many angles. I mean, I started a dropshipping business from scratch. There's Mr. Beast, Jesser. There's tons of people who do this, and they all pull pretty crazy views if they're good. The next kind of content is vlog content. This one's very high effort as well, but it doesn't have as much potential as the challenge style of video. So it's high effort, medium potential. This is typically the best for travel videos. If you're becoming like a travel vlogger, obviously you're going to make vlogs. And I think that is a really great niche. That's the kind of stuff that I like to watch on YouTube myself. This one's really good if you just have a fun personality that people connect with. Like the people that I watch them in this style because I connect with them as a person. I'm not there for the information. I'm not there for the entertainment. I'm there to just sit back, have a parasocial relationship with someone. This could be good if you're like in the fitness niche, you're going to the gym, showing your workout, kind of like a Bradley Martin style. Be great in the skateboarding niche, like a John Hill style, where, you're going out skateboarding around the city. And of course, we have like the biggest one, Casey Neistat. He's the best example of this. He did it for years. This is just good if you think your personality would connect to a lot of people. The next one is podcasts. These are low effort, but they're also low reward. Podcasts are very hard to get off the ground. If you go into this niche, you need to focus on getting the best guests possible. Not about your editing. It's not about your setup. All podcasting comes down to is who can you get on your show. So if you're going to do a podcast, I wouldn't worry about anything else than just getting the most interesting people in the world on my show, because people aren't really watching this because of you. They're watching it because of the other person, right? So you just need to find other people that people care about. The last kind of content that I'm going to list on this video is documentary style content. This one is high effort and also high reward. This is all of like the YouTube automation channels that you see. So if you're going into YouTube automation, this is probably what you're going to go into. And to be honest, this is the easiest niche to grow fast. This is the easiest niche to get 100,000 million subscribers in. And the beautiful part of this is once you get monetized and you start making some money, all of the work can be outsourced for pretty cheaply. You do have to do a lot of it in the beginning if you don't have much money. However, once you start raking in some cash, then you can automate these videos for really not that much. Another beautiful thing about these kind of channels, if you make it faceless, then you can sell them. I've had friends who have sold YouTube channels for multiple six figures. I've heard about YouTube channels that have sold for millions and millions of dollars. And there is a lot of money to be made in the documentary space, especially if they're faceless. So if I were you, I would think about all of these different styles of content for an hour. You might already have the answer right now, on which one you want to pursue. I don't think you can really go wrong with any of them. They all just have their ups and downs. So you need to decide which one is best for you, based on your niche, whether you're in education, entertainment, all of that. And again, the end goal of your YouTube channel is kind of to make it feel like a TV show. So you don't want to be switching all of these styles of content all the time. With that said, once you figured out what kind of content you want to create, head on over to the next lesson where we'll talk about your channel's branding, because that is the thing that's going to make you stand out from the competitors. Okay, everyone, welcome into the next lesson where we're going to be going over your channel's branding. And this is super important because this is what's going to set you apart from, all of the other channels in your niche. It's going to be what your viewers recognize on the homepage. It's really a huge portion of your content. Super important that we nail this down. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So first off, why should you brand your channel? For one, as I said, it sets you apart from the competition, but two, it actually is a way to convey credibility to your audience. So if you're in the education space, having some sort of credibility in your thumbnail, for example, if you're in the business niche, showing the actual amount of money that you made, like your Stripe balance on a phone or your Shopify dashboard on a phone, people really resonate with that and they'd be like, okay, this guy's real. This guy's legit. Let me go ahead and click on this video. That is super important, right? So for example, maybe if you're in the cooking niche, you have a photo with you and Gordon Ramsay. People are like, he knows Gordon Ramsay. Let me go ahead and watch this video. He must be good, right? So conveying some sort of credibility in your branding is super important. First off, let's go ahead and come up with your channel's name. The best way to do this is either just put your name. That's what I did for my first channel. That's what many people do. Ali Abdal, Alex Hormozi, Iman Gaji, all of these people just use their name, right? However, what you can also do, and what I did on my new channel, is just make a name that relates to the thing you're talking about. For example, I'm talking about how to grow on YouTube. So my channel name turned out to be Amplify Views. That implies that I know how to grow, amplify my views. Turn grows you on YouTube, correct? And if you use a name that's different from your own, it's also easier to sell the channel down the line. Like, on Amplify Views, even though I'm making it more of a personal brand at this point, what I could have done instead is essentially bring in different YouTubers to speak on the channel for me. And that way, I would have been detached from it. So if you don't want to be attached to the YouTube channel personally, a lot of people don't want to deal with the problems that growing on YouTube comes with, right? A lot of people don't want to, have people showing up at their house, right? All of the negative sides of fame or getting hate comments. If you don't want yourself connected to your channel, then this is the better way to do it. However, if you do want to show your face and you want this to be a personal brand, using your name is completely fine. And I would say use your name if the channel itself is about you, if you're doing like a vlog style, or, you just see yourself owning this channel until you die. And the reason for that is because these channels are generally easy to grow than just brand name channels. However, they are almost impossible to sell. Not saying that it can't be done. I've heard a lot of stories of people doing it successfully, but it's much more difficult to sell a personal brand than it is just a branded channel. All right, moving on to your profile picture. This is really easy. It should either just be you or the logo of your brand, depending on if you're using a personal brand or a branded name. However, if you do have a branded name and you want to have your face attached to the channel, you can also just use your face. All right, now onto your channel banner. Generally, what I like to do is put this as your mission statement. So my mission statement is that I'm on a mission to take 1,000 people to over 100,000 subscribers. So that's something that I would put on my channel banner. And the reason for that is because you want the background to relate to the overall channel's goal. And this is something to think about too. Like, what is the goal of your channel? The goal of my channel is to just help people grow on YouTube, right? So I'm helping 1,000 people grow to 100,000 subscribers. That's a very clear goal that when people go on my channel, they can see that and they can be like, that makes sense. I want to be one of those people. Let me go ahead and subscribe. However, an alternative to this, especially if you don't necessarily have a huge mission statement, what you could do is essentially post a picture of you or something that you're doing or some sort of thing that you have done that conveys credibility. So, maybe that's you in front of a Lamborghini, or you in front of a 5-star meal, or, if you have a baseball channel, you at bat, right? Like there's a million ways that you can do it, but you want to just either show off your mission statement, show off your goal, or show some sort of credibility. Those are generally the most powerful YouTube banners. And in that banner, you should also include some sort of thing that tells people to subscribe, or a little arrow that points to the subscribe button in the corner. So the last part of this is your description. In your description, you either want to just repeat your mission statement, have a call to action for them to subscribe, be like, subscribe to my channel to see X. If you're selling some sort of offer to your audience, you could be like, book a call with me here to do X. Or like, want 100,000 subscribers, book a call with me here. You could also, if you have nothing to sell and you don't have a mission statement, you could add your social links. You could add your Instagram, Twitter profile if you also want to. And that's pretty much it. We'll talk a little bit more about the actual branding of your thumbnails and your editing later in this course. But for your overall channel pages, that's pretty much everything that you need to know. Let's go ahead and head on over to the next lesson where I'll show you the entire posting strategy that I use, get the most amount of views on my video I possibly can. All right, welcome into the posting strategy module where we're going to go over everything that you need to know before posting your videos. And the first thing is, why is it important to have a posting strategy? Why can't you just post whenever you want? And the reason for that is because there are certain times that your viewers are on your channel that when your video pops up, there will actually be viewers who watch you to watch that video, right? You don't want to post a video when all of your viewers are sleeping. You also don't want to overload your viewers with a ton of content or, starve them of content by not posting for an entire month. So I'm going to kind of break down how you should think about this, how you should go about this for your own channel, and how to use the data to actually figure out when is the best time to post. So let's go ahead and dive into the YouTube dashboard and I'll show you how all of this works. All right, we're here in our analytics. Let's go ahead and find the best time to post for my channel. And this will, show you how you can do it too. If I go over to audience, we'll just look at this stat. When your viewers are on YouTube, I can see that from the graph, not as many of my viewers are on YouTube on Sunday. So I probably want to rule that day off. Also, Tuesday and Wednesday, not a ton of people. It looks like mostly Monday, Thursday, and Friday. So that's very good data that I can use to say, okay, the most viewed day for my content is Monday. Maybe that's the best posting day for me. So you want to look at this graph and see where you have the most light purple. The dark purple is where you have not as many viewers. So it looks like my viewers are here on Monday, right? However, they're not here on Monday at 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. or 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. My viewers are the most active in the middle of this graph at around 9 a.m. With that said, that seems like that is the perfect posting time for me when my viewers are most active on my content. So Monday at 9 a.m., that would be my posting day. Or if I want to post twice a week, maybe Monday at 9 a.m., and then Friday at 9 a.m. Those are generally the most viewed days for me. And it depends on the channels. Some of you will have Sunday as your most viewed day. It really just depends. However, once you figure out what time is best for your channel, you want to really just stick to that. You don't want to deviate too much. You don't want to post on a Monday, then a Wednesday, then a Friday, like Monday one week, Wednesday one week, Friday the next week, Thursday the next week after that, Tuesday the next week after that, Friday the next week after that. People will just get confused. Is really just the best thing you can do is just have a consistent upload time. Schedule your videos out beforehand, get a week or two ahead. Just have everything scheduled out so you make sure that, getting your videos out on time every single week on the same day. Viewers will come to appreciate that and they will expect your video at that time. So a lot of them will be, waiting to watch your video, and that initial push that you get in the beginning on those videos is super important. So definitely try to stay consistent with the timing. All right, now that we have the posting time down, how many times per week should you post? Should it just be once? Should it be twice? Should it be 3 times? Should it be 5 times? Should you post every single day? Let's go ahead and break that down right now. This really depends on your niche, but the bare minimum that you should be posting is once per week. Generally, if you post less than once per week, it's going to be hard to grow fast unless you're like, Mr. Beast and you're getting 100 million views on every single video. It's just not worth it to, spend that extra time. I see a lot of people, they have one video do really well and they're like, okay, I need to make the next video the best video I can possibly make. I need to put 100 hours into this one video. And then, they go ahead and do that. They post 2-3 months later and it's just, their audience is gone. That's the thing. So you need to post at bare minimum once per week. Once per week, bare minimum. However, if you can post twice per week, again, it depends on the niche. But generally for the education niche, which is, I assume probably most of the people watching this, the education niche is roughly 2 videos a week. That's the sweet spot that I find. 1 video a week is still really good. I wouldn't stress at all if you're doing 1 video a week. 2 videos a week is like ideal scenario. 3 videos a week is good. You're going to get more views. The reward to the extra amount of work that you're putting into it, I just don't see that being there. I mean, you will grow faster. So if your goal is just grow as fast as possible, go ahead and hammer out 3 videos a week. But if you want to grow fast, but while also protecting your mental sanity and your time and, making the best videos you possibly can, I would say 2 a week is really the sweet spot if you can get to that. Most people that, I start working with, we usually start with just 1 a week and then we eventually work up to 2 a week once we master that 1 video per week. So typically when I do 2 a week, I like to post on Monday and Friday, but this will really just depend on your channel and your viewers. The next thing that we need to talk about with this is how long should your videos actually be? And again, of course, this depends on the niche. That's the cop-out answer, but I'm going to give you some real answers that, will help you out here. All right, let's go ahead and go back to YouTube. Let's look up a certain niche. Go ahead and look up President's Play. President's Play is like a YouTube automation niche. It's basically just where different US presidents play video games, right? So US presidents assassinate Santa Claus in GTA 5. 11 minutes, 4 hours, 30 minutes, 16 minutes, 13 minutes, 8 minutes, 35 minutes, 4 hours, 30 minutes. 11 minutes. So it looks like most of the videos here are either super long, like 4.5 hours, or they're like 10 minutes long, 10 to 12 minutes. So you kind of just have to search through your niche, honestly. It looks like some are 23, but the majority I'd say are like 12 or like 4 hours long. You need to like search through your niche and essentially just figure out what is the normal thing for you. For example, in the YouTube education space, if I go to YouTube growth, the normal length is like 8 to 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 14, a little bit over. That's a long one, 30 minutes, 4 minutes, 25, 15, 6, 19, 25, 12, 9, 11, 12, 17. So like, again, of course, there's going to be variations on that. So of course, not all videos are going to fit into that time frame, but you want to look at like what most people are doing, kind of model that in the beginning. However, a little known strategy that you can do is literally just make like super long videos for a niche that has like normal viewership. If you have a niche that only makes content that's like 8 to 12 minutes, if you make like 35-minute long videos, it's going to help you stand out in that niche, which could be really interesting. So take this with a grain of salt. Like you can make longer videos, but it just depends. Generally, what I like to do is look at what's working for other people and then usually do a similar length to them in the beginning. However, you have to keep in mind that your video should be no longer than it actually needs to be. So if you have a video that could be, done in 2 minutes, I would rather have that video be done in 2 minutes than stretched out to 10. How you can make your videos longer if you only have like a 2-minute video, you can just add a bunch more stuff, like a bunch more information. But if the information that you need to get across in your video only takes like 5 minutes to get across, don't push it to like 10 just because that's what other people are doing. Just make the video how long it needs to be, and people will appreciate that. I promise you. Like if you look at this example in the fitness niche, this guy has 1.47 million. He makes videos in the fitness niche, which is typically a niche that has a longer video time. He makes like 5-minute videos, 5:10, 5:16, 5:30, 8:01, 6:04, 3:55, 4:03, right? So he's doing like very short videos, but these are like very action-packed videos. Like, living off 10 euros in the world's cheapest country is an 8-minute video where he flies to like Vietnam, right? So he's doing a ton of stuff in the video, but he doesn't make it longer than it needs to be. And that's kind of what you want to aim for as well. One other example is for the documentary niche. People typically like longer content. So in the documentary niche, I like to aim for at least like 15 plus minutes, preferably around like 25 to 35. That's usually the sweet spot for that. But generally in the talking head space, 8 to 12-minute videos is what I see working best. And you really want to push for that 8-minute mark, add more information in there, because once you pass 8 minutes, you'll go ahead and get access to mid-roll ads, which will in turn get you more revenue, get you more AdSense money coming in, and therefore make you more money. So with that said, that's pretty much everything that you need to know about the whole posting strategy. I hope that was valuable. I hope that cleared things up. I hope that this first module was super valuable for you. That's kind of just the overall launch strategy. This was kind of just the overall launch strategy that I do for channels, really solidifying your vision and your goals for the channel. Let's go ahead and hop over to the next module where I really start to go into the meat of how to grow on YouTube and all of the advanced tactics that you can use to get ahead of other people. We're going to talk about packaging next. So I'm very excited for that. That's going to be the first thing that people see when they click on your video. It's going to be what makes them click. So it's super important that you master that. I am very excited, and I will see you guys there. All right, welcome at the module 2, where we talk about packaging. The first thing when it comes to packaging is audience analysis. And that essentially just means analyzing your audience, understanding what they like, what they dislike, what they're interested in, what kind of videos they watch, what time they're on YouTube. All of these questions are part of audience analysis. And the thing is, once you understand this, you can really take your channel to the next level, because instead of just coming up with ideas from other YouTube videos or comparable channels, you can actually innovate new ideas, and that really allows you to grow. Like that's what I did with Amplify views. It's really understanding my audience and then innovating and coming up with a bunch of new ideas that nobody's ever seen before, right? So that's really the key to growing fast. And this is honestly probably one of the most important, if not the most important module in the entire course. So let's just jump right in. The first thing that we're going to do is go onto YouTube. We'll go ahead and go to Amplify views just because that's the channel that you guys are coming from. So that's a good channel to use. So let's go ahead and hop into YouTube Studio and head over to our analytics. First thing that we're going to do is head over to our audience tab and then go to advanced. So we can go to advanced mode, and then we're going to go to traffic source. And now we're going to look at all of the separate traffic sources. So this is a really good way to start understanding your audience more, because you're understanding where they're coming onto your videos from. For me, that is mostly browse futures. So if you look, views are 69,000. Nice. Coming from browse, right? So that's a lot of people. 75% of people are coming from browse. 8.4%, the next highest, is coming from channel pages. That's to be expected, as people watch a video, they go through. But realistically, that's pretty good. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. But this really depends on your channel. Like if you're more of a tutorial channel or something like that, you're going to get a lot more impressions from YouTube search. So this is just the first way to kind of understand where your viewers are coming from, where they're finding your content, what kind of content you really make. So for me, I make content that's like educational. So when people it gets pushed to their homepage and they just see it on browse and they're like, oh yeah, I want to learn that, or that's a cool video to watch. So that's the first thing to understand. Go ahead and look at that and just kind of see where your people are coming from. And you don't need to like analyze this too hard. Just take a look at it and just like keep that in the back of your mind. The next thing that you want to look at is the geography. So if we go in here and we go to geography, we can see that 26,000 or 30% of people on my channel are from the United States, and another 6% are from the United Kingdom. Another 3.8% or 4% is coming from Canada. So those are all English-speaking countries. So around 40% of my audience is coming from an English-speaking country, right? That makes sense because almost all of my content is in English. I also have a large Indian audience. So I have 12% Indian audience and a 2.7% German, right? So there is a lot of overlap here. You're going to have people from every single country, but you really just want to understand where your viewers are, and then you can kind of analyze that, right? So if I look at the United States, like all of my viewers are from the United States, India, United Kingdom, Canada. Those are all very profit-driven countries. India, people want to make money. United States, people want to make money. United Kingdom want to make money. Canada, pretty much want to make money. Germany as well, right? So the biggest majority of my audience is people who want to make money, or at least from countries that value that thing, right? So maybe I could talk more about, how to make money on YouTube, something like that. This is a good way to like infer from your audience and look at what those countries, what their values actually are. For example, most of those countries are consumerist countries, which I can use to my advantage, right? So I can make content about how to make money on YouTube, and that can be a big help. So yeah, that's that. Let's move on. The next thing that you want to look at is the viewer age. You don't really need to look at cities. It doesn't really matter. But viewer age is huge. So this is super important. And we can see that 18 to 24 is like the majority of my audience. 40%, that's a lot. So I'm making content for those people mainly. 18 to 24, people who want to grow on YouTube from the US and India. That's pretty much it. Like, you just want to keep this in mind and like use language that this kind of like demographic would use. For example, like I say like bro, something like that. Or like I use references from channels that these people would know, like Iman Gaji. Like somebody in there who's 35 to 44 is probably not going to know who Iman Gaji is, or Alex Hormozy, or any of those guys, right? Even Mr. Beast, right? So yeah, I would say just look at this and kind of narrow down the biggest one. Try to really focus your language, how you like talk on that audience, right? So like 18 to 24, they talk a little bit more loosely. They're like, hey bro, like what's good? Like, so I can use that lingo and, kind of connect with them on a deeper level. And that is my age as well. So that helps a lot. But yeah, 30% is coming from 25 to 34, and maybe I can, kind of combine those two. But realistically, you want to focus on just one. So I'm mainly focusing around like 22 to 26. That's like my target demographic, 20 to 26. The next thing that you want to look at is the gender. Obviously, mine is 90% male, 10% female. That's not bad. If you're a female, shout out to you. But yeah, just look at this, make content for those people, double down on what your biggest audience is. So, if I make content for guys, maybe I can talk more about like making money, how to be more confident in yourself, something like that, where it's like playing on what those people care about, right? Or how to look better, anything like red pill, to be real. So that's like one way that I can do that. And actually I had a friend, Nate Wealth, make a video on how to escape the matrix with YouTube. He came up with that video because he looked at his gender, his viewer gender, and saw it was all males. And they were also watching other channels that kind of had that red pill vibe. So he went down that route even more and made content for them. And I think the video did pretty well. So yeah, you really just want to like double down on what your audience is, analyze that heavily, and then make content for that exact person. The next thing that you want to look at is device type. This is a little bit different. I don't see a lot of people talking about this, but if they're, watching on their mobile phone more than their computer, then maybe you want to like tone down all the like the crazy little things that you do in your videos. Like maybe sound design isn't as important to you. Of course, you still do a little bit, but maybe you don't have to like go overkill. If you're watching on like a TV, right? Then you probably want to prioritize sound design, color grading, all of that little stuff a little bit more. But for me, since most of my stuff is on mobile, I very minimally color grade. I'd very minimally add sound effects. I just add some music, get some cool animations, great editing, visual stuff, not necessarily auditory because most of it's just mobile phone viewers. So yeah, it doesn't have to be overkill. This can kind of tell you like what to focus on, what to pull back on. So for me, more on visuals and less on like the little things that on a bigger screen would really matter. But you also don't want to neglect anything. Like I still do sound design, I still color grade, I just don't do it to like a crazy extent. All right, the next thing that you want to look at is new and returning viewers. So this is super important because it tells you how many people are new viewers coming onto your channel versus returning. So it kind of tells you whether or not you should do like more of an inward based channel or an outward based channel. Iman Gaji is someone who's pivoted to inward because he saw that his returning viewers were much higher. So he can still pull crazy amounts of views just from returning viewers. So what he does is essentially like how I made $1 million in 30 days, right? Whereas if you have an outward facing channel, you would be like how to make $1 million in 30 days, correct? So that's really the thing. So you want to check this. Mine is 40% returning viewers, 60% new viewers. So I really want to be making content for new viewers. So I would want more of an outward facing channel. So I would want a channel that would be like, you know, how to make $1 million in 30 days or how to get 1 million views in 30 days, right? So that's kind of how I've pivoted my content and focused my content on, because that's what makes the most sense. But once you have a good amount of subscribers and your returning viewers go up and your new viewers go down, sometimes it's good to pivot inward. I mean, it's really worked well for Iman. So yeah, that's one thing that you can look at to kind of analyze your audience. All right, the next thing we're going to do is actually go out of the advanced. So you're going to go into channels that your audience watches. And this is extremely powerful because it pretty much just tells you like what your audience watches, which is really valuable. You know, you can just make those videos because they're already proven to work. So you can look at channels and also what your audience watches, like in terms of just videos. So we can see vidIQ, Nate Wealth, Finzar, Grow Your Gaming Channel, Digital Income Project, right? These are all pretty much YouTube related channels, except for Nate Wealth and Digital Income Project are also more finance based. I can see that my audience is kind of in the middle of like YouTube growth and also how to make money online. So I kind of want to target both of those demographics and, you know, find a mix in between that. So as you can see, Nate Black, YouTube guy, Film Booth, YouTube guy, money maxing. It's YouTube, but it's also how to make money. Tyler Fleischman, I actually don't know who that is. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, so he's a YouTube guy, right? And then Think Media, YouTube guys. But if we go down to what our audience watches, we can see YouTube launches new AI rules. So people are caring more about, you know, YouTube news, new AI thing that launched. I made this much editing under cover in 24 hours. Just a fun video about YouTube growth. Mr. Beast's secret to never feel lazy and unmotivated. How to feel motivated, but also Mr. Beast. Do this to make the YouTube algorithm love you. That's an easy one. I mean, it's just YouTube growth, right? How to make the algorithm love you. So dang, that's a good thumbnail too. Grow Your Gaming Channel is killing it. He's really good. And then how Sam Sulek is changing YouTube, right? So it's just a YouTube interview. And yeah, you can kind of just go through this, analyze what people are watching. I like to actually write this down a lot of the times and then kind of go back and like really analyze it a little bit more, you know, write all of these down and then also kind of pull out like little strings and type like, what's it about? And then add up all of the things that say like, what is the video about? And come up with new ideas based off of that. So that's one thing to do. You also want to look at like when your viewers are on YouTube. This doesn't matter too much, but I usually like to post like, as long as it's not like one of the dark ones, it's fine. You can post whatever, doesn't matter what day. And if we go to research, this is actually something that I don't see a lot of people talking about. So this is a really cool tool that YouTube put together and nobody really uses it. So let's go ahead and just, you know, look at our viewer searches. It's super cool that they added this. I mean, you can literally just look at what your viewers are searching for, right? And then come up with stuff based on that. So motivation, just like that Mr. Beast video we mentioned earlier. Gaming, Grow Your Gaming Channel, makes sense. Video editing, that's a good one. Search volume. So video editing, I can make a video about, you know, video editing, right? I could be like how to edit 3 times faster, something like that. Drop shipping, how to make money online, right? CapCut, how to make money. So it looks like my audience does care a lot about how to make money. DaVinci Resolve, again, editing, how to start a YouTube channel. That's a great one. That's a great search term that I could use. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and bookmark that. You can go ahead and save that and then come up with ideas based off of that. So I could do like how to start a YouTube channel in 2024, free course, which is probably the video that got you guys here. Faceless YouTube channels, TikTok creativity program, YouTube algorithm 2023. So I could be like, you know, how to use dark psychology to beat the YouTube algorithm in 2023, right? I don't know. I don't think that's a great idea, but essentially you can come up with a bunch of stuff based on that. It's like how to use dark psychology to make money on YouTube. Something like that. Like that's an interesting idea that I can play around with a lot and then eventually, you know, kind of come up with something new. All right, and the next place to look if you want to take YouTube a little bit more seriously is vidiq.com. So this is really the tool if you want to take YouTube a little bit more seriously and just grow faster. I use vidiq all the time. I think it's one of the most powerful things to analyze your audience, which again is one of the most important things on YouTube. I don't use everything on here. There's a lot of stuff that I think is like, it's okay, but I'm not going to use it. You know, once you get to the more advanced levels of YouTube, you kind of figure out exactly what you need and then you ignore the rest of it. So that being said, there are a few things on vidiq that I think are extremely valuable that I use all the time. And one of those is for audience analysis. So let's go ahead and get into that. The first thing that you want to look at is keywords. Most of the time, we're not using keywords too much, but just like your viewer searches, these are taken directly from your channel's data and then imported into here. And they analyze search volume and overall competition. It's actually very interesting. We can go to top keyword opportunities and just look at this. So shorts, very good one. Anything related around shorts, obviously competition very high, search volume super high. But that's something that I can make videos on and kind of come up with ideas based around. So the next one is make money online. You know, obviously I could do a video like how to make money on YouTube. Easy one. How to make money online, how to make money on YouTube. YouTube automation. I actually have a video that I literally made this video because I saw this search term. I don't think it's come out yet, but it's essentially an interview with a YouTube automation guy who's doing like $100,000 a month with his channel. And I wouldn't have done that video if it wasn't for vidiq. So this is one of the tools that I use to come up with ideas because my viewers are searching, you know, YouTube automation so much. I decided to make that video. Earn money online, how to earn money online, make money, passive income, entrepreneurship. A lot of make money, right? So like I can see like my audience. I can see like in their mind what they're thinking about. They're doing YouTube, but YouTube is also a vehicle for them to make money. And I can use that in my titles and my ideas to really like just level them up and come up with some very unique ideas based on my target viewer. So YouTube monetization, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a video, something like, you know, how I got monetized, or I got monetized on YouTube in 30 days, something like that, or in 60 days. So something like that, or how to start a YouTube channel in 2024, how to monetize YouTube shorts. And yeah, you can, YouTube channel ideas, right? Boom, easy. How to grow your YouTube channel, easy. So all of these are really, really good. This is one of the best tools I've found for ideation. Just kind of look at what your viewers are searching for, right? Like that's the easiest way to come up with ideas. So yeah. And this is especially powerful if you're doing like search related content. So if you're doing like tutorials and whatnot, because obviously, you know, keywords matter a lot in that niche. So in my niche, the keywords don't matter as much, but again, if you're doing tutorials, is a must have. So if you want to take YouTube really, really seriously, I highly recommend you get vidiq. There is an affiliate link in the description. I would really appreciate you guys use that. Put out this entire course for free. And, you know, that's the only way I'm making any money off of this. I gave up a lot of money to, you know, give you guys access to this. If you decide you want to sign up, then I would really appreciate you guys using that link. But yeah, let's keep moving on. The next thing you want to look at is subscribers. So I go through this probably like once a week. It's just a lot more detailed than what YouTube gives you. It's essentially like, it's the same thing, but you just get a lot more data. You get a lot more like information and a lot more accurate information. So like I said, you know, if you want to take YouTube more seriously and get more accurate information and data based on your audience, this is the way to go. So videos watched by your subscribers. I spent 7 days buried alive. Obviously, Mr. Beast, everybody's going to watch that. But this one's interesting. A day ago, how to get more subscribers on YouTube, free live channel reviews. Interesting. And then best camera for YouTube beginners, right? 19K 2 days ago. So these are all interesting ideas. YouTube update increases views and subscribers. How to set up. Boom. It's a great video. Oh, what the heck? These guys copied my video. These guys copied my freaking thumbnail. Before you start a YouTube channel, do these 3 things. Okay, before you begin, thumbnail, title. So again, like you can just really like get a ton of ideas from this. How I'd blow up a YouTube channel this year, real examples, great video. And again, this video by Grow Your Gaming Channel, phenomenal thumbnail. So next we're gonna look at top channels that your subscribers are subscribing to. Again, this data is more accurate than YouTube. So these channels are different. There's some similarities, but as you can see, there's a lot of differences. So vidIQ, Jay Klaus, it's a great one, great YouTuber. Isaac, super good YouTuber, shows me like they're more interested in YouTube automation. Apraline, she's super talented. So it's basically showing me like, again, Iman Gaji, it's showing me make money online and YouTube. But this is the thing that you need to look at. Like you need to understand what your audience is watching. So what I would do is actually, I would go through and I would look at all of these channels on YouTube and I would really like, I would analyze their videos, go to their popular videos, meet the YouTuber solve shorts, meet the godfather of YouTube strategy. Like these are all interviews. And I've actually done a video based off of this that I got from vidIQ. Like I said, with that YouTube automation guy, based off this interview style that I saw Jay Klaus doing. because it works. And my audience also likes that. So we'll see how it goes, but I think that video is going to perform really well. The last thing that we're going to look at is competitors. This is pretty important. So you can go ahead and just add I have all my competitors in here already. So we got Film Booth, Grow Your Gaming Channel, Jay Klaus. And essentially you can just see like how everyone's doing against each other. But the real valuable thing here is the top videos from your competitors. So as you can see, 5 days ago, this video is doing pretty well, 40,000 views. The reason why this is doing pretty well is because that Jenny video blew up on Jay Klaus's channel 1 month ago. And so obviously vidIQ took advantage of that and is getting the search traffic off of that. But this video, do this to make the YouTube algorithm love you, that's a great video. And as you can see, the views per hour are pretty damn high. So that's definitely an interesting topic. And I'm actually going to look at that closer, maybe try to come up with some ideas based off of that video. Yeah, you can just go through, look at this, see what everybody's posting, and see which ones are performing. So, all right, so now what we're going to do is kind of just put all of this together and then come up with an avatar for our channel. This is like super important. Really, it is. So let's go ahead. Okay, so channel avatar. Now what we can do is go to option 8. Now what we can do is essentially just list out all of the things that we've discovered. All right, so we'll start off with geography, right? So it's like English speaking, profit driven, 20 to 26-year-old male looking to grow and make money on YouTube. Boom. That's it. That's my ideal avatar, right? So that's literally exactly who I'm making videos for. And I think just writing this down, it doesn't have to be complicated, but it can help so much because any video that I come up with that doesn't speak to this audience is just trashed. And then those are the videos that are going to flop. If my audience is this and I make a video for them that they watch and they enjoy, it's going to get pushed out to more of those people. And I'm going to just keep expanding that audience slowly. And that's really the fastest way to grow a YouTube channel. So yeah, this is super important. I really hope this module helped you. I think this is one of the most important modules in the entire course. You need to do this. This is priority number 1 when starting a YouTube channel. The more and more advanced I get into YouTube, the more I realize that this is the key. This is it. There's a quote, I'm not sure by who, but I think it's Wono. His whole thing is like building audiences. You're not building a YouTube channel, you're building an audience. And so you're essentially trying to expand and gather as many of one kind of people as possible. And that's a mental shift that I made. And once I made that mental shift, it freed me from having videos underperform. It freed me from, struggling to grow. It just allowed me to grow so fast. And yeah, I think the more and more advanced I get into this, I just realize how important that is. So I hope you took something away from this and I hope it was valuable. Let's move on to the next one, shall we? Okay, welcome into the second lesson of the second module, and this is the introduction to ideation. Ideas are by far the most important thing on YouTube. In the last, you learned how to analyze your audience. You learned how to come up with ideas, but now we're going to explain kind of a little bit more about actually how to do that. You figured out like what ideas you need to come up with and like you have a framework for working off of that. But now we're going to talk about how to actually come up with ideas that are able to get a lot of views. And that actually all comes down to one thing. And that one thing is called TAM, or total addressable market. So this is actually something that businesses use a lot of the time. And it essentially means the total market size that you can possibly reach. So let's use the business example. Like if I'm starting a business and I'm targeting people over the age of 90 in Egypt, it's a much smaller audience. It's a much smaller possible market. There's not as many people in that there's not that many people alive at 90, and especially just in Egypt, maybe a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand, I don't know. Then if I were to target a bigger audience where it's like, everyone in the entire world between 20 and 50. There's infinitely more people in the entire world between 20 and 50 than there is over 90 just in Egypt. I have a much bigger total addressable market. I have a much bigger audience to reach. And that's kind of the same thing that we think about when we talk about TAM in YouTube. Your idea can only reach the number of people that it was made to reach. And naturally, every single thing is limited. There's no idea that can reach like every single person in the world. The one person who's gotten close to that is Mr. Beast. I mean, you can look at his ideas. A lot of people are interested in the world's deadliest laser maze. Every country on Earth fights for $250,000. Every country on Earth. huge TAM, gigantic total addressable market. You know, train versus giant pit, really anyone can be interested in that. 1,000 deaf people here for the first time, boom, big total addressable market. He's like, it's a novel thing. This one, insanely obvious example. Ages 1 to 100 fight for $500,000. How many people are between 1 and 100? A ton. Pretty much everyone on the entire planet. That's kind of how we look at TAM on YouTube. But realistically, you're not going to have Mr. Beast TAM. At least most of you. People do. If you're in entertainment, that's different. But for education, you know, you got to niche down. And that's fine. Like you could still get millions and millions of views with a smaller audience. Like if we take a look at Iman Gaji, he's niched down to business owners. He's niched down to people who want to start business and more young men. 7 steps to your life. I guess this is a course, I can swear. 7 steps to unfuck your life. You know, he is essentially targeting people who want a better life. Big TAM, but it's still kind of based around like business. Your brain is broken. Big TAM. Iman Gaji's insane $3 million watch collection. Smaller TAM, but still big. Let's say, okay, this one, for example. Do this if you're a broke student. This targets students. It's a smaller TAM, but it's still got 1 million views because there's way more than 1 million students. Even if it is a smaller TAM, like most audiences are still pretty big. Like the amount of students in the world is pretty gigantic. Even if you're narrowing yourself down, you're not going to be narrowed down too much. So don't worry about it. As long as you're not like, this video is for 90-year-olds in Egypt. It's like, you're going to be fine no matter what you do. Yeah, I mean, for example, my YouTube channel in the YouTube growth niche, that's a pretty small TAM. There's not too many people who want to grow a YouTube channel, but there is enough people to make a business out of it. And there is enough people to get 100,000 subscribers. There's more than 100,000 people who want to grow a YouTube channel. There's more than 1 million people who want to grow a YouTube channel. Colin and Samir have proven that. So you can really form a career in anything, and you can have a successful YouTube channel in pretty much every niche as long as there's like at least somewhat of a TAM. But yeah, that's the idea for total addressable market. Now that that's explained, you want your idea to be as broad as possible. And for example, how I did that, if I look at my channel, The Simple Art of Blowing Up on YouTube. Since my audience is people who want to blow up on YouTube, this video target pretty much just targets all of them. YouTube is a video game. Here's how you win. Boom. Targets pretty much all of them. How to go so viral on YouTube, you realize it's not luck. Boom. Pretty much targets everyone who wants to go viral on YouTube. I studied 7,400 YouTube channels to crack the algorithm. Again, pretty much targets every single person on YouTube. I didn't make a video. I actually have these in the queue for later down the line. Once this channel stops its like complete upward trajectory. Right now, I'm just trying to expand the TAM as much as possible to test it out. But once I find that cap, I'll probably do some in between videos with a smaller TAM just to give you guys more value. And I know those videos won't get as much views. I have a video coming out I wrote 7,500 titles to beat YouTube. And that's a video about how to write titles. So that video is not going to get as many views, even if it's a better video than these ones, because it only targets people who want to learn how to write titles, which is a smaller total addressable market than the amount of people who want to blow up on YouTube. So you have to look at the total amount of people that your idea could reach, try to maximize that as much as possible. And then once you have that, you need to move on to step 2. Step 2 is essentially your execution. This is actually all from a talk that Patty Galloway gave at VidSummit. I thought it was extremely valuable, sharing it with you here. He said that your execution, how good you actually make the video, that will confine the amount of views you get in your total addressable market. Like, let's say I make The Simple Art of Blowing Up on YouTube. If I made that video perfect in a way that would target every single person who wants to blow up on YouTube, it would simply reach every single person who wants to blow up on YouTube. But obviously that's impossible. The better that you can execute a video, the higher you can get your AVD, the higher you can get your CTR. All of that, if you like, the higher you can get that, the more people that you will reach in your total addressable market. And yeah, that's number 2. That's really it. You just have to try to execute the video as good as possible to reach the most amount of people in that idea's total addressable market. And then, have your idea be as big as it possibly can to reach all of the people in your total addressable market. So that's really my behind ideation, and that's really what I'm trying to do. And I think that's super important that, can benefit a lot of you guys. But it also goes the other way, right? Like if you have a great title, if your execution is perfect, but your idea just isn't big enough, like let's say you make a video about, let's use the title example. Even if I made that video perfect, even if I made it perfect to reach all of the people in the entire like YouTube education space or who want to write better titles, it's just still not that big of an idea. It's not going to get 1 million views. It's tough, but you need to make sure your ideas are as broad as possible, and you need to make sure that your execution is as good as possible. And that's pretty much it. The next lesson is how to come up with the actual ideas. It's one of the most important lessons on here. It gives you guys a complete step-by-step framework that you can just copy and paste and come up with some amazing ideas for your channel to, really reach the viewers that you really deserve. So yeah, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, everyone, welcome into the third lesson of this module. I am super excited about this one because this is honestly the most important thing when it comes to YouTube. I know I say that a lot, but I really mean it. Ideas are everything. If you don't have good ideas, your channel will not work. You will not get subscribers, you will not get views. But if you do, you can get millions of views. You can have a full-time income online, and you can really change your life for the better. So this is by far the most important. You can have a great idea, a bad title, a bad thumbnail, and everything will work out fine. Obviously, you still want those other things too. But if your idea is phenomenal, if your idea is amazing, it's very hard to fail. And I'm going to teach you how to come up with good ideas. Let's go ahead and dive right in. All right, so the first strategy that we're going to go over is comparable niches on YouTube. So let's go ahead and just hop in. What we're going to do is essentially, I'm going to use a channel as an example, and then we're going to go ahead and come up with ideas for that channel. So we'll actually just use Amplify views. That's probably the easiest. I get some free ideas while we're here. Take advantage of the time. So let's go ahead and go to Amplify views. First off, I just want to show you all my list of ideas. So this is my idea list. Boom. It's freaking huge. Like, there's a shit ton of ideas here, like, this is important. I'll explain all of this stuff later. I'll explain these later, but let's go ahead and go to the bottom, right? We're looking for more ideas. I'm going to go ahead and add some in while we record this video, just show you how I do this live. You can really see the real process and not like some, bullshit, just explanation. Like, I'm going to show you guys how to actually do this, how I do this. Let's go ahead and hop in. Amplify views, right? YouTube channel about YouTube. Pretty easy. So what we want to do is look at comparable niches. So this is an education channel. Essentially, we're looking for other educators. That could be people like Ali Abdal, Dan Koh, people like, in the business space, Iman Gaji, stuff like that. All of those people are people that we could get ideas from. So what I like to do is look at those comparable channels in other niches. Not my own niche, not my competitors. I don't like taking ideas from competitors. You can have videos that do well if you take it from competitors, but at the end of the day, it's just better to get it from another niche because it's a new idea, but it's still proven to work in the style of content that you're doing. And I think new is always better than better. So let's go ahead and do that. Think education, anything education. There's this one education channel that I really like called, what is it? I can never remember her name. Elizabeth Phillips. Yeah, sorry, Elizabeth, if you're watching this. She has some great ideas. So she talks about like how to study better, increase your brain capacity, how to read faster, stuff like that. It's a perfect comparable niche, right? It's not YouTube growth at all. It has nothing to do with that, but it's still like the same thing, like how to do something better, how to do something faster. That's like what I'm looking for. So that's what I mean by like a comparable niche. So if we go and we look at her videos, right? We look at the ones that are performing well. Deep focus, why your brain needs understimulation. I essentially would take this title, and I try to do this for almost every video. Now I've gotten to the point where sometimes I can like skip a video if I just know it's not going to work, but I try to do it for every single one. So for every single one, I would just go in here. I would go into my idea list. I like to do it like this, and I just come up with ideas. So deep focus, why your brain needs understimulation. So I could be like YouTube growth, why YouTube growth, why you need, or why YouTube isn't luck, or no, it's not good. And I try to just like come up with like a somewhat good idea. But if it's bad, just put down a bad one. Just say fuck it and move on. It's better to just do a lot than try to make it perfect. So we could just be like, why your YouTube channel needs, what does it need? YouTube channel needs, we'll just say overstimulation. That's a word that would get people like what is that? How I study with a full-time job, my strategic scheduling, how I made YouTube my full-time job. And then I would just leave it at that. I like that title. So it doesn't have to be a complete copy. Come up with an idea based off their title. A real science-based system to stop procrastinating. How to stop procrastinating on your YouTube channel, right? So that's some ideas. How I read hard books really fast. How to blow up on YouTube really fast. You see how like that's a pretty good idea, right? Like you just take these good ideas and then you just transform them. So how to learn anything fast. How to blow up fast. Teach YouTube to love you, right? So it's just like very, very little variations. How trick your brain to work. That sparks like, I tricked the algorithm to make me go viral, right? Why am I lonely around people? The disturbing psychology of friendships. The disturbing psychology of YouTubers. Boom. Easy idea. The science of enjoying exercise. So I kind of sort through these. I don't do every single one, but if you're just starting out and you aren't doing any of these,
just do every single one. It just makes it easier. So how to quickly understand difficult things. How to quickly understand the YouTube algorithm, right? So something like that. It's like literally most of these ideas, they're going to be bad or okay. But I guarantee this is how I literally come up with all my ideas. There's going to be some really freaking good ones. And you can find other channels too. Like you don't even have to have it be in a comparable niche. I like to do that. But another way you can do it is just look at a completely different channel. So like, let's say I look at like, here's a channel I've been modeling recently. Thought82. It's like it's a faceless YouTube channel, but they have really good ideas. Like I could look at them, be like, how thieves crack the most secure vault on earth. And these ones are a little bit harder just because they're not as related. The other ones are easier because they're already related to your channel. But I could be like, how I cracked the YouTube algorithm, right? Or the incredible survival. Nah, that's not a good one. Meet the fish that shouldn't exist. So it's like, it's a completely separate idea, but it works. The YouTube algorithm doesn't exist. Boom. That's actually a pretty good idea. And you're not going to like it. This YouTube advice works, but you're not going to like it, right? So there's just like, there's a ton of ways to come up with different ideas. There might have been another race before humans. Oh, much bigger than you think. That's a good one. How to grow a YouTube channel. How to grow on YouTube much faster than you think. Boom. It's like, bam, easy. So bam, like that's a great, like these are good ideas. And you'll go through and sort these, you'll come up with hundreds of these and you'll pick like the top 5, right? So it's really just a volume game, but that's like one of the main strategies that I use to actually come up with ideas. All right. So the next strategy is super good. I use this all the time. We went over this in the audience analysis section a little bit, but I want to show you guys how I actually use it to come up with ideas. So go to the research tab, go to your viewer searches, and now we're going to go through these and then come up with ideas based off of these. So video editing, how to edit better than 99% of YouTubers, right? Good video. Video editing. Let's think of another one for video editing. I edited a viral video to prove it's not luck. I like that one. You could do a simple one. How to edit a viral YouTube video. How to edit a YouTube video. How to edit a YouTube video. I like to try to make some ideas that sound impossible. So like I edited a YouTube video without a computer. That's an interesting video. I don't know if that would be one for my channel, but that is a very interesting video for someone like Finzar or something like that. So how to make money online, how to make money on YouTube, the secret to making money on YouTube, how I made $100,000 on YouTube. Boom. Like these are all very good like ideas that you can kind of come up with more ideas based off of. And if you're coming up with hundreds of these, you're going to get some good stuff. So that's that. That's strategy number 2. All right. Strategy number 3 that I like to do is called popular analysis. So this is one that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about, but essentially it's a very interesting way to do this. So I look at competitors' channels. Like let's go to a competitor like Film Booth, right? He's a YouTube growth guy. So we go to his channel, right? All right. So let's open up a new Google Doc. So now that we have this Google Doc open, let's go ahead and go to their popular. Honestly, you want to look at things under like 1 year ago. So I just ignore all of these. Editing hacks YouTubers use to hook you. So now we could go to here and basically just paste that title in there. So editing hacks YouTubers use to hook you, right? This is a video on YouTubers, how to edit from YouTubers. That's basically what this idea is. This is essentially what you want to do. You want to like look at their title and then you want to break down, you want to like explain the title. This is like more advanced. So, if you're a beginner, probably going with like one of the first 2 strategies would probably be better. But if you're more advanced, this is like super powerful. Essentially, it allows you to extract the interest out of the idea and then look at the interest itself and then come up with new ideas based on that interest. Let's go ahead and do another one. So 3 years, don't want to look at that. 2 years, 7 months ago. If I started a new YouTube channel, I'd do this first. Okay. If I started a new YouTube channel, I'd do this first, right? So this is essentially, this one is pretty easy. It's literally just how to start a YouTube channel. Or no, sorry. It's a desire. So it's the desire of, I want to start a YouTube channel. I want to start a YouTube channel the right way. And this one, I think I'm actually going to change to, I want to edit a good video that hooks the viewer. So yeah, you're essentially analyzing interests. So you want to analyze the interest. So the interest in this is like, they want to make a good video. Editing hacks YouTubers use to hook you, right? People are going to watch that because they want to learn how to use those editing hacks to hook people. So I want to edit a good video that hooks the viewer. If I started a new YouTube channel, I do this first. I want to start a YouTube channel the right way. They don't want to mess around and do it the wrong way. So that's that. Let's go ahead and look at more. 11 months ago, AI probably ignore that one because that's like a trend. 2 years ago. Yeah. All right, I like this one. I'm going to go ahead and add this one too. I blew up a YouTube channel as fast as I could. We'll just do 3 just to keep this simple. So now what you want to do is the audience, what do they want from this video? I blew a YouTube channel as fast as I could. They want to blow up fast. Okay, so now what we want to do is essentially delete these. Go ahead and just delete those. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, just go ahead and I want to blow up fast on YouTube. So now we're going to look at these interests, and you can do this for 20 videos, 50 videos, doesn't matter. I like to do it for around like 10. So I want to edit a good video that hooks the viewer. So now we come up with a title based on that. So maybe we could come up with how to edit so good the viewer can't leave, right? So you're playing on that desire. That's a good idea. It's a really good idea. And it's a new idea. That's the most important part of this. It's not like taking ideas from another person. It's developing a completely new idea. So I want to edit a good video that hooks the viewer. How to hook viewers like a fishing, how to hook viewer. Okay, I like the worm and a fish. I'll explain that later. I'm just going to note that down. How to hook viewers like a pro YouTuber. Hook viewers like a worm hooks a fish. See, like that's a wild idea. I don't know. I just like coming up with wild ideas. I think that that's one of the best ways to like really go viral. Like that, I'm not going to make that video. Like that's not a good idea, but it's a wild idea. And sometimes those pan out. So you never know. I like to do them when I can. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. But like this one, it's pretty damn good. I like this idea. I want to start a YouTube channel the right way. How to start a successful YouTube channel, guaranteed. How to start a 100% success, how to start a YouTube channel with 100% success. I like that idea. It's a good idea. How to be 100% successful on YouTube. Again, a good idea. I think I actually like that one a little bit more. It's a good one. So I would come up with like 10 ideas for each of these just for the sake of time. I'm just going to do 3. So I want to blow up fast on YouTube. What can we come up with that? How to blow up faster than an atomic bomb. Interesting idea. Let's see. How to grow faster than how to grow on YouTube faster than you did during puberty. Like these are like weird ideas, but like they pay off, and like these are new ideas. You could also take it like less crazy. I just like coming up with crazy ideas, but I want to blow up fast on YouTube. How to blow up a YouTube channel in 90 days, right? So it's like you could take it a lot less crazy. Like that's a good idea too. Yeah, there's a ton of ways to do this. I would come up with like 10 ideas for each of these interests and then really just just keep doing that. I mean, the more ideas the better, but yeah, I like to come up with like 10 per interest. So see if I can come up with anything good. But this is one of the most powerful strategies that I use to actually come up with ideas. And it's one of the more advanced strategies, but if you can execute on it and do it consistently, I think it's very good. All right, and the next one is actually really interesting. So we're going to head over to this website called oneof10.com. And essentially what this website does, it scrapes the entire YouTube database and it essentially just shows you what videos are getting more views than their average. So if a video like this 3x, it means essentially like this video got 3 times more views than the average video on this channel. And therefore you can look at these videos and you can find like, oh dang, this video performed way better than all of the rest. So that might be a video, that you would want to make. Like this one performed 10 times as good, 10 times as good as the other videos in this channel. This one is crazy. It performed 178 times as good as the other videos in this channel, right? So this is a trailer. So that makes sense. But, you can look at like these, like for example, all Lego vintage space sets, 1978 to 1999, breaks planet. 155,000 views on average, they get 7,500. So that, if you're in the Lego niche, that's a video that you can make. So essentially, what we can do is we can go ahead and look up our particular niche. So I would look up YouTube growth. If you're in the finance niche, you'd look up finance. If you're in the business niche, you'd look up business. But I need to look up YouTube growth. So let's go ahead and look up YouTube growth and essentially look what's popping up. So first is John Yush. Ex-YouTube employee exposes how to grow a YouTube channel. That video did 7 times more than his average. So That's really good. So that's a video. I can't make that video because I'm not an ex-YouTube employee, but that's a good idea. How to become a YouTube millionaire? It's 2 years ago, so I probably don't want to look at it. How to grow a YouTube channel from zero subs in 4 weeks. 17 days ago, 48,000 views. Not bad. Not bad at all. So that video is doing pretty dang well. Also, this video by Nate Wealth, it's only 2x, so that's fine. But what I also like to look for is videos that have high views and low subs. Like this video has 200,000 views and 50,000 subscribers, right? So it's a little like there's a gap there as well, which is important. So why new channels on YouTube are exploding, or why new channels are exploding on YouTube? 15K views, 5K subs. Nice. So essentially you can just go down. I would recommend you don't put any filters. Maybe they've updated it since then, but last time I used it, the filters didn't work well for me. So I just like to look up the niche and keep it broad and kind of just sort through it myself. But what you want to look for on this is at least a 5x multiple. So anything below 5, you kind of want to ignore unless it has like super low subs, high views, because those are just banger videos always. So let's go ahead and look through 42x. Like that's a video I should not ignore, but it's 3 years ago. So maybe I should ignore it. YouTube automation, how to make big money on YouTube. I'm actually doing a video similar to this right now. Not because of this video, but just because I think that topic is really good. So again, that's something I would look for. 12.6. 28 YouTube Shorts hacks that feel illegal to know. 7.3x. It got 700K views where he gets 95,000 views on average. So that's a video that I would probably want to make. I don't want to talk about YouTube Shorts on my channel, but if I did, that would be a banger video that I could produce. How to monetize YouTube channel. That's Indian audience based on the English. So I don't want to model that. How YouTube changed from quantity to quality. Ooh. That is a great idea. I'm gonna write that down. How YouTube changed from quantity to quality. So that's a great idea because it's proven to work. It's got 180,000 views with 9,000 subscribers. So that's a video that's automatically going to do really well. And let's look at a couple more examples of this. We can go to we'll do like the drop shipping niche. Why not? If you're not familiar with drop shipping, it's like a sub niche in the business niche. So if we look at this, that's funny. That's my roommate right there. Again, 5.4x, 27K views with 13,000 subscribers. That's pretty damn good. So if I was a dropshipping YouTuber, I would probably want to model that video. Or if we go down, easiest way to start dropshipping in 2023 from scratch. 100K views, 16K average, right? So that's really, really good. The new way to find winning dropshipping products in 2023. 26K views, 4.1K average. Really, really good. This one, again, my roommate. I turned $0 into $1,000 dropshipping. 7.8x. That's a great video. Like I would definitely want to model that video. How to start Shopify dropshipping in 2023. 11 months ago, 78K subs, 620,000 views. So this is like one of the most powerful tools that you can use to find videos that are just absolutely phenomenal. So this is one of the best ways to come up with ideas. I'll probably put this one sooner. So yeah, this is honestly such a powerful tool and a powerful way to get amazing ideas that are kind of proven to work. I do have an affiliate link below because the owner is one of my friends. He's just some guy. He just developed it on his own. It's not like a big company. So if you want to check it out, I think it's like $20 a month. If you're trying to take YouTube seriously, I think that investment is really worth it. I use this all the time to come up with ideas. So I think it's a really good product. So yeah, let's move on to the next idea. All right. So the next ideation strategy that I use to come up with really, really good ideas is vidIQ. So there's a couple things on here, like the AI coach, that are extremely powerful. So what's different than this in ChatGPT? ChatGPT, absolutely horrible at coming up with ideas. Trust me, I've tried it. But the thing is, it just goes off of the entire internet. The thing that's different about vidIQ's AI system is they actually get the data from your YouTube channel. Like all of their answers are based off of the data on your YouTube channel, not the entire internet. So it's a lot more targeted and it's a lot more focused. So let me go ahead and show you how I use it to come up with ideas. So I can tell this AI, come up with 10 ideas, video ideas based off of my channel. And what it does, it usually uses like a semicolon. I don't know why it does that, but what I like to do is essentially have it be here. So what I like to do is get these ideas first and then tell it to not use a semicolon because, like semicolons, they're good sometimes, but most of the time they're not. So, okay, it actually did a pretty good job this time. So the secret behind my most viewed video, a deep dive. Not a good idea. The YouTube algorithm, myth versus facts. Not a good idea. How to engage your YouTube audience. Top tips. Not a good idea. The power of consistency on YouTube. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to save that one. Generally, any AI system is not going to come up with good ideas at first, but you have to kind of like help them out a little bit, and then you can actually come up with some really good stuff. So let me kind of show you how I do that. Why your YouTube channel isn't growing, common mistakes, mastering YouTube SEO, a comprehensive guide, the impact of video length on YouTube success. That's a good concept, but I'm not a good title. What I wish I knew before starting a YouTube channel. So how to create thumbnails that get clicks. That's not a bad idea. Understanding your YouTube analytics, a beginner's guide. That's not bad too. The concept is overall good, but the rest of it's not. So I like that YouTube analytics idea. I really do like that. I want to make a video about YouTube analytics. So maybe we could do something like this, like come up with 10 video titles based off of understanding YouTube analytics. So we'll go ahead and ask it to do that. Oh, dang, that's a good idea. Boom. Yeah, these are pretty good. So it literally just goes down and down and down. You try to filter it down. So the impact of viewer age on YouTube success, that's not bad. How to recover from a poor performing video, that's really good. Maximizing viewer engagement, lessons for my top videos, no. Why consistency is key on YouTube, that's not bad. How to create a viral YouTube video, my experience, not good. So this is my favorite one. So I'm gonna come up with 10 more title for this video. Flop to a hit. I like those keywords. Ooh, the art of the YouTube comeback. That's interesting. That's an interesting one. Almost all of these have like that semicolon in the middle. I hate that semicolon. So now remove. So now we can make it just remove those. That's what I like to do. Okay, yeah, there we go. So as you can see, it just removed them. So essentially, yeah, it just gave me the titles, but without the colons. I just like to look at it like that. So the YouTube recovery plan, how to boost underperforming videos, the silver lining, finding success in your YouTube failures. I love that. Like, for example, this one literally inspires like the silver lining to the YouTube hamster wheel, which could inspire like the good side of the YouTube hamster wheel, something like that. That's like an interesting one. Or like the art of the YouTube hamster wheel, or how to escape the YouTube hamster wheel, something like that. That's a great idea. And like I wouldn't have come up with that if it wasn't for this. So this isn't necessarily a tool to come up with like exact titles, but what it does do is give you a ton of new ideas that you wouldn't have thought of, otherwise. So another way that I like to use the AI coach to come up with ideas is literally just take a list of my ideas, preferably like my best ones. So what we can do is kind of like, if we go through here and just copy and paste my ideas. Okay, so I got some of my favorite videos in here that I've done. Now I can basically tell it to come up with 10 more titles based on these titles. So let's go ahead and see what it says. So I told them to remove the colon, just because I don't like it. So essentially, what it came up with is mastering YouTube, the ultimate beginner's guide. Fine, not a great idea. Decoding the algorithm insights from 7,400 YouTube channels. Not a bad idea. Going viral on YouTube is not just luck. I like that idea. That's solid. I can come up with some stuff on that. Winning the YouTube game, strategies for success. Not a good idea. The science behind blowing up on YouTube. That's pretty interesting. That's actually really good. I like that. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that in my ideas list. And by the way, I'm actually using this to come up with ideas right now, because why not? Okay. Science behind blowing up on YouTube. And then let's see. YouTube 101, everything beginners need to know. It's okay. I like YouTube 101. That's an interesting concept. Cracking the code, how I studied thousands of YouTube channels. The secret to virality on YouTube. This is good. I like that one. The secret to virality on YouTube. Playing to win, how to master the YouTube game. It's okay. Explosive growth, the art of becoming a YouTube sensation. Not amazing. So now I say rewrite them or come up with 10. Now I just say come up with 10 more. Now remove. All right. So as you can see, there's a couple good ones in here. The path to virality is not just about luck. So this is a great way to come up with ideas and basically get new ideas. You can also just ask it like, come up with 10 YouTube ideas based around YouTube growth, right? So then it'll come up with 10. And essentially I just use this as a way to like mainly get ideas for things to, like ideate. So you're not really gonna like, I'm gonna start a new prompt. So yeah, some of those ideas were really strong. And if I play with the title a little bit, I can come up with a really good video. So another way that I like to do is just to like generate ideas. So essentially what we can do is ask it, come up with 10 ideas based around YouTube education for people under 1,000 subscribers. That's a great idea. The art of thumbnail creation. I love that actually. That's really, really good. How to gain your first 100 subscribers. Again, very bland. YouTube 101. I do like the YouTube 101. Understanding YouTube analytics. I like the concept. I just need to figure out a better title for that. But this one, the art of thumbnail creation, that's really good. You could even put a modifier on it like I did with simple art to blowing up on YouTube. I could do like the secret art of thumbnail creation, or I could do something about psychology, or like the mindful art of thumbnail creation. Something like that. Doing something like that could be really interesting. One thing I like to do on titles is use conflicting points. So like the art of thumbnail creation implies that it's like an art. So you could say something, what's the opposite of like an art? The step-by-step or the copy and paste art. That's great. The copy and paste art of thumbnail creation. I love that. See, that's like also hitting on a pain point. Oh, that's a good video. That's also hitting on a pain point of thumbnail creators who people steal their thumbnails. It's like, that's a great video to make. The copy and paste art of thumbnail creation. I love that. Like, I'm going to check that off on my ideas list. That's really, really good. So as you can see, like vidIQ can be a really powerful tool, the AI coach, to just come up with new concepts. That's like the most powerful thing. Like you're probably not going to get like a perfect idea out of the AI coach, but what you are getting is like new ideas that, you know, you wouldn't see just on YouTube. All right. So the next strategies that we're going to go over are pretty like out there. I don't use these too much, but I thought I'd include them because they can be extremely valuable. And the first one is just looking at news articles. People spend like years and years trying to like get good at writing news headlines. And it's been around much longer than YouTube. So there's really been a system developed that, you know, gets the click. Let's say we go to like the New York Times. They are masters at getting clicks. So after a couple's fatal bridge crash, investigators search for a reason. So what you could do is just kind of take these headlines down, like Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade draws spectators and protests. So you could be like, let's say you're in like the finance niche. Let's say like the FTX scandal draws criminals and protesters, something like that. Or you could do, it's hard because not all of these are good. So this is a little bit more advanced. And I do this sometimes, but it can be good if you just use the other ones a lot and you need another strategy to follow. Okay, this one. Make a hot pocket with your Thanksgiving leftovers. We could change that title with make a YouTube video with your iPhone. We could do like make a YouTube video with your leftover pocket change, something like that, where it's just like you can get unique ideas with this. Again, it's not the best strategy. I think the first strategy is a little bit better, but I thought I'd just include it really quick. It's one of the ways that I use occasionally. So yeah, you can go through here and just look through. But yeah. Oh, like this one. This one's good. 8 sex myths that experts wish would go away. So it could be like 8 money tips that the government wish you didn't know. Like boom, that's an easy framework. So yeah, that's it. That's that one. We're going to move on because that one's just a small one. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Okay, so the next strategy is actually one that Eric and Mr. Beast both use, and it's actually pretty good. So essentially what you're going to want to do is search up a random word generator. Go ahead and go into this, number of words 1, word type all, and literally just go. Generate random words. Murder. So now you're going to come up with one idea based off of that word. So it could be like, that's a tough one. Murder. And these can be bad ideas. Like this, you could literally just come up with like, you know, YouTube is about to murder all of its users. That's one idea. Wasn't a good idea at all. Generate random word. Photography. I like to just ramp these off fast. So like how to start photography as a beginner. Testify. YouTube just testified, or like how to testify against your audience on YouTube. Like, again, it doesn't make sense, but like you just want to go through these fast. Chip could be like how to make YouTube videos more delicious than a bag of chips. Like, I don't know. It's just weird ideas. We'll do opposition. So that's a tough one. Grow on YouTube and beat all of your opposition. The smartest route to 1,000 subscribers. That's not a bad idea. That one's pretty good. Smartest route to 1,000 subscribers. I'm gonna write that down. The smartest route to 1,000 subscribers. That's not bad, actually. That's really not bad. Generate random words. Fragment. How to go so viral, or no, only a fragment of the internet has to watch your video. Not good, not bad. Snow. That's tough. How to make colder intros than the snow. Plain. Are your videos plain? Time to spice it up with this. Design. How to design a perfect YouTube video. Pick. How to pick which ideas to make on YouTube. Freshman. Oh, that's a good one. This can also work a lot better for like entertainment channels. Like with freshmen, you could do something like, I challenged 100 freshmen to dress up like seniors. Something like that, right? Or like Overlook. You could do like Man, that's a tough one. Overlook is hard. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't know on that one. Maybe like if you stare at you need to force yourself to come up with one for every single one. So I'm gonna say like if you stare down from an overlook, don't overlook your existing audience on YouTube. That's what I'm going with. Horrible idea. Then we move on. Form. How to use online forums to go viral on YouTube. Gas. Ooh, that's a good one. Pour gas on your videos and light them on fire. That's an interesting idea. It's unique. Pour gas on your YouTube videos and set them on fire. Okay, looking at it is not that good. Probably not gonna make that one. But again, like this is just a very cool and like unique strategy. Mr. Beast does this, Eric does this, so it definitely works. I've used it a little bit. I don't use it too often, but I thought I'd cover it just because those big guys use it and it seems to work for them. I think it's probably better for the entertainment niche than the education niche, but you know, it's still, I've used it before and I've come up with a couple ideas from it. So I think that this is a solid one. I would definitely use this if you're just out of ideas and you just want to try something new. You really have to find out what works for you. For me, I like comparing on YouTube, but for a lot of people, it's just, they come up with ideas in different ways. So this is another way to do it. All right, so that's pretty much it. That's honestly all of the ways. There are probably some other ways, but this is like the 80-20. This is like 99% of my ideas come through these methods. So what I would say, just go ahead and test each one of them out. Figure out which one is best for you, because for different niches, there's going to be certain ones that are better for different people. So just go ahead and try it out. And yeah, I hope it was really valuable. This is, again, one of the most important parts of YouTube. So let's move on to the next section. All right, so the next thing that we're going to talk about is how to actually choose your ideas and filter them down. Because honestly, if you want to grow on YouTube, you need to be making hundreds and hundreds of ideas. Like in this list that I have, I probably have 600 to 800 right now. And that's after I already deleted a lot. Like as you can see, if I scroll through this, it's like ridiculous. It's ridiculously long. So yeah, let's go ahead and show you how I break them down. So you want to be putting these all into some sort of database. You don't just want to like leave them in like a list. What I like to do is essentially put them into Notion. I don't number them. It's just too much work. I just leave them. I just go like that, make a huge list. And what I do on this page, I have a couple filters. So first things first, to decide whether the idea gets deleted or not, I ask, does this excite me? Is this feasible? Is there evidence to match the view expectations? Can we actually make a good title and thumbnail for this? And does the video have broad appeal? Like, does it appeal to a broad audience? And for this, I mean, for evidence to match view expectations, that essentially just means looking at other videos, like do other videos that are similar to this have views? If the idea does not answer at least like 4 out of 5 of those questions, realistically, the best ideas are going to answer all 5, then you should just throw it in the trash. These ideas right here have all gone through that filter. All of these with like all the check marks. I'll be real. A lot of these ones down here, I haven't done it yet. I've just put them all into a list and I'll filter them later. But yeah, you really need these filters on there, because if not, you're just going to be flooded with ideas and you're not going to know what to make. That's like the number one test. If it passes that, then the idea at least has some potential. So what I like to do is I like to go through and then I narrow down basically all of my top ideas. And I essentially go ahead and check all of them off. And what I have my friends do as well, I have 3 friends, my roommate Tropic, my friend, my editor Andrew, and one of my script writing friends, Tim. They essentially go in and they check off their favorites as well. So we can see what we match up on, what we disagree on. And generally, all of the ideas that I've ended up making have had at least 3 out of 4 check marks. That's what I like to do. They'll go through and check mark, and anything that has no check marks, I just instantly delete. I don't even look at the idea. So I just delete it and I don't care. Maybe I'm losing out. Maybe I lose out on like one amazing idea, but just for the sake of time and sake of like, not like emotionally being attached to each idea, just delete them. Like just do it. It's tough, but you have to sometimes. So once those are all deleted, I go through and I look at which ones have at least 1 check mark. And then I just decide, do I want to make that video? All of those are like qualified for me to potentially make them. So, you know, if I like one, the rest of the team doesn't, sometimes I've made those videos and they've actually performed really well. So at the end of the day, it's your channel, it's your decision. But usually the best ideas are the ones that you and your friends agree on. If you don't have any YouTube friends, you can also just do this with normal people. Just be like, hey, can you check off the ideas that you think you would actually click on or you would watch on YouTube? And they'll be like, sure. And then just go ahead and do that. Yeah, like as you can see, I started a YouTube channel from scratch to prove it's not luck. That's got 3 checks. I studied 7,400 YouTube channels to crack the algorithm. That has 3 3 checks, I made that video. Generally, the ones with 3 checks are usually the ones that I make. And a lot of these I didn't end up making because at the end of the day, if you have like 5 videos with 3 check marks, you got to choose which one you want to do. And I always choose my favorite one. So this was my favorite one out of these. Like I like that one more than I started a YouTube channel from scratch, so it's not luck. Or if I started a channel from scratch, I do this. I think those just aren't as strong. Like this is just way stronger. So ended up going with that one. How to actually make money on YouTube. That's another 3 check video. Yeah, it just didn't work. So asking YouTube millionaires how they went viral. That one was just a little bit hard to do, so I just decided not to do it. Also not the target audience I want to build. Again, 3 check video. I made 1,000 YouTube shorts to defy the algorithm. That one I still might make, but I haven't decided yet. This one, I tried to go viral, but accidentally made 100K. That one is in the queue right now. I'm planning on making that one later down the line. But yeah, this $100 YouTube strategy will get you monetized. Great idea. I think that's a strong idea. I help a stranger blow up their YouTube channel. Strong idea. So yeah, you can essentially just go through, look at the ones with like 3 checks. Those are generally your best ones. And that's how I like to filter it. That's like the way to do it. Then I kind of just take them and I go ahead and I put them into the actual YouTube pipeline, which I'll just show you guys. So we have the only YouTube guide you'll ever need published, right? So I have all of these videos that are in the production process and, are getting made. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope that was valuable. If you have 500-600 ideas in your queue, you're going to need to narrow them down somehow. And this is how you find the best ideas in those. So let's move on to the next one. All right, so the next thing that we're going to go over is what makes somebody actually want to click on your video. The thumbnail gets their attention, but the actual thing that makes a viewer decide whether they want to click or not is your title. So this is going to be an entire masterclass on how to write a viral and clickable title. There's a lot that goes into this, so let's just dive in. So the first thing that I do is I make sure that I am doing bulk titles. Now, this is super valuable. Before I did this, my titles were just not there. I was just lazy. Like I just didn't want to do it. But once I started doing it, my titles just improved drastically. And it all comes down to this one thing, and that is just doing a shit ton of volume. And think of it like that science experiment where they tested quantity versus quality in a pottery class. One student was told to make 1 pot as good as they possibly could, and they were given the entire semester to make that 1 pot, while the other student was assigned a pot every single week over the entire semester. And at the end of the semester, the person who made a pot every single week made a better pot than the person who just took the entire semester to make 1. So that's kind of the whole philosophy behind this, and it works. So as you can see here, we come up with 50 different titles for every single video. You can do 25 too. That's all right. I typically find my best titles within 40 to 50. Not gonna lie. There's something magical that happens like in that range. I don't know what it is, but this teenage millionaire will run for president in 2036. This teenage millionaire will be president in 2036. This teenage millionaire will be president in 2036. Okay, well, that's the same one. I don't know why that's the same one. This teen millionaire will be president in 2036. This teen millionaire will be president in 2036. But you see, I changed the capital letters on that. This teenage millionaire will be president in 2036. Right, so it's like very little variations on the title. And then I do that for about like 5 or 6, and then I just like to switch over. So this 18-year-old millionaire will be president in 2036. Meet the 18-year-old millionaire. Meet the 18-year-old millionaire running for president. Meet the 18-year-old millionaire making $40,000 a month. Meet the teenage millionaire making $40,000 a month. Right, so it's like very small changes, and it's like, it works. I don't know why. You just find the best variation. You can come up with some really good stuff. We went from like, this teenage millionaire is going to run for president, all the way to, if we go down to the bottom, we look at the last title we picked, how this teenager makes $40,000 a month in high school. Extremely good title. Like, that's extremely good. It's a great title. So again, that was in like the last 40. And as you can see, the highlights here, we got 2 in the beginning and we have 3 in like the last 10. So that last 10 is like the most valuable. I don't know why, but it just is. So that's what I mean by doing volume. And now that we got that out of the way, there are 3 things that you need to keep in mind when writing titles. The first is emotion. You should make somebody feel something when they read your title. That's because that's the reason why they click. Most people, when they're making purchasing decisions or watching decisions, they are going purely through emotion. There's very little logic involved. So obviously they have to want to watch the video, but like at the same time, you need to make them feel an emotion that forces them to watch the video. That could be saying something like, you're being scammed in the title. That's why all of those videos about YouTube gurus, like the YouTube gurus are lying to you, or Iman Gaji's lying to you, something like that. Like those videos always do well because they have that emotional aspect to it. That could also be something positive, right? Like it'd be like, watch this to get rich, or like watch this to quit your job. That's an emotional decision. Like people desperately desperately want to quit their jobs, right? And that's a very easy click to get if someone is in that scenario. The next is curiosity. But you have to be subtle about this because you don't want to be one of those guys that's like, oh, the secret strategy to get to $10,000 per month, or the secret strategy to blow up on YouTube. That's too curious. Like, most people have just seen that 1,000 times and they're like, oh yeah, whatever. You know, he doesn't really know, or like, I don't care that much, because they've seen that enough. They've seen that too much. Like, you don't want to go extreme. You want to go extremely subtle on this. So instead of writing like a title like, you know, the secret strategy to make $10,000 a month, you could write, do this to make $10,000 a month. That's a much stronger title, because you're not like, oh, there's a secret. You're like, okay, do this thing. That still is giving some curiosity, because people are going to be like, okay, what's the thing? But you're not saying like, oh, it's some secret or something like that. I hope that makes sense. Another way you could do that is how I make $10,000 a month as a student, or how I get 100,000 views per YouTube video. That is a subtle curiosity play, because then people are going to wonder, okay, like, how did he do it? But you're not saying like, it's some secret that I'm going to tell you. Like, you're not, like, if you do that, it just sounds like you're trying to like gatekeep information, and it's not, it just doesn't work. So you have to make it very subtle, you know, saying like, oh, this is how I did this. And people will be like, okay, well, how did he do it? And they'll click. An easy way to do this is to look at the pain points from the audience analysis section that we went over. Go ahead and do those and just like try to come up with like title variations based off of those, because that's what people are experiencing. You can like see like where they are at in life, what they're struggling with, and figure out like what questions they're really asking. So you could look at your comment section, really just analyzing your audience and trying to figure out the best way to, you know, play on their desires. And the third thing is title balancing. I've talked about this in my videos, but essentially when you're writing a title, like the capital letters, anything that's capitalized acts like a weight on a scale. So you want to have them balanced. So if there's like too much weight on one side, it's going to be unbalanced. If there's too much weight on another side, it's going to be unbalanced. So you want to like keep them even. That could be having no weight, having no capital letters on either side. Could be having capital letters in the middle, in the beginning, middle, and end. Could be one on the beginning, one on the end. But generally, you don't want to do. You can. It's just like it's difficult. There's certain scenarios where you can do capital letters just on one side. One example of that would be like how to grow on YouTube fast and have capital letters, because you're emphasizing that point, and that's worth the unbalanced trade-off. But it just depends. Generally speaking, 80% of the time, 90% of the time, you want to have your capital letters balanced. That's just an easy way to increase CTR. So I would recommend you guys do that. And let me go ahead and write like some examples of that. How to make money online fast, right? That's a completely balanced title. But if you want to emphasize some points, you could be like, how to make money online fast. That's emphasizing the middle, the money. I don't know if that's the best one to emphasize though. I would say fast is probably the most important one to emphasize. So how to make money online fast. And again, this is one of the very few scenarios where the fast, that actually works. But let's say you wanted to make it balanced. How to make it balanced would just be like putting how. So how to make money online fast. I like that. So you could also put a comma there. I like that a lot. So that's just how to do title balancing. You could also make the money, but you don't want to go overboard with it. You don't want to just like make a whole, like all the caps. You want to use caps to emphasize a point. And like this 40K, it's all caps, like, right? So that would count as capital letters as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all of the information on how I write titles. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do a live title class. So in the next section, you're essentially going to see me write titles for a video live, and I'll kind of show you how I go through that process. Let's jump into that. Okay, so this next section is going to be extremely interesting. I guarantee that you probably haven't heard any of the information in this video. You've probably heard some, but I guarantee there's some really good stuff in here, some hidden gems that you have not heard about thumbnails. So this is the class on thumbnails. This is the masterclass. This is everything I've learned about thumbnails and how I do my own thumbnails, and it is extremely powerful. So let's go ahead and dive right into it. I'm gonna give you guys the sauce on here, so let's go. For one, we need to talk about what actually makes someone click. Why do videos like this with these kind of thumbnails where it's very, very simple get hundreds of thousands of views while, you know, your high quality thumbnails are still just not getting any traction? There is a reason for that, and it has to do with two things. A thumbnail has to evoke both curiosity and emotion. It's less about using bright colors or anything like that. It has to follow psychological principles. That's how you actually get someone to see your thumbnail, be like, oh dang, like that makes me feel something. Read your title, and when your title's really good too, it's just boom, right in there. Like you're getting the click. There's no question about it. So you have to do those two things. And there's a couple ways ways that we can come up with that. And the way to really do that is just by analyzing your audience, right? So, my audience, what do they want? They want to get 1,000 subscribers. I'm assuming that's what you want if you aren't already at 1,000. And if you're already at 1,000 subscribers, then you probably want 10,000. If you're at 10,000, then you probably want 100,000, right? I know I do. So it's really just, you have to analyze your audience and figure out what they want, right? So, in my thumbnails, a lot of them do like the growth. Like they show like the growth on YouTube. It's like, okay, 0 to 100,000 views. Or it's like the YouTube logo and then you win, right? Like you've won YouTube. That is so powerful because that's exactly what they want. That's kind of how you do that. You have to analyze your audience, right? Like if you're in the business space, it comes down to money. So, you could put like $0 to $10,000 and put an arrow between them. Extremely good psychology behind that because that's exactly what the viewer wants. But that is a little bit difficult to do. So there are a bunch of ways that we can use, a bunch of strategies that do that for us. Essentially showing us thumbnail concepts that are working for our audience that are already proven, that we just have to model. Some of the biggest YouTubers do this, just like Eric, Mr. Beast, they all do this. So let me go ahead and dive in. This is one of the most interesting things I've learned recently, and I've been implementing it into my videos, and it's helped a lot. So let's go ahead and dive in. The first strategy is called outlier research. It's super unique. Let's go ahead and look at this thumbnail by Eric. This is his thumbnail, right? Now I want to show you something crazy. All right, so what we need to do here is essentially just take out this. I thought it was motorcycle, but it's actually not. The keyword is dirt bike. So let's go ahead and look at dirt bike. Now we go to filter by view count and boom, look at that thumbnail. That is essentially the exact same thumbnail that Eric used. That video has 441 million views. That is really interesting. Let's go ahead and look at a channel called Jack Gordon. One of his most viewed videos is this one. I built a bike that ignores physics. If we go ahead and look at bicycle and we filter by view count, where is it? Oh, there's another one at Eric's. Yeah, that's another video he did was using this same thumbnail. Boom, this one, 152 million views. That is crazy. So let's go ahead and show you again. Jack Gordon. Look at his thumbnail. Look at this thumbnail. Same color and everything. Essentially, what these people are doing is just taking proven concepts that are proven to get views based on certain keywords and applying it to their thumbnails. That is absolutely insane, and it works. That's what top YouTubers are doing right now. Like we look at this one, Epic Cycling on Ice, Eric Ice Bike. Boom. Look at that. It's the exact same image, just flipped. Same color of the bike and everything. Look at that. That is insane. So if you literally do this for your keyword, like let's say I look up make money, go to filter by view count. Like these concepts, like this concept is an insane, like a great concept that you could use for a thumbnail. And I'll probably end up doing that on one of the finance channels I work with. But yeah, like this line, you'll never be poor again. That is a great line that you can use. The untold truth about money, right? Like it's just so easy. Like you can just copy these thumbnail concepts and it's proven to work. This one too, like it's just ridiculous. So yeah, it's a very interesting strategy that you can use. The next thing that we're going to talk about is complementary colors. So let's go to look at Mr. Beast, for example. He's obviously one of the best people to look at because of his channel. It's crazy. So literally his most recent thumbnail, orange, blue, complementary colors. Those are colors that are complete opposites to each other. And the thing that does is catch our eye because our eyes are not used to seeing those colors together because they're complete opposites. So when they do that, it stops the scroll. Like we could be scrolling, we see that thumbnail and we're like, oh shit. We're just like, what the fuck is that? So like doing that, using those complementary colors, let's look at a couple more examples. With the Willy Wonka one, boom, yellow and purple. Complementary colors. Also blue and purple. Blue and yellow, complementary colors. So it's like he's really doing this. Blue and pink. Boom. And you don't have to be like so in your face about it too. It can be subtle as well. Like this one. This brownish orange color is complementary to the ocean, but it's not like he didn't make the raft bright orange. You don't have to. As long as they contrast well together, it'll work. So here's a picture of a color wheel. You can just see which colors are complementary, right? So again, yellow, purple. That was his thumbnail. Blue, orange. That was his thumbnail. There's just so much here, right? Orange, blue. It's just a no-brainer. So red, blue, right here. You can see it in all the big YouTubers' thumbnails, and you need to be using this for your own, or else, you're just not going to compete with them. So that's one thing that you really need to be aware of. The next component of an amazing thumbnail is something called leading lines. If you've ever taken an art class, you might have heard of this already, but what we're going to look for is essentially lines leading to the focus of the image. As you can see in this thumbnail, line, 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 all pointing to Mr. Beast. In this one, it's a little bit less obvious, but it's still, you can still see it. Line, the top of their head points right to his eyes. The bottom of their feet points right to his eyes. Their flags point right to him. Their faces point right to him. Skyline points right to him. Stripes on the shirt point right to Mr. Beast. It's just crazy. Even here, line, 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 points right to the Lamborghini. This is probably one of the most obvious ones. Line, 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 line. It's all just straight to Mr. Beast. Another one we can see this on is this one, shark pointing in, shark pointing in, shark pointing in. Another shark pointing in, right? So Mr. Beast is the focus of this image. Once you start seeing this stuff, it's just hard not to notice it. And if you implement this into your thumbnails, it'll really help out. The next thing that we're going to look at is a transformational thumbnail. One of the people who I like to look at this is Mr. Who's the Boss. He has a really good transformational thumbnail. Let's see. So for example, this one, 349 to 1,379 shows the transformation, shows the difference. 48 megapixels, 200 megapixels. This one or no, not that one. Where is that one? Yeah, like this one. So boom, transformational thumbnail. Goes from fat to skinny. In the health niche, that's a killer thumbnail. If you're in the health niche, you need to be using that. And let's look at it on another channel. Let's look at it on my good friend Nate Wealth's channel. He used that in the beginning to help blow up. So day 1, day 30. Transformation, right, on YouTube. So it's really just taking a concept, doing a before and after. Very simple stuff, but it is extremely powerful if you want to sell them on the feeling of transformation. Like, okay, you're here right now. You're at like, $1,000 a month. You're at $0. Here's how you get to 10,000, right? Like that's giving the viewer exactly what they want. So it's a very good strategy to use. And that's it. That's pretty much all you need to make a good YouTube thumbnail. You also need all the design experience to, make them actually look good. But realistically, like you don't need an amazing looking thumbnail. If it hits on all these principles, it doesn't need to be hyper edited or anything like that. Of course, that stuff does help sometimes depending on your niche, but you don't need it. Take these concepts and just apply them to your thumbnails, see how it does. But if you can learn Photoshop and you can get really good at it, that makes it, your thumbnails even more powerful. So what I've gone ahead and done, I've got one of my good friends, my roommate. He is a professional thumbnail designer. He makes a full-time income just designing thumbnails. He used to do the thumbnails for my personal channel, and he does it for a lot of the clients that we work with. So he is a master at this. So what I've gone ahead and done is I've got him to design a thumbnail from scratch, from start to finish, showing you and explaining every single step along the way. And he's going to do this for, a big YouTuber. So you'll get to see how the big YouTubers actually make their thumbnails. That's all in the next class. So go ahead, head on over there, and he'll show you how to actually create a viral thumbnail from scratch.
Welcome to the live thumbnail creation lesson. In this video, I'm going to go over exactly how to make a thumbnail step by step, how to make your thumbnails pop, keep things simple, how to use Photoshop, and a lot more. My name is Tropic. I mainly run a finance entertainment channel, but I also do thumbnails for some of the top financial creators, and I'm a creative director on Lyndon's team. So with that said, let's officially dive in. So this is the thumbnail that I'm going to walk you through how I created. I'm going to show you everything that I did, the full process of how to get from just taking a picture to here. So as you should already know, taking the thumbnail picture is actually very important, and getting the best quality possible is extremely important. You can see here, this picture that I took was actually right here in my studio. I just used the key light and the backlight to take this picture. Try to get by windows or light that isn't too harsh, but will illuminate the face and also ideally create a little bit of shadow. But of course, it does depend on the concept of the thumbnail, because if you're trying to be outside and the lighting is like built for indoors, that's just not going to look good. So that's another thing, is that you need to take the thumbnail pictures with the same lighting as where your thumbnail is going to be. So if you're doing an entertainment type thumbnail and you're outside, the lighting needs to make sense for the background and for everything around it, for the entire environment that you're creating in this thumbnail. So this is the original picture straight out of the camera with no adjustments, no anything done to it. So this is what you're going to start out with. What I personally like to do is I will go ahead and create a new file, and I will make it 6,000 by 4,000 pixels. It depends on what camera you use. That's just what mine is. That's like the default size for the big raw files. You want to take them in raw because you get the best amount of control possible to adjust stuff. So we have that here, and then I'll just drop it right in. You'll see here in a second what I'm about to do. But so this is the original, and then what I'll do is I will go ahead and actually make adjustments right now. As you can see, like, we have the temperature. It tells me exactly ISO 100, 16 millimeter, f1.4. It tells me all the details. So I'd like to, for this, I kind of already have an idea because I've done a lot of these photos. So I like to go 4,000, 20. Using the tint is actually very helpful to outbalance the temperature. Just make it look natural, especially for like the lighting situation, all that stuff. And here I'm going to do 0.5, and then I like to do 10. Bring the highlights down, because we're gonna add in highlights later, so that's pretty important. Let's go -35, and then shadows maybe 50, because we want to make sure we illuminate like the backside there. And the big thing why you want to take it in raw is so you can bring back the shadows if you need to. So with 65, it's a little too much. Let's go 55 for right now. We can always add more later. Let's go ahead and add maybe like 15 on the whites. I'm going to adjust more to this later, but this is kind of the main idea. So that's -20 on the blacks. Texture, I like to do about 15 to start. Texture depends on the style of thumbnail you're doing. A lot of people will actually go nothing right now and then add in noise reduction and smoothing. I'm not going to be going over that, but that is something you can do. For the finance thumbnails, I do like to add in like 15 texture and then maybe a little bit of clarity. That is adding in a lot of detail, but it does look pretty solid. So then I like to go ahead and drop down the saturation a little bit, the vibrance, and then color mixer, bring up the oranges just a touch. At least that's for my facial tone. And then also in detail, you can mess around with this. And of course, with it being raw, once again, you can really mess around with this and get some crazy like sharpening and noise reduction and stuff. But for right now, we're just gonna leave that at the default. And that's all you really need to do right now. So you can just already see the difference. Boom. Boom. Okay, and from here, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually export this. We're going to do Command Alt S if you're on Mac. I have no clue what it is on Windows. And then name it whatever. Then you're going to need this software called Luminar AI. So I'm going to use this other photo as an example. So Command Alt S, and then let's just go ahead and save this wherever. This is going to be concept 2 for a different thumbnail I'm working on, but I'm going to use this as an example. You're going to want to go ahead and save this as a JPEG. The quality won't be dropped too much, so you should be all right. Now, once you're in Luminar AI, go ahead and open up that image. It's going to look a little weird, and then we'll load in. The only reason why I use this, I don't use this for anything except for the eyes. So you'll see here, the eyes they look all right. They're kind of boring. This is something that not a lot of people do. You don't have to do this, but this is what I like to do. I think it definitely makes a difference. So I'd like to bring up the iris flare. You can bring this all the way up. Joshua Mayo does that a lot. I don't like doing that. 30. Just try to keep it realistic, but make the eyes a little bit bigger. Bigger eyes draws more attention to the viewer. So, I mean, you don't want to go overkill. For example, you don't want to go all the way to 100. That looks like a Snapchat filter. We do not want that. So let's bring it back down to 30. That makes it a little big enough, so it's a little more noticeable. Just very subtle. Eye whitening, bring this like all the way up. I do this in Luminar AI instead of actually doing it in Photoshop. Just makes it a little bit easier. And then eye enhancer, I like to bring this up to like about 80. But it actually livens up the eyes quite a bit, and that's pretty much it. I also do a little bit of dark circles removal. Doesn't work on a lot of the subjects. Some of my clients I don't even use that on, just because they don't have bags under their eyes like me. So improve eyebrows, you can mess around with a little bit, but that's pretty much it here. That's all I use this for. So we'll save the disk, and you're gonna want to save this actually as a Photoshop file. That will help save the quality a little bit more. So after you exported that photo from Luminar AI, you can go ahead and open it up in Photoshop, and then we go ahead and select the subject from here. I'm gonna go back to the main example here, and you can even just see the difference in the eyes on this one, which was our main subject here. And so of course the lighting is a little bit different because when I touched this up, it was a little bit different than what I originally did. But so from here we go ahead and do select subject. Your Photoshop is probably gonna be a lot better than mine because I have a 2019 version. It's the one that works, the free one that works for me. So yeah, and then to go ahead and like fix this stuff, you just press W a couple times, and then you'll get to the quick selection tool, and then you just kind of press Shift, and you can add on stuff. And then to subtract stuff, you press Option or Alt, and then you can get rid of stuff. You don't have to be super precise because you're going to go ahead and manually erase a lot of this stuff anyway. So, I mean, like, you can get a little bit of this as long as it's not, like, too tight. And then from here, we can go ahead. I'm just doing a rough cut here. You could do layer via copy. You could feather it a little bit, which is probably the best thing to do. I don't usually do that because I just kind of feather it myself when I go in and I use the eraser tool. I'll show you that in a second. But layer via copy, a lot of people like to do select and mask copy. It's just kind of how I've been doing it for the past couple years. It's just how I do it. It works. So no need to change it, I guess. So layer via copy, and I had the wrong one selected. Layer via copy. And then we can see here, this is what it looks like. So all you have to do is go in and touch this up with the eraser. And yes, I go all the way around, manually do all of this. And you want to have something that's not like super hard because you don't want it to be like a straight cutout. So you see like that's a freaking cutout. And like as it is right now, it looks pretty bad. So you got to go in and touch all this up. Around the hair, you don't always have to. With the selected mask, there are ways to get, if you have like poofy hair or any sort of hair that has a little more texture than mine, then you can, in the selected mask, there's tutorials on YouTube you can look up that will show you how to actually grab that hair. It takes a lot of work. I don't usually do it just because it's too much work, and most people won't notice it, especially in a finance thumbnail, and that's what I usually work on. So I don't worry about that too much, but it's up to you. Especially with how the camera, the way it was taken, you can see this was like kind of blurred out, so you always want to make sure then at this point you would have a pretty soft brush to fit that. If it was more in focus, you could use a little bit of a harder brush, and you can come in here and do that. I always like to put it above the background that I can also see, so I'll put that above the background, and then I can go in and see what I'm doing. So that's that. So this was my image cut when I touched it up, and then after everything was erased, this is what we got. And then after I went ahead and used the heal tool, which would just be this, so I went to the heal tool, which is J on your keyboard, the spot healing brush tool. And what I'd like to do here is just get rid of any blemishes, any sort of imperfections on the skin. You don't have to make it perfect, but you just want to make it look so there's no distractions. There's nothing that's you don't really want there on the subject's face. You can also do stuff like here with like the lines on my forehead. You can bring it to the patch tool, and then what we can do here is like to make this look a little bit better, instead of just using the spot brush, move this over here and drag that so that is correct, that matches up, and then boom, that fits a little better. There is still a little bit of redness. If you really want to get detailed, you could use the hue saturation and touch that up too, but that's very detailed, so that's not the point of that. So that's that. And then after removing all the blemishes, this is what we got. So that versus this, all the blemishes gone. It looks a little cleaner, a lot better. And now this is the fun part. So this is, we go from that to this. So let me show you, let me bring all these layers off, and then I'll show you one by one what I like to do. So first of all, I will go ahead and make a smart object, and I'll put another camera raw filter on. And this will be any more adjustments that I think it maybe be a little bit brighter. I need to get rid of the color. You know, like here there was a little bit of a green tint, so I got rid of most of it. I left a little bit of it on, because most of it won't even be in the thumbnail, but I just wanted to keep it a little bit clean there. So that's that. And then for shirt color, when you're taking those thumbnail pictures, try to have a white or gray shirt on, or hoodie, whatever it is. That makes it really easy to change the colors. When it's a color or black, it makes it pretty difficult to make it look realistic, to change the colors. So just try to make everything simple, make it easy, wear that kind of shirt, and try to wear nothing with any logos, just a clean, like for this for example, that has no logos, no anything. This is perfect, although so something like this is kind of be perfect for that, because then it just creates extra details where you have to go in and use the heal brush and all that. It makes it really annoying. Trust me, I've done it too many times for people. So if you're doing it for yourself, of course, definitely try to just make it simple. But with the shirt color, what I like to do here, you can see the drastic change, of course. What I like to do is do a hue saturation, and then we're going to put on colorize, and then bring it to whatever hue you want. We can make this red, we can make this yellow, orange, for example, here, and then drag the saturation up to see what fits best. You can see the lower saturations, that doesn't look good, and then bring the lightness down to where it looks good. That looks pretty solid, that looks clean. Of course, I already went ahead and masked this, so normally it would look, you would do a new mask, so let me show you what that looks like. So you do hue saturation, okay, and then you would do the colorize. Store on blue, bring that down, so you can see this right here, that the white when it's white, that means that it covers the entire thing. So if we want to introvert that, we press Command I, and that introverts it, and now it's on nothing. So whatever you want to do to use the brush is what it'll be. So I have my flow on 0. So now you can just go ahead and paint over this and put the blue on all this, on all the hoodie, and then you got to be detailed here, make sure it doesn't bleed over. And of course, what I did was the necklace. So I erased that so that it looked a little cleaner, and that doesn't just override it and look stupid. So that looks clean. The orange actually does pop pretty good, but I'm gonna leave that off for right now. The next thing is to touch up the eyes again. So with this, we're going to just brighten the eyes a little bit more and add a little more color. So for this, I use just a little bit more in the hue, a little more saturation, a little more lightness, and then I turn it down a little bit to 75% fill. Here's what it is at 100. It just didn't, it was a little too much. I just took the edge off. So that's all that is. Now, actually, I might do a quick teeth example because I did not do the teeth. So if you want to do teeth, you want to do a hue saturation layer. So let's do teeth. This will be actually the second layer for your teeth. You're going to go colorize. You're going to go 238, 2 on the saturation, and 10 on the brightness. That's pretty standard for pretty much every teeth that I do, and pretty much everyone you're going to do too. You can definitely turn down the fill if you need to. But you're also going to go to selective color here, drag that down. It's going to be teeth number 1, and bring this to yellows, and just bring the yellows all the way down to -100. And let's go ahead and paint over this. So let's get a little bit higher of a hardness, 50%. Bring the size down to maybe 15, and we'll just go over this. You're not going to notice a huge difference with this, but it does add to the overall effect. So if my teeth were a little bit better here, this would be a better example. But yes, then let me just go ahead and do this on the here, and now you can start to see it a little bit more. And just go ahead and fill all this out. So that's all you would need to do for that. Maybe I'll actually do this one live. No, we're lagging. I didn't mean to do anything live. So now you can see the difference. If I turn this off, you can see off and on. That might be a little bit too much, so I just turned down the fill, and bada bing, bada boom, you are all set with the teeth. Now, if we add that, let me bring this back down. We have our eyes, teeth. The final couple of touches here is going to be bringing in some shadows and highlights. So what this is, dodge, is the highlights. So you're gonna make a little bit of an S curve here on this curves mask here. So you're gonna go curves and then bring that up and do that. And then of course it's gonna be just like the normal white mask. Go ahead and introvert it, and then you're gonna go draw on it. So for this, what you'd like to do is bring this up to a nice big brush, bring the hardness all the way down to 0, and put the flow at 10%. And so what we're gonna do here is I'll just clear this layer mask, put on a new one here. Alright, so you see this is what it would be before, introvert it, and we're back to the way it was before. So now let's go ahead and draw on here. So you can see here, all we want to do is highlight the nose. We want to make sure that's nice and bright, because that's a normal like area that would be highlighted. Bring the chin, and then bring the brush size a little bit bigger, right here, and right there as well, and a little bit of the forehead. Now, if you're having somebody that has a smile, so they're like this, you would highlight right above the cheeks, and then you would actually darken right in here, the little crevice that, like, when you smile, they would create. So that's what you would do there, and then you would also maybe darken a little bit here as well, and then, of course, the sides of the face. So it's the same thing for the darkening process here. So my version of the dodge, that might be actually a little bit much, so you could turn it down with the fill, and same thing with here, but you do want to put this on luminosity. That just makes it a little bit cleaner. So you can see the difference here. Adding a little bit of shadows adds a little more realism to it. And then there's one other thing we want to do. So sharpening, this is something that you don't have to do, but I like to do. So you're going to bring this original smart object, and then you're going to delete the camera raw, and then you're going to go ahead and go to filter, other, high pass. And you can do anywhere between 3 to 5. Now when you're on here, just go ahead and press this button right down here. That's going to make a mask. Go ahead and introvert it, and put this on overlay. And now what you're going to do is bring that flow back up to 100. Bring this down, bring the hardness back up, and then we're going to go ahead and just paint over the eyes and over eyebrows. Any of the focus, any of the detail areas, so like the mustache, you would do the teeth and a little bit of the goatee here for my example, and then a little bit of the hair. I like to do, bring this down to 0, bring this up a little bit to 150, put the flow at 50%, and do a little bit of the hair. And that would bring just a little more texture to it. And then I also like to do any necklaces or jewelry. You really don't notice it that much, but it's just a nice little touch. So that's that. And I have one more adjustment layer on top. That just is my own little adjustment layer that I have on there. So that is that. That is probably the biggest part that you just completed. Now that your face is done, this thumbnail is for a video titled I DM'd 100 millionaires for advice. So I came up with 2 concepts. I'm actually going to show you the first one as well. But this second one, so I came up with 2 concepts for this thumbnail, and they both kind of play off of each other. This first one is the one that I'm showing you right now that we're working on. I'll show you the second one too. Of course, by this point when you're making your thumbnail, you should already have your ideas down and any inspiration you want to take from. already taken care of course, you can find that on YouTube. So this was my little brief that I wrote down. This would be something I would actually give to like a thumbnail artist as well. Maybe explain a little more detail. This is just a little bit rough for my knowledge. So we're gonna hop over here and I'm gonna break this down. So when it comes to actually making a thumbnail file, you want to do 1920 by 1080, 300 pixels an inch, and this is what you want to do. A lot of people still are doing 1280 by, a lot of people are still doing 1280 by 720. This isn't 2012 anymore. We don't do thumbnails in barely HD, so this will just bring your pixels to life a little more. You're gonna see you're gonna lose a little bit of detail that we had on the 6000 by 4000 original file, but it still looks a lot better than it would on just like a 720. So this thumbnail is extremely simple, and this is what I would preach to you to do with all of your thumbnails. Keep all of them extremely simple. So for this example, all I did was I had a profile picture, a name, the verified badge, and text. So if you don't know, a lot of the Apple text and any of the text that like companies use, a lot of the social medias use, is FS Pro Display. That's actually Apple's official font, so that's what most people are used to. That's a very relatable font. I use that a ton in my thumbnails. Another one I like to use is Fudora. That's like a nice bolder one you can use. And actually this looks a little overdone. I might have to fix that. You can see the highlights are maybe just a little bit too much done. From afar it doesn't look bad, so I'll probably leave it, but it doesn't look great up close. I'll say that. Yeah, cut that out. And the text, and that's pretty much it. This thumbnail was very, very simple. And I just duplicated the DMs, changed up the text, and to do this blurry sensory effect, I made the text a smart object, and I went to filter and mosaic, and then I put the cell size at like 10. And you can see here my Photoshop is very organized. Everything is extremely well labeled. That way I know if I need to make changes, I know exactly where stuff is. I just click a couple buttons and I know exactly which one's which. When you don't have stuff organized, you're gonna have to click through it. When it's named random things, you gotta click, which one is which, you have no clue. So just label everything, makes everything so much easier. Let me show you the second concept. This was based off of the first one, just adding a little more Ryan Trahan to it, if you will. So this was of course a different photo. We got me on the right side doing the exact same thing I just showed you guys. And then for this box, I just took the DMs, threw them over here for the box. What I did with this, I went to U. This is the rounded rectangle tool. Click on that, and then you just do this and round the edges a little bit. So that's like 50. I think the edges are about 50, and make them all the same. And voila, you have a new rectangle. You can go ahead and add this to be one. Hold on. Here we go. So just get rid of the border and then just change this to white, and then you have that Ryan Trahan type box. Then you can go ahead and actually edit this by rasterizing it, and then you can erase a little bit. So if you want to do a little bit of that effect that I did, you could do something like this, and that kind of creates that fading effect. It looks really clean. And then I just added the DMs on there. And then of course for getting images and stuff, I source from Google. It's probably not the best place, but that's pretty much it. And then the vignette is just a brush. I like to get a really big brush, go around, and then change the fill down a bit. And that's all there is to it for a vignette. For the backgrounds, just Gaussian blur and then a little bit of camera raw. For example, on this one, this is very my favorite version we got. So without the camera raw, with the camera raw, and then also with the blur. That looks really clean. For this example here, you can see that it does look a little bit like a cutout, so I would ideally like to have a little bit better picture. It fits more of the outside because you see the blue sky, so there would be sun, and there doesn't really any sun on me, so that is a little unrealistic. But for this example, it doesn't look too bad. It's passable, but you want to try to make it look as realistic as possible. That's something I'm going to preach over and over again, is make it realistic, make it simple, because the best Photoshop is no Photoshop. You always want to touch stuff up, make it look a little prettier, clean things up. If you're taking like a realistic photo, just clean things up. Try to remove all the distractions. Try to keep stuff to 3 elements, 3 shapes. Make it super obvious to the audience what the video is about. Of course, all the stuff that Lyndon has gone over in his videos. I hope this helped you out. If it did, shoot me a DM at TropicTimesYT on Instagram, or subscribe to me on YouTube, maybe. Lyndon, maybe let me plug my channel. That's all I got. Peace.
All right, so now you know how to come up with the idea, you know how to write the title, and you know how to make an amazing thumbnail. But how do all of these work together? The thumbnail is the first part, the title is the second, and the idea is the third. Let me go ahead and explain. So you see, the thumbnail and the title should relate to one another. You know, your thumbnail should have something to do with your title, right? Like they need to be connected in some way, but they also can't be the same. For example, let's take a look at this video by Arak that's called Sneaking into Celebrity Pools. So as you can see, the thumbnail has Taylor Swift. right? That's what the text is. It's him and Taylor Swift at a pool. He's sneaking into the pool and she's there. There's no indication of the fact that he's sneaking into celebrities' pools, except that he's dressed as a pool boy and he's with Taylor Swift. Off of that thumbnail alone, we can't like understand what the video is about. Like if we saw that thumbnail without the title, then it would be like, okay, like what? But what he does is he catches our eye with a thumbnail by including, a famous person, Taylor Swift, bright colors, and, the fact that has that menacing face and is dressed as a pool boy, right? So he catches our attention with that. And once our attention is caught, we automatically shift our view to the title to be like, okay, what is this about? And that goes into sneaking into celebrities' pools. So once we read that title, we're like, he snuck into Taylor Swift's pool. That's crazy. And then it's like, okay, let's watch this video. So that's how he connects those. And that's how you need to be connecting them too. Let me show you an example for the education niche as well, because that's honestly probably what most of you guys are going to be in. So let's go to Ali Abdal. All right, let's look at this video. How to make $10,000 a month writing online. So his thumbnail is literally just him pointing to Twitter, $6,417. Pointing to LinkedIn, $3,780. Off of that thumbnail alone, we cannot get any information from it. We're like, okay, what is this video about? It's just showing that he made money. But those revenue numbers, the 6,000, the 3,000, those catch our attention because we're like, okay, wait, what? $6,000 from Twitter, like $3,000 from LinkedIn. Like, how's that? What is this? Like, how did he do that? And then we go ahead and read the title, which says how to make $10,000 a month writing online. And then we're like, he's teaching us how to make these kind of numbers writing online. Dang, that's pretty cool. And then we go ahead and click, right? So, and if you look at this video, no one cares. That alone is not going to do anything for us. But once we read the title, 9 things I wish I knew when I started YouTube. So that's really the process in putting them together. If you're going to make videos like the top YouTubers, your thumbnail shouldn't explain the entire video. Your thumbnail should just be like a teaser. It should be eye-catching, to make you feel like something, show like some sort of desired outcome or something like that. And then you connect it to the title, and then that gives context on that thumbnail. And once you do that, it's going to increase your CTR by a ton because viewers go through that 2-step process, which is extremely important. Okay, and that is it. All right, we are on to the last lesson in Module 2, which is going to show you exactly how to use AI for YouTube. This is a very relatively new kind of development in YouTube, and there's only a couple ways that I've seen that are actually valuable. So I'm going to go over those now. By the end of this class, you'll kind of learn how to speed up your process of production, get new ideas from AI, and essentially just overall increase your efficiency. All right, so let's dive into vidIQ. We're going to use vidIQ obviously because it actually takes the data from your YouTube channel and uses it to, come up with ideas and whatnot. So the first way that we're going to use this, you've already seen how you can use it for ideas, so I'm not going to go over that again. But what I will do is I will go over titles. So for specific videos that you already have ideated, let's do this one. I wrote 7,500 titles to beat YouTube, right? So if I go ahead and go back into here, write 10 more titles, more engaging titles for this video. Essentially, it's going to come up with 10 completely new concepts, right? Mastering YouTube 7,500 titles later, 7,500 titles, my journey to YouTube success. How I wrote 7,500 titles to dominate YouTube. That's a great title. Unlocking YouTube, the power of 7,500 titles. The 7,500 title challenge, conquering YouTube. That's good. YouTube uncovered 7,500 titles and count. Not good. How 7,500 titles transform my YouTube channel. I like that. Yeah, I think for example, how I wrote 7,500 titles to dominate YouTube. That's probably the best idea out of all of these, but I wouldn't have come up with that idea if I didn't put that prompt in. So it's really a good way. You could just keep going down and say can you come up with 10 more? Can you come up with 10 more? Can you come up with 10 more? And eventually you'll have a huge list of titles that you can use and test against each other. And it's super powerful. I use this all the time in my videos because once I get a list of 50 as well, you can just drop that in there and then you could be like, hey, come up with 10 more based off of these 50. And the more data an AI program has, the more efficient it's going to be. The next way that you can use AI is to have it literally just come up with your descriptions. So I could write me a description for this YouTube video. And now it'll write me an entire description for my channel. Bro, I hate writing descriptions. So this just, this always saves me time. Fortunately, my descriptions on Amplify views are not that serious. It's literally just watch this next video here. That's it. So I don't use this for the Amplify channel, but I do use this with our clients because, bro, I don't want to be writing those descriptions. I don't got time for that. So I just put it in the AI generator and it works great because, it analyzes the channel and it just comes up with a good description. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I only use AI for ideas, titles, and writing descriptions. Other than that, it's still in the beta stages. I think it's just not ready to perform like as good as a human does. So essentially what you want to do is just do everything else yourself. But if you can use it for these things, I think the idea generation is extremely powerful. You know, if you want to really take YouTube seriously, I would 100% recommend doing that, because, you know, you just get so many like new ideas that you aren't coming up with yourself, right? You're getting like a second opinion, you know, with the AI. So you're getting a second source of information. Yeah, obviously the title variations, that saves you a good amount of time. That's super valuable. You can come up with some really new stuff. I know a lot of other YouTubers besides me that also use this to come up with ideas. For example, on a consulting call, Nate Wealth literally told me to use this. He was like, yo, this is how I come up with my ideas. You need to do this. And I was like, okay, bet. And then I haven't looked back. So I personally found vidIQ super valuable, and I know you will too. I do have that affiliate link where you can get started for just $1. So go ahead and test it out. Just start with $1. It's literally just $1. Go ahead and use that link in the description. That would mean the world to me. And it's time for us to move on to module 3, where we will be going over how to script an entire YouTube video start to finish. I'm going to teach you how to write an intro. I'm going to teach you how to write the body, how to structure the script, and I'm even going to give you my own scripting template that you can just copy and paste. So with that said, let's go ahead and dive in. Welcome to module 3. This is the scripting module where we're essentially just going to go over how to write a perfect YouTube script from start to finish. I'm going to go over everything that's included in the scripting process, my, frameworks that I follow, how to write an intro, how to actually write the body, and, how to write better. I'm going to go over some copywriting techniques that I haven't heard any other YouTuber talk about that I've been using and I think are very valuable. Yeah, let's just dive in. The first thing that we need to go over is how to write a hook. So what is a hook? A hook is essentially something that just captures people's attention. It's the opening line of your video. It's what, stops someone from clicking on your video, clicking off immediately. You really need to grab their attention. And there's a few ways that we can go about this. First, we have to realize that the reason that someone is on our video in the first place is because of the title and the thumbnail. So the best way to keep them on the video is actually just repeat the title and thumbnail in the hook. This is something that I do a lot of, and I always try to include my title somewhere in the first 1 to 3 lines. This can also go on a visual basis. So let's go ahead and dive into my computer. I'm going to pull up a channel called Preston Plays. All right, let's go ahead and dive into my computer, and we're going to look up this channel called Preston Goes. So as you can see, his title and thumbnail is very strong. My investigation of the $2.3 billion megasphere. And it's him in front of the sphere with an eyeball, right? That's his thumbnail. So you'll notice what happens when we click on the video. Let's go ahead and hop into here. So you notice the opening frame is literally the exact same thing. This opening frame right in here, it's the exact same image as this. Look, boom, 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 boom. And then it goes to him where he's there too.
Here. This is the largest spherical structure.
So he has immediately confirmed to the viewer with his hook. That's both a auditory hook. Let's see what he says. So this sphere cost $2.3 billion, just like the title.
And I'm going to find out why.
And I'm going to find out why, my investigation. He's immediately confirmed the title and the thumbnail in the first 3 seconds. So the viewer clicked on that title and thumbnail, and then they're immediately getting more of that. So it's an instant feedback loop. They're like, okay, I clicked on this and I actually got it. They're not worried about being clickbaited because he's already delivered on the promise, right? He's already delivered on the title and thumbnail by literally just showing them in the first frame. And that hook is both auditory and visual. Let's take a look at another example. This is my video. YouTube is a video game. Here's how you win. YouTube is a video game. And if you understand how to play, you can level up fast. Boom. Literally immediately from title and thumbnail, the first thing that I say is YouTube is a video game. YouTube is a video game. And have the YouTube logo just like in my thumbnail. And if you notice, it even comes from the bottom. So it's literally just a direct copy of my title and thumbnail in that first couple frames, in the first second. YouTube is a video game, and if you understand how to play, you can level up fast and get millions of views. Just like one of my clients who got... So boom, that's literally exactly how you should hook the viewer in. It's perfect because it instantly confirms what they clicked on. To show you how I would actually do this and plan this, let's go ahead and write out one right now. So if I go into this video, I wrote 7,500 titles to be YouTube. In the intro, I would immediately confirm to the viewer that this is the video they clicked on, right? So the hook on that would be, I wrote 7,500 titles to beat the YouTube algorithm. Boom. Like that's it. Like it's pretty much the exact same title, and you don't have to make it exact. It shouldn't be exact. It should be a little variation on it, but it should overall be the same thing. And then you know what I could have this do? I would literally just have it match the thumbnail. So I don't have the thumbnail for this video yet, but let's say there's a thumbnail with a bunch of titles on a page and then me in front of it. It could be me at the start and be like, I wrote, and then it cuts to a list of 7,500 or of a bunch of titles scrolling down as B-roll. So I could write that here. So let's go ahead and do that. Have screen recording or animation of thousands of titles scrolling down or on a page. So bam. And that's pretty much it. It's actually quite simple to write a really good hook. It all comes down to matching viewer expectations. You don't need to get crazy or promise the viewer anything. So yeah, I hope that helps. That's exactly how I frame my hooks. And now let's go to the next lesson where I teach you how to write a perfect intro. All right, welcome into the intro masterclass. We are about to go over every single thing that you need to know to write an engaging intro that keeps people past the 30 to 60 second mark. Now, I've developed a framework for this that I think is really good. So let's go ahead and dive in. And okay, going off this video from the last lesson, we can go ahead and check this out. So as you can see, I have a couple questions in here that I think are extremely valuable for writing an intro. So first, we want to kind of establish, how can I make this appeal to someone with 500 subscribers? That's a very important question because we want beginners to be able to understand our content, right? Because generally, the biggest market, the most amount of people are beginners rather than advanced people. So we need to make sure that we're actually giving them value and not just people who already understand the concept. So I wrote down by giving them examples of common title frameworks, because again, this video is about how to write a title. So if a beginner sees an example of a common title framework and they're like, okay, I can come up with a bunch of good titles based off of this framework, then that's super valuable to them. And that could be like To Prove It's Not Luck. I wrote 7,500 titles to prove it's not luck. Easy framework. I built X in a row to prove it's not luck. I wrote 7,500 titles in a row to prove it's not luck, right? It's like, those are very useful frameworks that you can like use that most beginners don't know about. So that was that one. And then the next question is, how can I make this appeal to someone with 10 million subscribers? Because you also want to appeal to the advanced people, because if not, then, your audience is going to be all beginners. That's fine. But for my channel and my business on the back end, we work with bigger YouTubers. So I want the advanced audience to be able to watch this video and take something away from it. And how I answered that question was essentially just showing them new title formats. Big YouTubers can always benefit from just learning some new title frameworks. I think that's super valuable for them because then they can, come up with more ideas and have their videos perform better. And the next one I ask is, how can I make this appeal to my mom? I just like this because it tells me, like, it gives me an idea of like, how can I make this appeal to someone who's like never heard about YouTube, has no idea about anything. And I think that's super valuable. It's just like, how can I make this interesting to someone who doesn't even know about YouTube? That, my mom likes data. So I just put by showing data. It could be different for you. So yeah, I always make sure I ask myself those 3 questions before I dive into a script. And now let's go ahead and get into the actual intro. So I have this framework. I got this from Colin and Samir. I changed it a little bit, but it's pretty much just their exact framework. So full credit to them. The first thing that I want to do is immediately confirm to the viewer that this video is what they clicked on and the packaging is not clickbait. We've kind of already gone over how to do this. I wrote 7,500 titles to beat the YouTube algorithm. Again, just matching the title and thumbnail. Next, we move on to the next line. Introduce new narratives or unclosed loops. I also like to include some social proof, so I'll add this here. I don't actually have that in the framework, but essentially just add social proof. I like to add that in the second line. I wrote 7,500 titles to beat the YouTube algorithm. And doing this has taken my YouTube channel from 0 to 5,000 subscribers in only 2 months. That's social proof because I'm establishing, okay, I actually know what I'm talking about. That's super important. That is what you want to do as early in the script as possible. So go ahead and just add like a social proof in the second line. I like to mention it 2 to 3 times in my intro just to really make sure that that is dialed in and people understand that, I actually do know what I'm talking about, especially on, a channel with such low subs. You have to make that very clear. So I would add that there. The next line is introduce new narratives or unclosed loops. So an unclosed loop is essentially raising a question that hasn't been answered and you don't answer it. So what I would do here is introduce a new narrative. I would say 99% of small YouTubers are writing titles wrong. So I'm not saying like, oh, there's this big secret or anything. That is an unclosed loop because if I say that line, people are going to be like, okay, well, what's the right way? So 99% of small YouTubers are writing titles wrong. And it's likely the reason that they're still waking up with no new subscribers. I just like to add that line because it's a good line for YouTube growth. There are certain lines that you learn over time that your audience just responds to. And that's one of them for me. So essentially I raised the question, what is the right way to write titles? And I might actually raise one more in that. 99% of small YouTubers are writing titles wrong. And it's likely the reason that they're still waking up with writing titles wrong. And it's likely the reason that I like to apply it to the audience. You're still waking up with no new subscribers. But there is a step-by-step framework that the top YouTubers follow. And it allows them to get millions of views without creativity or without used to write titles. And once you learn it, your videos will go from this to this, right? So now I'm essentially showing them a transformation here. That's super powerful. And what I'm also doing is opening another loop. But there is a step-by-step framework that the top YouTubers use to write titles. And then they're like, okay, what is that step-by-step framework? And that's like the promise of the video, right? I'm going to go over that step-by-step framework. And once you learn it, your videos will go from this to this. So here's the question, but once we answer that question, here's what's going to happen to you. So that really convinces them to stick around. And that's super important while you're writing your intros because, you want people to stay past that 30-second mark and not just click off. So after this, the next thing is make sure that you set the right expectation in the intro. With this, I usually like to establish another line of credibility. So I could say, and this is the same framework that I used to take Joel Kaplan, which is one of my clients, from 6,000 to over 237,000 subscribers. Boom. Another form of social proof, right? So I'm showing okay, I've actually done this to get over 100,000 subscribers, right? I've used this framework. So that's super powerful. All of you have social proof. You just need to find it. And that could be in your personal life, in the gym, whatever you're good at, leverage that and just figure out some way to frame it as you have authority, because that's the most important thing. And if you have no authority at all, then you know what? It's all good. You're still going to be fine, but just try to find anything that you can to put it in there. Maybe you've had a YouTube short blow up to 100,000 views. Put that in there. Just anything you can, just squeeze it in. And the last thing is establish singularity. Why is your video or POV unique? For me, it would be something around, okay, I've been doing YouTube for 3 years, made over 6 figures online. It could also be the mission of the channel, which is I'm on a mission to take 1,000 people to over 100,000 subscribers completely for free. So that's another thing that I could say, right? So establish singularity. And this is the same framework that I used to take Joel Kaplan from 6,000 to over 237,000 subscribers. But today I'm giving it all away for free because I'm on a mission to take 1,000 people to over 100,000 subscribers, right? So that's an easy way to establish singularity. What is your goal? Why are you different? That's my motto, right? Is I'm giving it all away for free because I'm on a mission to take 1,000 people to over 100,000 subscribers. Sweet. So that's writing an intro from scratch. Now I want to go over an actual intro that I've already filmed. So let's go ahead and go into one of my most recent videos. YouTube is a video game. Here's how you win. First off, I answered those questions. I'm not going to go over those, but you can pause if you want to. Immediately confirm to the viewer that this video is what you clicked on and is not clickbait. YouTube is a video game, and if you understand how to play, you can level up fast and get millions of views. Just like one of my clients, boom, just like one of my clients who got 1.9 million views and made over $6 million in the last 12 months. That's some social proof, right? Second line. Introduce new narratives or end closed loops. You see, YouTube has a secret cheat codes to guarantee you go viral. Has secret cheat codes, obviously. What are those cheat codes that guarantee you go viral? It's also relating back to the title, cheat codes, like a video game. And I use these cheat codes myself to go from 0 to 1,000 subscribers on this channel in under 1 month. Boom, more social proof. I learned these from working with people like the Cheeky Boyos, Eric, and Young Gravy. More social proof. But 99% of small YouTubers don't know them. So it's no wonder that when you post a new video, you wonder why it doesn't get 1,000 views. So again, open loop. And I'll be honest, it's not because your content is bad. Open loop, why is it not working? And then I answer it. It's because the top creators understand, well, actually I answer it, but I don't answer it. It's because the top creators understand that there are shortcuts to going viral. What are those shortcuts? And just like a video game, once you learn how to play, you can advance through the levels much faster. Okay, how do I learn how to play? Make sure you set the right expectations. In this video, I'm going to give you all of these secrets away for completely free, my unique proposition, so that your next video can look like this. Bam. Result. And then it hops into the script. So as you can see, it's a very effective scripting framework. It works amazingly well, as you can see, just from my channel. That retains people way better than any other script framework that I've ever seen. So I think that this is super valuable for you guys. I'm going to make sure I link this framework down below so you guys can get it. I think it's going to help you out a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's move on to the next lesson where I teach you the storytelling structures that you can use to go viral. Okay, welcome into the first storytelling module. We're going to be going over all of the storytelling structures that I use and essentially just how to overall structure a good story. Because at the end of the day, even if you're doing an educational video, even if you're doing a tutorial video, you need to incorporate story in some way or else the viewer is going to get bored. Let me go ahead and show you how I do this and how you can too. The first thing we need to go over is what is storytelling. This is honestly a very common misconception. I mean, a lot of people have a lot of different definitions. If your definition is different than mine, then that's fine. But how I view storytelling is essentially taking the viewer from one point to another. That's storytelling. So basically taking a viewer from one point to another without having them get lost in the middle. If you can do that, then I believe that you've told a successful story. So for example, in an educational video, that could be taking a viewer from the unknown to the known. And if you do that successfully, that is successfully telling a story. The next thing we need to ask is, what is its purpose? So there's a couple frameworks that we can go off of with a story structure. There's many different types of stories, but I'm going to go over the ones that I use personally. And the first of those is the 3-act story structure. This one is really the best one for entertainment. I mean, creators like Mr. Beast, Eric, they're all using this story structure. It's how they model their videos and how they kind of guarantee that the viewer will stay interested throughout. They use it when writing their scripts. They use it when doing their editing. They think about this a lot. So if you haven't heard of this before, then this is a very important module to watch because this is what the top guys are doing. This is what I do. I personally do it for education, although I don't hit it every single time. It's less important for education. There are a couple other frameworks that we use, but for entertainment, the 3-act story structure is king. So let's go over it right now. Okay, so as you can see in this image, this is a 3-act story structure. You have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. In that, you have the introduction in the first act. So basically what that means is just introducing the story, introducing the characters, and then by the end of Act 1, right before Act 2, you have a plot point. So that means essentially just putting something interesting in there, putting like the beginning of the story. And also Act 1 is the setup for the rest of the story. So you want to introduce new narratives and all of that. Act 2 is the confrontation. So this is where the viewer actually gets into the meat of the video. They're like, oh, dang, okay, here's the information. Here is the actual challenge. This is like the bulk of the story. And this is the rising action, right? So the stakes keep getting higher throughout the video. Let's go ahead and look at Mr. Beast's video for this. All right, so this video, as you can see in the intro,
I built a giant death trap, which is just one of many traps we've built. And for every
right, so that's the setup. That's the beginning of the setup. I'm not going to watch this whole video, but he's essentially introducing everything. He's introducing the characters, which is Mac. He's introducing he's foreshadowing with these. He's introducing plot points. But if we skip a little bit if we skip to the meat of the video,
$500,000, I want to tell you about Stumble Guy.
Okay, that's the sponsor.
Oh, of course, because you just won $100,000. That's right.
All right.
Dude. We're going 200 feet in the air, where he's gonna have to face his biggest fear. If he wants to walk away with $700,000. Mac, let's take off the trash can.
So here he is in the meat of the challenges. He's gone through a couple and the stakes are just getting higher and higher. He's on level 7 right now, so he's got $600,000 or $700,000 on the line. So that's the second act. It's really just rising action. Stakes get high. Essentially just actually doing the challenge or actually going into the information in an educational video. And then at the end, you have a final plot point right before Act 3, which is the crisis. And the crisis is extremely intense. It's the most intense point of the video. It's what everything's been leading up to. That could either be a win or a loss. It could be whatever you want, but it needs to be something that's it needs to be the finale of the story, if that makes sense. So in Mr. Beast's video, how does he do it, right? So this guy is going through all these challenges if he loses all of the money. So let's go ahead and go through. In this final challenge, it's getting super intense. Mac is chiseling away at this cookie. He's going hard, and if he breaks it, he loses $800,000. And look at the editing. Look at the overall build-up to this climax.
Starting to pull pieces off. Just so you know, there's 60 seconds left.
Faster cuts. Fast, heighten. climax. Beautiful climax. This video is probably my favorite Mr. Beast video ever. Like this moment, the way that he built up to it was so intense. It was just like, it was ridiculous. I was like, oh my God. That was like, it had my heart pumping. Like there's no chance I'm clicking off of that video. So if we go back to the 3-act story structure, we see that like we're at the crisis right now. He just broke the cookie and it's like, holy shit, like, what's gonna happen now? And now we go into the falling action.
Oh. I actually don't know what to say.
I'm such an idiot, dude. Man, I had it all. I had $700,000. I don't know why I did this.
Would it have hurt less if you just lost the first challenge?
So much less.
Well, here, come on, buddy. Come on. Let's stand up.
Let it be known, if you're in a Mr. Beast video, quit while you're ahead.
Boom. Falling action. So now he's, well, actually, I'll let it play out. It's just a beautiful scene.
I'll be honest, guys.
Boom. That absolutely beautiful falling action. Like that's how it should be done. Obviously, Mr. Beast is one of the best in the world at this, but as you can see, it's like he introduces the story, he builds to that climax, and then it's just boom. And it's so good. Like the climax is just like boom, like it makes you like emotional, you know? And then after that, the falling action is just like, it settles everything. It shows him falling and it's like, wow, like I just watched a truly beautiful video. And that's exactly what you want your viewer to feel, which is one of the hardest things to do as a content creator. But if you can learn how to create that emotion in someone, then you're really never gonna have to worry about retention or anything like that again. And that should be the ultimate goal of most content creators, is to learn how to manufacture that emotion in people. It's really a beautiful thing when you can do it. So with that said, that's the 3-act story structure. I would recommend you guys go watch this entire video just to see how he does it and really just analyze it from that lens of the 3-act structure, taking a look at it. But yeah, let's lighten up the mood and move on to the next one. Okay, so the next storytelling structure is called the hero's journey. I'm sure you've probably heard that word before. It's also super powerful. This is honestly what most movies follow. They also follow the 3-act structure, but these are kind of a combination. So at the highest levels of storytelling, this is what happens. So if you look at any adventure, any Disney movie or anything like that, it's literally the hero's journey. So I'm going to put up this diagram right here and let's analyze and walk through it. So for one, you have the status quo. So this is essentially when the character is just doing their normal thing in their normal life, just doing whatever the heck they want. Next, you have the call to adventure. So this is when the character gets that first call to the story. They're basically getting up and they're like, okay, something needs to be done. I need to go on this adventure. There's a reason why I have to do this. And it takes them away from their ordinary life, right? Like that's what makes it interesting. If you were just going to watch somebody cleaning their house, wouldn't be interesting. So they get called to adventure. Next, they have some sort of assistance. So someone helps them, get ready to go. And then, so someone helps them to get ready to go. Next, they actually leave for their journey, which is the real start of everything. Then they start going through the trials, right? So this could be facing challenges, overcoming them and progressing the story forward. Next, you have the approach, right? So it's like, gearing up to fight the big boss after they've gone through all of these travels, after they've gone through all of these. Next is the approach. So they're gearing up to fight the big boss. They're gearing up to do the big thing that they've been leading up to. They've gone through the trials. They're getting ready. And this is that part where they are getting ready. So after they're ready, they go and they fight that big boss. So this is like a huge thing in the story, right? Like this is the climax. This is when they're fighting that big boss. And then after they beat them, they get to the treasure. They get to their end goal. And that also leads them to just their result, right? During the falling action, they go ahead and return to the normal world. So they'll make the journey back or they'll be back home. And then the next step is that they go into their new life. So they've shown how they've changed as a character and how the whole story impacted them and the people around them. 11 is the resolution. That's coming home with the treasure, saving their family, making up, and everything is resolved. And then it ends, and that's the entire hero's journey. But I wanted to show you guys a actual example of this just because I think that's very valuable. We're not going to watch a YouTube video. We're going to watch a short, Would You Fly to Paris for a Baguette? This is a perfect hero's journey, and it's one of the reasons why it's one of his most viewed shorts, because it has 984 million views. So if we look at this video,
If I give you $100, would you go to Paris to get me a baguette? No. If I
So
give you
people in the status
$300,
quo-
would you fly to Paris to bring me back a baguette? Yeah, right now.
Actually?
Yeah.
So again, he's in his status quo, doing his normal thing. It's at Duke University. That's actually in my hometown. That's funny. And Mr. Beast is giving him that call to adventure, right? He's like, would you go to Paris for a baguette? That's the call to adventure.
Flight included?
Yes.
Flight included. That's the assistance. This is also the assistance. You know, getting ready. Mr. Beast is assisting him. And now we move on to the departure. So now he's in Paris. Now he's going through the trials. Can I have a baguette?
He's actually getting Tom baguettes right now.
So he's gone through the trials, getting to the approach. He's fought the big boss. He's enjoying Paris, right? That's like the big boss. And now he's got the treasure. He's got the result. He's on the return home. He's going into his new life.
Honestly, just needed one.
And then he resolves it by giving it to Mr. Beast. And boom, that's a classic hero's journey, right? Like literally a step-by-step hero's journey. Every single thing is accounted for. So that's one of the reasons why that video has so many views, because it follows that story structure, right? And again, these rules are meant to be broken. You're not supposed to be confined by these, but until you learn them, until you get them down, I would recommend not breaking them too much. Once you've mastered these, like once you've made multiple videos following a hero's journey, following a 3x structure, you understand how it works and how it impacts the story, then you can go ahead and break the rules, right? Like skip one of these or just flip it around, right? But until then, you really want to try to follow this as closely as possible. And of course, put it in your own way, like make it your own, but it helps a lot in the beginning because it gives you an actual framework to work off of that is already proven. And that's it for the storytelling structures. These are the most basic ones that you can do. There's a ton. Like you can go down the rabbit hole and spend hours and hours on this, but 90% of the videos that blow up on YouTube are modeled after one of these two structures, if not both. So if you want to dive deeper, you can definitely do that, but it's time for us to move on to the next lesson. All right, welcome into the next lesson. Now that you understand the main storytelling structures, we're going to go over essentially the storytelling basics, like what to put in those structures and how to make it actually make sense to the viewer. So the way I think about storytelling is literally just connecting blocks. I took a course by Nathaniel Drew and Johnny Harris, and it was extremely good. One of the best YouTube courses I've ever taken. So huge shout out to them for this framework. But essentially, storytelling is like hopping across a river on rocks. So I don't know how many of you have ever crossed like a river where you just jump from rock to rock, but I feel like that's a common thing. So hopefully that's a good analogy. You want to think of each of those rocks as scenes. And if one of the rocks is missing, you can't cross the river. You can't get to the other side, right? If you jump and there's no rock there, you're going to fall into the river and get swept away. Your video is like the rocks and the viewer is jumping across them. So you have to make sure that they are in order and close enough to one another that the viewer can actually reach them. And what that means, going away from this analogy, is that you have to essentially make each point in your story connect to the last. So each point in your story should connect to the last point. And that's the way that it makes sense, right? Like let's say we have a plot point here. Like let's say, okay, I'm going to the museum. And then you have a plot point here. Okay, I'm going to the pizza store. We are so lost on like what happened in between that. There's no context to that. But if we connect it like this, I'm going to the museum. I get to the museum. I look at the art. Now I get a little bit hungry. Okay, I decide I want pizza. Then I go to the pizza store. That is just way easier to follow, right? It's very simple, but you want to make sure that you are really hammering down on that and making your story make sense to people. Because the problem is, even if you just miss one piece of context, the viewer will just get swept away by that river. Like, even if the rest of the video makes sense, the viewer's not going to follow it because they've already been lost. And now they're just like, their mind's like, okay, what the heck just happened? Like, they're trying to catch back up onto what's going on. So you really need to make sure from start to finish, you're connecting every single point. And that doesn't mean that it just has to be a linear story, right? Like, you could have flashbacks to go, you know, we're doing one thing, then you go back in time, and then you're doing something else. And then you go forward. And this doesn't have to be linear, right? It doesn't have to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could be like going forward in time, and then you go to a point back in time, and then you go back to the main timeline, right? It just all has to connect together. There has to be a reason for that split. And when you're writing your script, you need to keep this in mind because you want to make sure that each line that you write makes sense after the last line, right? So if you write one line, you need to make sure the next line makes sense. Your goal as the YouTuber is essentially make it as easy as possible for the viewer to follow along. So if you write out a script about going to the grocery store, maybe you start off with, I woke up at 7 a.m. today, but I decided I was a little hungry. So I decided to go to the grocery store. And then you could be like, I opened my door, grabbed my bag and stepped outside. But it was a little cold. So I went back and I grabbed my jacket and put it on. I stepped back outside and started walking to the grocery store. I eventually got there, opened the doors and went inside. but they didn't have what I was looking for. So I decided to go home. So, right, like that entire sentence makes sense. Like that connects all of the dots and the viewer is able to follow along with that. But if I made that same example and it was like, I woke up today, I went to the grocery store, and then I went back home with nothing. It just doesn't make sense, right? You're so lost and it just doesn't connect at all. So yeah, that's essentially it. It's really basic, but I do think it needs to be stated that your goal is to make it make sense for the viewer. And connect each line after the last. All right, let's hop into the next module where we go over the scripting workflow. All right, guys, welcome into the first copywriting module. These are going to be some of the most valuable modules in the entire course because I've never really seen anybody else talk about these. A lot of this is coming from the direct response industry, which is like advertising. That's who I study for copywriting, and it's worked pretty well. So most YouTubers are looking at other YouTubers to learn how to script, but I think that you get the most value from learning from other industries that are farther ahead of you, and that's what I've done with this. So let's go ahead and break it down. This concept is called open loops. Your goal as the writer is to make the viewer stay as long as they possibly can throughout the video. And to do that, we have to use human psychology. Naturally, when someone asks you a question, you want to find the answer. I'll see this a lot with my friends. Like if they don't know something like, oh, what is that? And then they go search it up on their phone to try to find out, right? Like that's a clear example of human psychology. And that whole psychological process goes question, incompleteness, answer, and then satisfaction. And naturally, humans don't want to be left in a state of incompleteness. So we can use that process to our advantage. You essentially want to open loops throughout your script. And that just means raising a bunch of questions. I actually have this in my script outline. Like if we go to Notion right now and I just show you my script, like this one doesn't even have anything on it, right? Literally, payoff 1, open loop. Payoff 2, open loop. Payoff 3, open loop. Payoff 1, open loop. Payoff 2, open loop, right? Like, so I have this. It's so important to me that I've literally just wrote it down to make sure I don't forget to do it. And to do this, you essentially just want to raise questions by telling them they're going to learn something and then not giving them the answer quite yet. It's very simple. Like it's not a difficult concept, right? But it is extremely powerful because it plays on that incompleteness of people. Like for example, I could say the line, there is one secret that I learned to increase my AVD. And it's something that no YouTuber has ever told you about. That raises the question, what is this secret? And the second line confirms that it's something they don't already know. Another easy way to do this is simply by having a listicle video. And in your intro, you say, there are 7 secrets to success. Until they've heard all 7, they're going to feel incomplete. And that makes it much harder for them to leave. And even a farther psychological trick that you can use is just count backwards. So if you start at 7 and go all the way down to 1, it implies that 1 is the most important. And therefore, they will likely stay for 1, right? So as a little psychological tip you can use as well. But even just having a listicle 1 through 7 is extremely powerful. But if you keep opening loops nonstop, you need to find a way to close them. And there is one way that I use to close my loops that's extremely effective. And the thing is, it can make or break your videos. You see what I did there? Let's hop into the next module where I answer that open loop. Okay, so to close that loop, what I'm talking about is called payoffs. And obviously, payoffs are essentially where you close the loop and give the answer. But after doing this, you should open another loop because at the end of the day, you don't want the viewer to leave. If they have all of the information, they're just going to leave. If they have no reason to stick around. So you need to also open more loops throughout the script. And to have effective payoffs, which are the height or feel good parts of your script, you also need to have the depths where you take the viewer into that uncomfortable feeling. Your script should really be like a roller coaster with lows and highs. And for the low sections, you want to touch on the struggles of your viewers. For example, one of the struggles that I target a lot is, if you don't do this, you're still going to be waking up with no new subscribers. That's a low point. Like people feel that. I've felt that before, These could be personal, internal struggles or they could be external. Like I would look at my phone and I would see 3 subscribers on the day. You could go internally and say something like, I know that feeling of waking up with no new subscribers. It absolutely sucks. Like I remember I would look at my phone in the morning and I would see just a 0. I would see my video got 5 views. And that's one of the worst feelings in the world. You feel like you're never going to make it as a YouTuber because your growth is just so slow. It's going to take you 100 years to get to 1,000 subscribers. And that's a really disheartening and unmotivating feeling. So you see like how I went into that genuine internal emotion. Like we've all felt that as small YouTubers. Like we've all felt that feeling before, right? It's not disingenuous. That's the thing. It can't be. It can't be. It has to be a real feeling that you and your audience both feel. And you have to take them into that deep depth of uncomfortableness. And then you have to pull them out of it because no one wants to just watch a video where they just get sad, Like you have to pull them out. So then to bring it to high section, you want to give them energy. You want to be like, I had that feeling too. And still I started doing this one thing. And once I did this thing, I started getting 5 subscribers, 10 subscribers the day after that, 15 the day after that. And I'm all the way at 5,000 subscribers. I get a couple hundred every single day, and I'm getting hundreds of thousands of views on my videos. And I did it all without spending a ton of time on making these videos. Now YouTube makes so much sense, and I'm able to make a full-time income online. Like, that would be me pulling someone out of the depths of despair, and then I would go ahead and explain how to do that, right? So I'd be like, okay, well, you're going to use highs and lows in your script. After I pull them into that, I'd go ahead and explain kind of what actually that thing is. But you need to take them low, bring them high, explain it, take them low, bring them high, explain. Your video will have ups and downs throughout. But overall, you want to be on an uptrend to where when you reach your climax, like we talked about in the earlier modules, that is the highest moment of your video, and you want to build into that. So you want to have those highs and lows, but your highest high and low should be at your climax. So that could be like an insane high and then go to an insane low for your climax, just like that Mr. Beast video. Or you could have an insane low and then go to an insane high. That is how you make a viewer feel satisfied. And that's your goal, right? So that's pretty much it. That's it for copy payoffs. Pretty basic concept. Most of the stuff is extremely basic, right? You just have to know it. You just have to learn it. And once you do, your channel will take off because you're able to just master the fundamentals. It's not some complicated process. It's just a couple things. All right, let's go ahead and hop into the next lesson where I talk about another copywriting strategy that I use to make my scripts flow better and I use to retain people for longer. All right, the next lesson in this module is called Assumptive Questions. So this is a really interesting copywriting strategy that I learned from a guy named Alan Soltanic. He's huge in the direct response space. He's insanely talented. So go check him out. He has some free stuff. He's amazing. So let's go ahead and jump into this. I use this for YouTube all the time, and I'm going to share it with you today. Okay, first, I want you to listen to 2 scripts. The first script is, I like cake, but why does it have so much sugar? It's because America wants us to gain weight. But why does America want us to gain weight? It's because it's good for big companies. How is it good for big companies? Well, they make massive profits from it. That script's okay. It's not bad, but it can be a lot better. So let's listen to the second one where we use assumptive questions. I like cake, but America wants us to gain weight, so they add crazy amounts of sugar in order to trick our dopamine receptors into addiction. Then we pay companies massive amounts to feed us poison, right? That script sounds way better. Like, that's insidious, tells like there's like this evil organization going on, right? It's just overall a much more intriguing and interesting script. But what you'll notice is that the second script actually still answers all of the questions that we asked in the first script, but it doesn't use any of the questions. Like, we don't have any questions in that second script, but it still answers everything from the first script. Doing this where you don't ask any questions to the viewer makes the script flow much better, and it also decreases the friction on the viewer. Because if you ask a viewer a question, they're gonna think about the question, and that takes brain power. And honestly, I'll be real with you guys, like, most people on YouTube don't want to use their brain power. They want to sit back and just have the answers laid out for them. And that's completely fine. That's what we're going to optimize for because we want to get views. So you can use that to your advantage by just not asking them any questions, just answering them immediately, and bam, your script just got infinitely times better. And it's because it makes it an easier viewing experience. So I almost never include any questions in my scripts, but I do include them in my outline. So let me explain. Let's go back to that class with Nate Wealth. So he lists out all of the topics in order. What I'll go in and do is essentially go through all of those topics, and I will ask all of the required questions that need to be in those topics to be answered for it to make sense to the viewer. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go ahead and pull up an empty script. So I'm going to not use my script framework. I'm going to go ahead and just delete all of this. All right, so we're here. I helped a stranger blow up their YouTube channel. So for one, I'll talk about, let's say I talk about title, thumbnail. Then I talk about video editing. Then I talk about posting strategy, right? So these are the 3 things that I'm going to talk about in my video. So what I'm going to go ahead and do now is go ahead and list out all of the questions that need to be answered. So title and thumbnail. How do I write a good title? I'm going to go and put these in bold. Why do I need to write a good title? Why do I need to make a good thumbnail? How can I make a good thumbnail? What will it do for my channel if I invest the time into making a good title and thumbnail? So yeah, I'll basically just go ahead and write all of these questions in here, right? Like, how do I edit videos? Why should you edit? What can I expect if I edit good, right? So I just really go in and I ask all of these questions, and then I essentially just fill them out. I'll just go ahead and fill them out. Like, I'll literally just like, what will it do for my channel if I invest the time into making good title and thumbnail? If I invest the time into making good title and thumbnail, it will increase my CTR from 3% to 10%, tripling the views on my video. Boom. And then I would just delete the question. So I'd answer it, delete the question. And I would probably answer it in a little bit more detail. Just for the sake of this module, I'm not going to, but I would write out like maybe a paragraph answering that question and then literally just delete the question. Like, you'll be surprised. It works almost like 99% of the time. You don't need a question. It just adds something for no reason. So just delete the question, makes the script flow a lot better. And overall, it's just a very solid move that will increase your AVD. And again, this works because we're essentially removing the insecurity from the viewer. When we ask them a question, they feel insecure. So we just remove that completely because we don't want them to feel insecure. We want them to feel confident, relaxed, and just enjoying our video. And again, this can be broken. There are times to ask questions, but for most of the time, try deleting the question and see if it works. Okay, that is assumptive questions. Now let's talk about CTAs, because there is a way to increase the amount of people who go to your next video after watching a video based on your CTA, and you can increase that by like 20%, which is huge. You know, if 100,000 people watch your video, that's 20,000 extra views you just got. So let's go ahead and talk about that. Head over to the next module and let's dive in. Okay, we are on the last lesson of the scripting module. Hopefully so far you've gotten some really good tips on how to write a better script. You know, at the end of the day, you also just got to write a bunch of them, but using these principles will really decrease the amount of time it takes you to write scripts and make them better. So I hope that this was valuable. But we need to talk about CTAs, which you put at the end of your script to make sure people transfer over to the next video. And like I said in the last module, there's a process that I used for this that has increased that by around 20% for me. So again, for every 100,000 views, there's an extra 20,000 views that I'm getting on my videos, just because I implemented this copywriting strategy. And I want to give a huge shout out to George Blackman, because he's the one who shared this. He shared it on Twitter. I took it and ran with it because it was really good. So I'm here sharing it with you guys today. So all credit is due to him, but let me go ahead and tell you guys how this works. So this is a 3-step formula for writing an extremely good CTA. And it's essentially just broken down into 3 parts, and I'm going to walk you through those. So before we go into this, I want to show you how I wrote CTAs beforehand, just so you can have a reference. I'm assuming a lot of you write them like this currently. So let's go ahead and look at it right now. So as you can see in the end of an old script that I did, but most people are scared to invest money into learning about YouTube because they don't know if it'll work. Well, that's why I created a completely free guide to help you get your first 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. And it's the exact step-by-step process I use to take clients to over 100,000 subscribers. You don't even have to give me your email. It's completely free and better than most people's paid stuff. All I ask is that you subscribe and like this video, right? So that's basically telling people to go on to the next video. That's okay. But if you use this framework, it's just on another level. Like it's so good. So let's go ahead and hop in. I'm going to show you the example from my most recent video, which is the art of blowing up on YouTube. All right, so I want you to listen to this CTA. In fact, Iman's creative director also told me that they monitor all of their old videos click-through rates, and if one ever drops below 5%, they will make a new thumbnail for it and A/B test it against the old one until they get back above 5. But to get above 5%, you need to have an eye-catching thumbnail. And there's something that I've started doing recently that's made a huge impact on my click-through rate. So check out this video where I show you what it is and how you can use it to make your next thumbnail more viral than ever, right? And obviously at the end, and check out this video. I'll use the finger. You got to do that. But essentially, this is broken down into 3 parts. And those are a link, a curiosity gap, and a CTA/promise. So first off, let me show you what I mean by link. So in this section, right before the CTA, I was talking about, Iman's creative team, they A/B test to make sure that the CTR is above 5%, right? So I'm saying that CTR needs to be above 5%. So in the first line of the CTA framework, I essentially connect my desired CTA, which is to go watch this video about thumbnails, to the current topic. So I say, but to get above 5%, you need to have an eye-catching thumbnail, right? So I'm essentially just connecting it, right? I'm not actually talking really that much about thumbnails right here, right? In like this section, but I am trying to get people to watch a video about thumbnails in the next section. I connect it back, but to get above 5%, you need to have an eye-catching thumbnail. And so there is a reason for them to go watch this video, right? Because they just came off of that video. I told them why it's important to get above 5%. And now I'm saying, if you want to get above 5%, you need to have this. So that's the link. I'm linking it back to the rest of the video. The next is the curiosity gap. So that's essentially opening a loop, opening a question in a viewer's mind, which we talked about earlier, right? Putting them in a state of discomfort that they feel they need to have answered. So if we look at this, we can say, and there's something that I've started doing recently that's made a huge impact on my click-through rate. So literally, that's opening a loop. And there's something that I've started doing recently. What has he started doing recently? What is this thing that's impacted his click-through rate so much? That's an open loop. People are asking that question and they want to have it answered. So yeah, so that's the curiosity gap, basically opening a loop. And finally, we're going to close it off with a CTA and a promise. So CTA obviously means call to action, right? So you're essentially telling the viewer what to do. So check out this video. That is a call to action. So I do the call to action and now I have to do a promise. So check out this video where I promise you, I'll show you what it is and how you can use it to make your next thumbnail more viral than ever. So I'm essentially promising them that I'll show them what it is for one, but essentially I'll show them how to use it to make their next thumbnail perform way better. So I'm essentially promising them a better thumbnail if they watch the video. Now, this framework is genius. So again, huge shout out to George Blackman, but it's just helped my CTAs so much. The actual in-screen click-through rate on my videos has gone up tremendously. Like, let's go ahead and look at the analytics right now. I actually haven't looked at this yet, so we'll see what it is, but I'm assuming it's high. All right, so if we go to the in-screen element click-through rate, we can see that it's 8.3%, which is really, really high. And before that, it was 5.7%. Obviously, this channel average has been raised because the last 2 videos I've been doing this, but the channel average before this was probably around 2%, maybe 3%, and now it's 8.3%, which is just ridiculous. So that means 8% of people who watch this video, which right now is 54,000 people, that's 4,482 views that I got on another video that I would not have gotten if I didn't do that. That's absolutely insane. That's an extra 4,000 views. And the fact, like, when YouTube sees that, they're like, oh, dang, so many people are funneling over to this next video. This video must be good, right? So it's just, it compounds and it's super powerful. So I hope that this helped. I hope that this was a banger one to end it off on. But yeah, that's it for scripting. I hope that was extremely valuable for you. And now let's move on to module 4, which is filming. And I'm going to show you how to make your videos look like this.
All right, so the first video I ever posted on Amplify Views was the only YouTube guide you'll ever need. And in that video, I outlined all of the gear that you need to get started on YouTube. Now, I'm gonna break that down on a more intense level today. I'm gonna break a lot more stuff down, so there's definitely gonna be some new information in here that you should listen to. However, I did already outline the gear packages that you have the option to get in this guide, so we're gonna go based off of that, but let's go ahead and dive in. So first off, if you don't have any money, literally just use your iPhone. That's you don't really need anything more than that. You could buy a cheap little lavalier mic with that. Could be like $10 just to get a little bit better audio. However, if you have around $500, I think that's 100% worth it to invest just because you're gonna get that real camera look and it's gonna be a lot higher quality. So let's go ahead and jump into that package and I'll kind of show you what you can get with around $500. So for one, you're gonna wanna get a box light. I just have a cheap $40 box light on here. That's all you really need, to be honest. The lighting, you can literally do this without a light at all. Just use like a window and essentially just angle yourself like 45 degrees to the window and it's gonna look great. So you don't really need a light, but if you have around $500, I think it's probably worth it to invest it in a light. Just so you can film at night, you can film if you don't have a big window in your house. It's also just nice to have for creating different scenes. Definitely get a light if you can. If you can't, that's fine. You can use a window. The second thing that you need is a microphone. Here's like a $10 microphone. It's like nothing at all. Get that. That's going to be like the biggest lever you ever pull. That $10 is going to be like the best $10 you ever spend because audio quality is so important when it comes to YouTube, almost more than video quality. Like you could have a very crispy video, but if your audio sucks, no one is going to watch that. 100%. Get that little microphone. I bought that exact same one and I've used it in tons of videos. Got me to almost 10,000 subscribers and it can definitely get you there too and way farther. So I would invest in that. And the next thing that we're going to talk about is the camera. So if you only have $500 to spend, a good camera is the Canon EOS T100 4000D. This is a solid camera. It's not going to be anything crazy. However, it'll do the job. It'll look better than your iPhone and it'll, give you that DSLR quality, give you the good quality that you want. However, you're not going to get much like background blur or anything like that. It's going to be pretty basic, just a normal DSLR. So that's that. I got this in this sheet. It comes with like a tripod and everything and a bunch of other stuff. So you'll get a bunch of stuff
along with it. Comes with an SD card and all that. So I would check this out. If you have around $500, I would 100% recommend that investment into yourself. That's going to return you so much down the line. It's 100% worth it. But where it really gets interesting is when you have around $1,000. If you have $1,000 to invest in your YouTube channel, you can get actually really high quality gear, and you can make your videos look like the top YouTubers. So for one, I have a $36 tripod in here. That's optional. You could literally just put your camera on top of some books, if you want to save that money, but I have it in there. It's a good tripod for the price. You also need some sort of SD card. 256 gigabytes is enough. You could get 128 if you want to, but I like 256 just because it gives you a little bit more space. You don't have to clear it off all the time. Next, you want a good microphone. So here's like a $50 microphone. It's going to improve your audio quality so much. This microphone probably has around similar audio quality to that one. This one's a little bit more expensive just because it's like a podcast mic, but realistically, you're going to be like 90% of the way to this one with this $50 mic. So that's like the most important thing on here. Invest into that. Next, I got a little bit more expensive soft boxes. This is 2 soft boxes. They're essentially the same price as the last one. It's just 2 because when we record, we like to have a 3-point lighting setup, which I'll go over later in the lighting lesson. But you can make your lighting look really good if you have those 2 soft boxes. So super important to get those. Next, we actually have a lens. So this lens is the Sony 28 to 70 millimeter f3.5 to 5.6. That will start to get you your first little like background blur. It'll look really good. That's a great lens. So it's not going to be like as crispy as it possibly can, but it's still going to look very sharp and very good. The next thing is the actual camera itself. If you have around $1,000, I would recommend you spend around $500 on the Sony Alpha A6000. That's a mirrorless digital camera. It's going to make your videos look crisp. It's going to make them look good, and it's going to make you look good in your videos. That camera is a beautiful camera. It's going to be way better than the $500 one, like by a lot. So I would 100%, if you have $1,000, invest it in this. I'd say this is probably for people just getting started, trying to get their first 1,000 subscribers. This is like the package for you. The $1,000, I think that's a reasonable investment into your future. And I would 100% recommend that you invest into some of this gear. So now that you've hit like your first 1,000 subscribers and you've decided you want to take YouTube a little bit more seriously, or you already have a full-time job and you have the resources to deploy into, a nicer setup to grow a little bit faster, let's take a look at the $3,000 option. So if you're staying under $3,000, after I hit my first 1,000 subscribers, this is what I upgraded to, and it was 100% worth it. I grew to 9,000 like way faster than I grew to 1,000. So I think it definitely helps out, if you have that high quality look, and this is going to give you that. So for one, I have the 512 gigabyte SD card, normal SD card. You could stick with the 256, doesn't really matter. Again, I have the 2 soft boxes, pretty much the exact same as the last one. I think these ones are actually cheaper. They do the job. Like, you're not going to need anything crazy. So next you have a tripod. Again, same tripod. Tripod doesn't really matter. However, where it gets interesting is now you're going to buy a Rode VideoMic NTG. This is a shotgun mic, and that goes on top of your camera. So if you're like doing vlogs or anything like that, or shooting out and you want to capture audio directly into your camera, that's a really good microphone. It's a shotgun mic. That means that the audio will be centered kind of like towards the person you're pointing it at, and you won't get so much like surround sound. You could also get the VideoMic Go, where you get a little bit more of that surround sound, but it's a little bit cheaper. But the NTG is a phenomenal mic. That's the one that I use right now. And you'll be able to hear how it sounds in the lesson where I show you how to actually build the setup, because I'll be using it in like more of a vlog style. So keep an eye out for that. The next thing that you're going to buy is a Blue Yeti microphone. So this is just a little bit of an upgrade from the last one. It's a great microphone. You can just stand it right here, have it record right into your mouth. Very high quality. This is what a lot of YouTubers use. People have grown to millions of subscribers with that type of microphone. So really no problem there. A great microphone. And the thing that makes this $3,000, because all of this other equipment is not super expensive, but the thing that really racks up this is just buying a better camera. And the camera that you want is called a Lumix GH6. The GH5, the GH6, both of those are phenomenal cameras. I actually have a GH5 myself. That's my main camera. Right now I'm at a studio, so I have access to higher end cameras. This is like a $5,000 camera that I'm shooting on right now. However, for years I shot with the GH5, and it produces a beautiful image. So if you are looking for like a full service camera that you can take anywhere, you could take it to the jungle, you could take it in a studio, you could take it filming like a drag race. I don't know. You could take it anywhere you want. The GH5 is the best bang for your buck around the $3,000 mark. So in total with a lens, it costs around $2,500. You could probably get the body for around $2,000, especially if you buy used. but I would 100% recommend that camera. I've used it for a long time. I've dropped it in the ocean. It still works. Mine has like rust all over it because the salt water corroded it, but it still works fine, still produces an amazing image, and it's just an overall very durable and versatile camera. The next package is when you're really trying to make this your full-time career, like me. This is, if you have the money to invest, why not just make it the best it possibly can be? This is that extra 1%. It's going to cost you about an extra $2,000. So let's go ahead and look at that. Now you're going to upgrade the tripod a little bit. Just get a good tripod. It's like $60, no big deal. The softboxes are the same. However, if you want to upgrade the lighting a little bit, you can also look up the Aperture 200 or 300D. Those are phenomenal lights. I think they run you a couple $100, and then you can build out a whole kit for those. However, these are going to do the job fine, honestly. Like you're going to be fine with these. So go ahead and get those. The biggest upgrade on this is going to be the microphone. The microphone is going to be super important. What you're going to do is you're going to buy a cloud lifter, you're going to buy a Focusrite, and you're going to buy a Shure SM7B. So these things all go together to produce some phenomenal audio quality. And that's actually what I'm recording on right now. This is a Shure SM7B. And I'm personally not using a Focusrite, but I'm using something that's pretty much exactly the same. We just have a different one because we record podcasts in the studio. But this setup is going to be the best audio quality that you're going to get pretty much anywhere. Like the mic is super close to my mouth. It's getting that crisp audio quality. That's exactly what you want. So I would 100% recommend that mic. Get a stand for it too. And the other big thing that we're going to upgrade in this is the camera itself. Until then, we've been using Micro Four Thirds cameras, APS-C cameras, which means they have a smaller sensor size. Now we're going to be upgrading to a full frame camera. These are the same cameras that people film weddings with, professional videographers use. They're not quite cinema cameras, which are like hundreds of thousands of dollars, but this is going to be really the best bang for your buck as an amateur videographer. For one, we have a battery. For two, we have a V90 SD card, which just these cameras, because they have a full frame sensor, they have more data coming in when you're filming, and the normal SD cards just can't handle it. So if you don't want any issues, buy just a V90. I just have the 128 gig V90. And the next thing that we have is a phenomenal lens. This is a 24-70 f2.8 G Master lens. This is going to give you that full blurry background that you want for your videos. It's going to be a beautiful lens. It's going to be super sharp and overall just going to be very pretty. The colors on Sony are great, and the camera itself is really what's going to make all the magic happen. Has that full frame sensor, which you're going to get a lot more light, a lot more data. It's going to look extremely crispy and beautiful. This is the Sony a7S III. It's built for video, it's built for YouTube. This is the go-to camera when you're, shopping for YouTube cameras. I love this camera. I've wanted this camera for years. I've never had the chance to shoot on it, but the image quality looks absolutely beautiful. Most of the top YouTubers use this camera. I've used the equivalent cinema camera version called the FX3. That's another option that you could look into. It's pretty much the exact same thing as a cinema camera, which just means you have like more places to like plug in and everything. But this camera is the best. So when you're really trying to take YouTube seriously and make it your full-time career, this is the kind of things that you should be upgrading into. You can keep your GH5 as like a second camera. I use my GH5 as a second camera on Amplify views. So, if you've seen those videos, then you know how that looks. So overall, that's really all of the gear that you could ever need on YouTube. You don't really need anything else in this. A good microphone, a good camera, some good lights, that's all that matters. But really quickly, before we hop off, I do want to touch on a common misconception that most people have. You hear a lot of YouTubers say that gear doesn't matter. Gear does matter. It 100% matters. The only thing that doesn't matter is if you're just getting started and you don't have the gear. But if you have access to the gear, you do need it. The thing is, if you want to become a top 1% YouTuber, you need to be in the 1% across the board. Obviously, if you're only top 5% in editing, scripting, videography, audio, you're not going to be at the 1% level. If you want to be a top 1% YouTuber, you do need to have all of your quadrants filled to the 1%. And part of that is the video quality. People, when they watch your videos, they are looking at the quality. Sometimes it's better to downgrade. I mean, Mr. Beast for a long time didn't film his videos in 4K, even though he had millions of dollars. However, it just depends on your niche. And for most people, especially education creators, the higher quality they can get the video, the more it'll help them grow, because that is a part of your content, right? Even if it just adds an extra 1% onto your content. If you want to be one of the best YouTubers in the world, that extra 1% is important. But of course, if you're just starting out, don't let the gear hold you back. If you just have your iPhone, film with your iPhone. You can 100% get to 10,000, 100,000 subscribers, even 1 million subscribers with just your iPhone. This is just really if you're trying to make the best possible videos and be in the top 1% of YouTube. So 100% just get started without it. But once you have the resources, I would 100% recommend investing into it. And that's pretty much it on gear. That's everything. So with that said, let's go ahead and hop into the next module, which is your camera settings. Okay, welcome into the camera setup module. I'm just gonna kind of quickly go over how I do my camera setup because I always film with 2 angles, and that's super important for most YouTubers, especially if you're an education YouTuber. It's extremely important to have 2 angles. It just helps with retention. It helps with, being able to switch back and forth between cuts so the audience doesn't get bored. With that said, I have my first angle literally just right in front of me. Pretty basic, nothing special there. So you need 1 camera right in front of you, and then what you also need is a second camera like this one. You need that one kind of pointing at like a 45-degree angle to your face. But the secret here is that you always want to have it pointing on your face on the shadow side. So as you can see over here, I have the light pointing on this side, so it's coming in from that angle. And then I have the second angle of the camera coming in from that angle, so it gets the side of my face with the shadow. And generally that just makes you look more like mysterious, makes you stand out more. It's overall just a better look than doing it on the light side. You can do it on the light side, it'll just look worse. That's it. I mean, that's pretty much how the camera setup is. I have these around 3 to 4 feet away from me. If you have a longer lens, like if you have like a 100 millimeter lens, and maybe put them a little bit farther back. But for me, I usually shoot on 50 millimeter, so I find 4 feet away from me is pretty good. So with that said, it's very simple. Just 2 camera setup, shadow side on the second angle, and first one just right in front of you. So that's really it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next lesson. All right, everyone, welcome into the next module. This is a live module, so you're on the ground. I'm showing you the Amplify views setup, so you're getting the behind the scenes on everything right now. Essentially, what we're gonna talk about in this module is just lighting, essentially how to light your set. And the first thing that we're gonna talk about is kind of just the overall lighting setup that I use. I use a little bit different lighting setup than most people. However, it works really well for me, and I think it could work well for you. So let's break it down. So essentially, first things first, I have the main light right here. I usually have this at like a 45-degree angle to my face. So if I go ahead and sit down, as you can see, like there's more light on this side of my face than on this side. And what that does is it creates depth. So I have more of a shadow on this side. Obviously I have the lights on right now just so you guys can see, but if I was gonna go ahead and turn off the lights, let me do that. As you can see, this is what it looks like. I have a much darker shadow on this side of my face. So that usually looks really, really good in camera. I'm gonna go turn back on the lights. So to recap, we have 1 main light coming in at around a 45-degree angle. And then what I like to do is have a couple different backlights on me. So this is something that I don't see a lot of YouTubers talking about, but I have like 1 little backlight here, just, to essentially make me stand out from the background. That'll give some light on my shoulders, on my hair, all of that. And then what I also have is an RGB light over there. What that RGB light does is it essentially just gives some color to it, especially if you're filming in the dark, which I like to do. I like to make it as dark as possible in the room. That blue light is really gonna it's gonna give the hair on your hands, on your arms, it's gonna give that all like a blue hue. And also on the side of your face, it's gonna give you that blue kind of shadow, which looks really, really good and cinematic. That's pretty much my lighting setup. What you can also do is have 1 key light, like how I have it, where it's at a 45-degree angle, and then kind of where you guys are currently, put another light that's like a very much like a softer light that can fill in the side of your face a little bit less, so you still have that shadow, but you just get a little bit more light. Personally, I don't like to do that. I like the dark shadow on my face. That's what most people do, so you can make that look really good too. I'll go ahead and put up a picture right here of someone who's using the 3-point lighting setup. But here's also how my current setup looks. I'll put up another picture right here. And that's pretty much it for the lighting module. You really don't need to overcomplicate this. It's actually super simple, and that's pretty much it. There's not much more to say. You just have the 1 light at 45 degrees and then the 2 backlights, and you're good to go. Now, let's move on to the next one. All right guys, welcome into the next module where we're gonna break down the audio setup. So right off the bat, I just have a mic stand sitting on a table, and this is just any old mic stand, doesn't matter. However, what does matter is we have a Shure SM7B, so this is a very good microphone. If you don't have the budget for that, you can have like a Blue Yeti or a mic that clips onto the table. It doesn't really matter as long as you can get your mic kind of in front of your mouth. So when I sit down to record, I like to record right here, and I like to have the mic very close to my mouth. So I'm like, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It's another day in my life as a YouTuber.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. So next, what we have on the audio setup is this thing actually plugs into this bigger thing. So that thing is a Rodecaster Pro 2, and we only have that because we film podcasts, so we need a more advanced one. For you, you'll probably have the Focusrite 2 and the Cloud Lifter, which essentially just raises the volume. I go over those in the gear module though, so I'm not gonna cover that, but that's how I have mine set up. I just have that thing plugged into the wall, and I make sure my audio levels are good. To be honest, that's about it. It's not complicated. It's just microphone plugged into audio thing, plugged into wall. And that's all the setup that you really need. So with that said, let's go ahead and move on to the next lesson where I cover everything on set design. So how to make a beautiful background like this. All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm gonna teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm gonna teach you how to build that today. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Trying to make the audio quality as crisp as possible, not from your microphone, but from your room setup. So if you look here, we have these panels up on the ceiling. So those are essentially there to absorb the echo from my voice. So when I talk in this room, it's very crisp. There's no echo, there's no sounds bouncing off the walls. We have a blanket on that wall, and all of that is meant to improve the sound quality. So you wanna make sure that your room, the easiest way to do this in your house is buy some foam cubes to stick on the wall. That's very powerful. What you could also do is literally just hang a sheet on your wall while you're recording. That's gonna stop a bunch of sound from bouncing off, and it's gonna make your audio quality way better. Another thing that you can do if you don't wanna do that and you're recording voiceovers is if you go under your covers in your bed and just put the mic up close, it's some of the best audio that you will ever get in your life. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. All right, let's move on to the next thing. All right, so the next thing that we're gonna cover is ambient lights. These are super important when designing a set. So I want you to essentially come back here with me, and I'm gonna show you these lights. Essentially what we have here is one ambient light. So having these dim lights in the background, they give a little bit more color, they give a little bit more interest to your set, and people love them. That one that's broken right now, the second one I showed you, those little tungsten lights that are very orange and dim, those are extremely good for set design. So you'll see a lot of big YouTubers using those in their backgrounds just because it makes it more visually interesting. So I would go ahead and I would spend a couple, maybe $50 on Amazon, buy some super low ambient lights for your background, LEDs, essentially any sort of light that you can add to the background that adds a little bit of color or an interesting pattern. All of that is really good to help retain the audience. And sometimes if you're filming a little bit too far away from your ambient light, it doesn't really reach you. You're still not gonna get a white hue or a blue hue from your RGB light if it's too far away. But what you can do is actually add another light off camera that's the same color, and that off-camera light will give you that color, and it'll make it look like that backlight is also giving you that color. So that's a little bit more advanced. However, if you're filming far away, you want that really blurry background and you want some ambient lights in there, that's a good way to make it look more realistic and also just make it look more visually interesting. All right, so the next thing that you want in your sets is some plants. Like this. This is a real plant. That's not a fake plant. Adding some sort of green, some sort of light green, dark green, it looks so good. I mean, you'll look at people like Ali Abdaal. They have tons of plants in their background, and I think it just looks amazing. So if you have plants, go ahead and stick some plants in there. These are fake plants. That's a fake plant. But if you have the plants to put there, I would probably recommend buying some just because it makes it look way more natural. Makes it look more chill. Maybe not if you're trying to cultivate a very intense background, if you have a more intense channel. However, if you're just talking about studying, finance, all of that, just have it be more chill, it's more cozy, kind of give that ambiance. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is the distance of the table from the background. Now this is a super important thing because it determines how blurry your background is. So if this table right here, if I was sitting here, there would be no blur against me in the background, right? It would literally, this would be this would be crispy clear, my face would be crispy clear. However, if I'm all the way up here, if I have a couple feet separating me, then this is gonna look a lot more blurry. But what you can do is if you have the table really far away, I see a lot of people doing this, then the background looks really, really blurry and it looks great. So the farther you can get away from the background, typically the better. But honestly, a sweet spot, this is just what I like to do,
Just have around like 4 or 5 feet between you and the background. You still get enough blur to make it look good, and you don't have to like set up 1,000 miles away from the background. So now you know pretty much all of the steps to build a background, but there are a couple more things I want to touch on. Having a bookshelf is really good. Fill it with like some nice props. That's a really nice thing to do. Maybe add some books and really try to make it personal to your character. Because at the end of the day, this YouTube channel is you, and people are buying you, right? So you want to put stuff behind you that visually represents who you are and the brand you're trying to cultivate. With me, I'm at a studio. This is not my stuff, so I'm not the best example. But if you have a home studio, you're at a big advantage because you can do that. And you can, make this set your own and just make it look personal to you. Okay, that is pretty much everything for set design. Now what we're going to do, I'm gonna actually teach you how to film a video because I see so many beginners making this mistake. They don't know how to talk on camera. Speaking properly on camera is one of the most important parts of content creation. It took me years to learn. Like, there are so many little hacks that people don't tell you, and that's exactly what I'm gonna break down in the next module. So with that said, let's hop on over to the next lesson where I'm gonna give you the step-by-step guide to speaking confidently on camera. Okay, welcome into the next module in the filming section. And now I'm actually going to teach you how to film a good video. So the most important thing here is essentially making sure that you're talking in a way that attacks the viewer to make them stay on your video. And to do that, there are a couple of specific strategies that I'm gonna share with you today. And it all has to do with your tonality. So the first thing that we're gonna cover is essentially how to optimize your tonality. And to do this, there are a couple things that you need to keep in mind. The first of those is that you need to emphasize your words. So notice when I said emphasize, I emphasized that word. When you're talking, there are a couple words in your sentence that should be more important than the rest. So let's use the example, here's how to get rich in 2024. Now, I really didn't emphasize any words in that line, and therefore it sounded kind of boring. So I'm gonna go over how to do that right now. You essentially wanna look for the words that have the most power in the sentence. So here's how rich 2024. So essentially what we wanna do is emphasize those words. We don't have to emphasize all of them, but pick the ones that you want to emphasize. Over time, this comes naturally because you look at words and you realize you're like, oh yeah, that's a word that I always emphasize. For me, that would be like the word actually, really, even. All of those words need emphasis, right? So let me go ahead and repeat that first sentence with some emphasis on the words. Here's how you get rich in 2024. That sounded way more interesting. See what I just did there? On the way. This is just how you learn to talk, right? So there are a ton of words that, you kind of develop and learn over time, but essentially what you want to do when you're first starting out is just identify a couple words that you can emphasize in your video, especially in your intro. Again, see what I did there with especially? You have to really emphasize those words if you want to make it interesting for the viewer. So that's that. You just get it over time, but I would also try to keep it conscious in your mind while you're filming. The next thing that we're going to go over is ending on a low pitch. So each sentence that you say, you should end it on a low pitch. Many beginner YouTubers, me too, when I first started, I did this all the time. They want to end on a high note. Here's how you get rich in 2023. And the next thing that we're going to talk about is how to get even richer. Like, that's how they sound. They end the sentence on a high note. And generally, you don't want to do that because when you cut into the next line, it's going to be a lot harder to take that high note in the beginning, bring it back down. Essentially, what you want to do is end on a low note. See what I just did there? I ended on a low note. I didn't go higher. I could have said, and you end on a low note. Now, of course, there are times to do this, but it's very rare. Most of the time, you want to end on a low note. And this takes a lot of conscious effort. What I want you to do is pay attention every single time you end a sentence. And if you ended on a high note, like I just did, then you want to redo the sentence and then end on a low note. Now, if you think that the high note is better, I would encourage you to also end on a low note. And then in the edit, you can choose kind of which line you want to use. You could test it out, listen to it yourself, and hear which one sounds better. But it's better to have both options than just the high one. Because again, generally the high one doesn't sound that good in the edit. So that's the second thing. And the third thing that we're going to talk about is being a roller coaster. Your video should be like a roller coaster at a theme park. And what that means is that you should have some fast sections, some slow sections, basically just variety in the way you speak. If you're speaking the same way throughout the entire video, then it's just not going to connect with people. They're going to get bored because there's no change. When you change the actual pacing of your speaking, then you can also change that in the edit, and it overall just becomes much more visually interesting. So I want you to notice what I'm about to do in this next section. And to be real with you guys, if you're not slowing down your content like this, it's going to be hard to retain viewers. You see the difference in pace that I'm talking at right now? It's much more serious. It's much more heartfelt. And it feels like a much more genuine connection with the audience. And oftentimes it is. Like, there are a lot of moments in my videos where I do this kind of voice, and the thing is, it's never ingenuine. Like, I'm actually talking about a time that, I failed or something that could really impact you. But then I go ahead and I just pick it back up, because essentially you want it to be like a roller coaster, right? So you need that slow climb and then the fast drop. And generally when you have the most fun is when you're on that fast drop. But to get to that point, you also need that slow climb. So there really just needs to be variety in the way you speak. If you didn't understand that, before this, I talked way slower, and now I'm talking way faster. And, if I wanted to, I could, bring back the slow part. Generally, I only like to do this voice a couple times in the video, just because it is a slower pace. So viewers do get bored of it. But, once you ramp up to be a little bit faster, that's when viewers get excited, and that's when people stay around longer, and that's when your, AVD is the highest. So it's worth sacrificing some speed to, go a little slower. All right, and that's really it for tonality. Now we're going to talk a little bit about putting emotion into your videos, because this is one of the most important things. I did not realize the importance of this until this year, and I'll be honest, it is one of the most important things that I have learned this year, and I would love to, pass it on to you guys. So let's go ahead and hop in. Essentially, what you need to do is show emotion. I know it's a novel concept, but it works for real. The more emotion that you can show in your videos, obviously you don't want to be emotional throughout the entire thing, but if you can get into that slow state, there was this time, when I was young, and I watched a YouTube video, and it really changed the way I thought. This YouTube channel, it genuinely changed my life for the better. And if I didn't watch that, I don't think I'd be sitting here with you today. So you see what I just did there? I just tapped into an emotion, and what that does is it essentially helps the viewer relate to you. It becomes interesting. Humans are naturally attracted to emotion, whether that be some sort of, crazy excitement, like, oh my God, I'm so excited to do this thing because, it's exciting, right? So the more excitement that you can put into your videos, the more low points, the contrast, the bigger that you can make those contrasts, it helps your video so much. Because the viewer is just like, what? Oh my God, this is so interesting. And if you go and scroll on TikTok, you'll notice that the most viral videos that you are watching have emotion, right? Maybe not in the entertainment space, but at least in the education space. Most of them are like Steve Harvey crying, Alex Hormozy crying, that one sales guy being ultra crazy and hyped and mad at people. Any sort of emotion that you can put into your videos is extremely powerful because it helps people humanize you. So I know it's kind of hard to just, whip up an emotion like that. I have a lot of practice just because I've been doing this for years, but the way that I do it is I try to tap into that emotion. Essentially, what I like to do is if I'm trying to be in a more vulnerable state where I have tears well up in my eyes, I'll go ahead and think of one of the hardest times in my life. And we've all had hard times in our life. So there's 100% things that you can reference back to, right? Where it's oh man, that sucked. And just put yourself in that headspace. Same thing for good times. Think about Christmas time, It's December 1st right now, and I've been tapping into that a lot. It's just thinking about Christmas when I was a kid and all the excitement and all the lights. I love that stuff. And it just gets me naturally excited. So if I can take that emotion from, those past memories and then put that into my videos, it just makes it so much stronger. That's pretty much it for emotion, but I do want to end it off on one note. Every single time you record, think of it as the most important video that you'll ever film. What I like to do is imagine that this is the video that I film that will get 1 million views. Every single video I film, I think that. And what that does, it puts me in a state of just giving my all to the viewer. Because if you're just half-assing the video, no one's gonna watch it because there's someone out there putting more effort than you. So I give everything to that video when I'm filming. And I think that you should too, if you really want to grow. So with that said, that is the basics of speech coaching. We went over tonality, we went over emotion, and we went over how to give it your all. So I think that this lesson is going to be very helpful for some of you guys. Again, it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. So just keep practicing. If you're bad in the beginning, I was too. Took me like a year to learn how to speak well on camera. Don't put too much pressure on it and just try these different things out. With that said, let's move on to the next one. Hello everyone, welcome into the editing module. I am very excited to have you here because this is going to be one of the best modules in this entire course. There are so many editing mistakes that I see big YouTubers, small YouTubers, editors. I see tons of people making these mistakes and they're so easy to fix. So I'm extremely excited to talk about it. Editing will make or break your videos. If you don't edit your story in a way that makes sense to the audience, then it's just not going to work. There's a ton of strategies that we're going to talk about in this module that will take your average viewer percentage, average viewer duration, 50% plus, which is kind of what you want. So let's go ahead and dive in. The first thing that we're going to talk about is which editing software you actually need to use, because I see a lot of people just like hopping on CapCut. It's not a good software, and there are a lot better softwares out there. So first we're going to cover the paid options because they're not that expensive. And then we're going to cover the free options. If you don't have any money and you want to, get started editing, there's still some really good options without paying a single dime. So let's go ahead and hop into it. The first option is Premiere Pro. Now, this is honestly what most editors use. I personally don't use it. However, there are a ton of editors on YouTube who use this, and it's probably the most popular. And if you're ever working with an editor, you're ever hiring an editor, they're probably going to be using Premiere Pro. And so let's break down why you should or should not use it, because this software is good for specific people. However, there are other people that will fit better into other softwares. So go ahead and break it down so you can choose the right one for you. So first off, as you can see in the dashboard, it looks very complicated. It is a complicated software to learn. So is any editing software. But once you learn it, it becomes super easy. Once you understand what each thing means, you can just, go in and you already know everything. So honestly, I don't use Premiere Pro, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, bro, what is this? But I will tell you that this software can do anything. Premiere Pro can pretty much edit an entire Netflix movie. Maybe not like the crazy visual effects, but everything else, Premiere Pro can just, it can handle all of that. There's really nothing that you cannot do in Premiere Pro. So this is an extremely powerful software, and I would 100% recommend it, but there are a few things that I don't like about it too. One of those is it has a non-magnetic timeline, which essentially means if you paste a video clip into this timeline, all of this stuff is offline media, because last time I tried to use Premiere Pro, that was like years ago. So I deleted all of these files. So I just imported a video into here, and I'm going to show you guys one of the reasons why I don't like this. However, some people like this. So it'll be up to you to decide what you like. However, this is the big downside for me that I'm just not a fan of. So if I go in and I watch this video, and let's say I want to cut a little section out, I go ahead and press B to cut. That makes a cut in the timeline. Now I go ahead and play. And now let's say I want to cut back in here. So essentially what I would do is I would just press B again, and then I would delete this middle section. So if this were a magnetic timeline, that means that this last clip would just snap to the other clip. However, in a non-magnetic timeline, it leaves that space empty. So boom, as you can see, now if you go back.
So what is 0% credit stacking? So 0% credit stacking is literally leveraging.
And then it just cuts to black and then back. So you have to actually manually go in and just like slide it. But it's just an extra step. That's like the only reason why I don't like Premiere. I also am not too big of a fan of the interface. It's complicated. Like look at it. Audio 1, audio 2, audio 3, V1, V2, V4. Like there's a lot of shit. You can like lock it. It's too much. I'm sure if I dedicated like a month of my life, I could understand this and it would be great. And I think that, most editors do use this. So 100%, like this is an amazing platform. However, if you want like simplicity and just to get up and running like as fast as possible and become a better editor like fast, instead of dedicating like a few weeks to learning this, then I would recommend probably going with one of the other softwares. However, one thing that I do like about Premiere Pro is that they have a lot more plugins. Plugins are essentially pre-made assets or pre-made things that you can like stick on your video to have, lower thirds or little animations. There's a lot of those that have been built out for Premiere Pro that haven't been built out for the other softwares because it's the most popular. That can actually save you a ton of time while editing. That's something that I don't have access to. So I have to animate everything myself, which is definitely a time-intensive task. I think if you are becoming a freelance editor, this is probably what you want to learn. Also, if you want to be a YouTuber, you could also go with this. It's completely fine. This is one of the best softwares out there. Again, most of your favorite YouTubers probably use this or the other one that I currently use. So I think Mr. Who's the Boss, he 100% uses this. Mr. Beast uses this. So you're in good hands. You're not missing out on anything. And the last thing about Premiere Pro is it's actually a monthly cost. So you can't just buy the program one time and have it forever. You're going to be paying around, I think it's like $20 a month, $25 a month, every single month for the rest of time if you keep making YouTube videos. So that's something to keep in mind. That's one of the reasons why I chose Final Cut Pro, because Final Cut Pro, you can just buy it once. And that's actually the next editing software that we're going to talk about. So let's go ahead and head over to Final Cut Pro and I'll show you guys what that's all about. All right, we are here inside Final Cut Pro. This is the software that I use. It's also the software that, Logan Paul's editor uses, Ali Abdal's editor uses. So this is an amazing software and a lot of YouTubers use it. Again, there are some downsides, so I'm going to cover those as well. But first, let's talk about the good things about this. Again, this software can pretty much do anything that you want it to. I would say it's a little bit harder to animate in Final Cut Pro than it is in Premiere Pro. However, it is a phenomenal software. You could still animate very well. So let me go ahead and open up one of my projects. I can just do the same example as last one. So let's go ahead and create a new project to add that same video in there. All right, nice. So as you can see, when I added that video in there, it snapped to the beginning. When I go in here and I cut with just the B key, go ahead and cancel this, boom, and it snaps back. I really like that. Some people hate that. Some people love it. It just depends on you. However, it just makes my editing faster and I like it a lot. So I can just go here, cut it, put clips on top of each other. You can do the same thing in Premiere, speed up the footage, slow it down. Because this is the editing software that I use, this is the one that I'm going to be teaching you how to edit in this program. However, there are a ton of other YouTube videos if you decide to go with Premiere Pro, which I think a lot of you should, especially if you're getting into editing as like a job, then go with Premiere Pro. However, if you're just getting into making your own YouTube videos, I think that this is a much better program. It's easier to learn and it can also do everything that Premiere can. So another big benefit about Final Cut Pro is that it's just a one-time purchase. I think it costs $300 and you get it forever. So if I had bought Premiere Pro when I bought Final Cut and I'd paid every single month, I would have paid a lot more than I paid for Final Cut Pro. I've had this program for years on multiple computers and it's never failed me. So this is definitely a better long-term investment as well if you're looking at the financial side of it. And also another note is that Final Cut Pro is optimized for Mac. So if you have a Mac, you can still edit on Premiere Pro. However, Final Cut Pro will export faster, it will render faster, and it will overall just be way faster on a Macintosh. However, if you have a PC, if you have a Windows computer, I would probably recommend you go with Premiere Pro because that's optimized for Windows computers. And Final Cut Pro, I don't even know if you can get it on a Windows. So if you have a Windows computer, just go with Premiere Pro. It's fine. You're going to be crushing it. You're going to be making great videos. However, if you have a Mac, I would probably recommend Final Cut Pro. The next software that we're going to talk about is After Effects. So those are the two editing softwares. Those are the main ones that you need. Now we're going to talk about animation. So After Effects is Adobe's animation software. And it's extremely important that, once you become an advanced editor, that you learn how to use this. This is how editors can charge, thousands of dollars per video because they've mastered After Effects. They've mastered animation. And that's, what the top YouTubers like Mr. Beast, Mr. Who's the Boss, Logan Paul, they all use After Effects in their videos. So let me go ahead and load up this program. I understand this one a little bit better than I do Premiere. I do use this program a little bit, but still I'm not a master at it, but I know the basics. So let me kind of walk you through it. After Effects is mainly an animation platform. You're essentially animating 5 to 10 seconds of your video at a time, exporting that file, and then transferring it to Premiere Pro or Final Cut to, make your video more visually interesting. And I've actually, done this a ton on my channel. My current editor for Amplify Views, he uses After Effects all the time. I actually have him teach you an entire animation class later in this module, and it's killer. He's an insane animator, and he knows the software in and out. That's going to be really valuable for you guys because that's going to teach you how to level up your content. You can do basic animations in Premiere or Final Cut Pro. However, if you want to do advanced ones, you need to learn After Effects. And if you want to be at the top level, then that's super important. So let's take a look at a very good example of this. I'm going to look at one of the main business YouTubers called Iman Gajis. He is known for his animations because they're just extremely good. So let me kind of show you how that looks, and I'll kind of explain how he did this in After Effects. All right, let's take a look at this video. Your brain is broken, fix it with this. We're going to kind of identify some of the elements that were made with After Effects so you can see how important it is.
It has never been harder to win.
This text, that's not normal text. That was animated in After Effects to just look way better and way higher quality.
Win than right now.
That animation, the box sliding up with the clock turning with the waves and the glow, that's all After Effects. This animation, this is a beautiful After Effects animation. So he has the background, he has fade out, he has the person, he's animated all of those joints. That's not some video he got online. He made that himself. Well, not Iman, but his editor made that himself in After Effects.
You are frying your brain.
And at that camera push in, these boxes,
your focus, you're killing your testosterone.
All of these animations, this graph,
you're killing your success. The average
That is all After Effects. And that's why it's so important to learn, because then you can really level up the content to make it look extremely high quality. And if you also learn this skill, you can sell this skill for thousands of dollars. I know people charging thousands of dollars per video, and animation companies charging tens of thousands of dollars per video to essentially just do this. So it's a very valuable skill that you can learn. And if you apply it to YouTube, it can take your videos to the next level. Okay, so now we've covered all of the paid programs, but what about if you don't have any money? How can you get started if you want to spend $0 and you want to start editing your own videos? I do have some things for you. So the first, if you have a Mac, obviously you can use iMovie. I know people with millions of subscribers who still use iMovie. It's a great software. Like, it's very simple. It's like the baby version of Final Cut Pro. There's some stuff that you can't do in iMovie that you can in Final Cut Pro. However, it's honestly pretty good. Like, I have friends who still edit on it, and it's a very good program. So if you have a Mac, definitely use iMovie. However, if you don't have a Mac, you can use a program called DaVinci Resolve. Now, you should already be using DaVinci Resolve for your color grading in post-production. We'll go over that later, but for now, we're talking about editing. DaVinci Resolve is a completely free program, and they have a free editing software that is just as good as Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro. I think it is a little bit more complicated to learn. There's a lot of stuff that goes into DaVinci Resolve. You need to learn the software, which will take a while, but it is a great software that you're going to need anyway. And if you can edit all of your stuff in one place, then it's even better, right? So I even know YouTubers who have downgraded from the paid stuff to the free stuff to DaVinci Resolve from Premiere Pro because they just like it more. It can do more things. DaVinci Resolve is a very, very good program, and it's completely free. So that's really it. I would recommend, if you want to do this for a long time and you don't want to spend money, probably go with DaVinci Resolve. I would recommend, if you're on a PC, go with Premiere Pro. I would recommend, if you're on a Mac, go with Final Cut Pro. All of them are going to be good. You can't go wrong with any of them. Again, this is a lesson on which of the three you should choose. It just depends on your personal scenario. They all do the same thing. So choose whichever one you think is best for you. And let's move on to the next lesson, where I show you the different styles of video for different niches and how that will change in the editing process. Okay, everyone, welcome into the Workspace lesson. I'm going to teach you basically the essential controls that you need in an editing software to kind of, learn the basics. It's actually not that much, so let me go ahead and break it down for you. I'm also going to show you how to set up your editing software properly, because the base settings are generally not the best, so it's good we just change up a few things. So let me kind of go ahead and show you how to do that. All right, so we're going to go into Final Cut Pro, and in here we're going to go into Commands and then Customize. So the main things that we are going to change in this setting menu is there are better shortcuts to use than the defaults that, if you change them now, it's just going to be easier before you learn the entire software, the wrong way, because this way is just way more efficient. Your keys will be closer to each other, so you won't have to reach across the board. And if you're editing for hundreds of hours, like most editors do, it's going to save you a lot of time. So let's go ahead and break that down. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to look up in the search bar is go to previous frame. Okay, so go to previous frame. As you can see, it's the arrow key. I still have it as the arrow key too, but what you want to add is essentially add it as the I button. So we want to make sure that go to previous frame is selected to the I key. So when you press I, it's essentially going to take your header and it's going to move it one frame over. And what you're also going to want to do is make sure that go back 10 frames is set to I is back 1 frame, Shift I is back 10 frames. This is going to help you a ton when you're cutting the A-roll. So I'll show you how all that applies in the next lesson, but for now, let's go ahead and keep changing these. So the next one that you're going to want to change is go to next frame. So go to next frame. Again, it's the arrow. You essentially want to change it to the O key. So I and O are right next to each other on your keyboard, and you want I to go back, O to go forward. This will make more sense, once we start talking about the A cut, but I want you to make these setting changes right now. So let's look up 10 frames. Go forward 10 frames, you want to do Shift O, right? So same thing, Shift I to go back 10 frames, Shift O to go forward 10 frames. All right, the next thing that you're going to want to look at is set range start. So set range start should be the P key, IOP. Set range start should be the P key, and set range end should be the bracket key. So it should be all in one line. Your 4 fingers should fit on these 4 keys. IOP bracket. All of these, this will make sense again in the next lesson, but go ahead and just change these settings for now. The next setting that you want to make sure is right is go to play forward. And play forward is the L key. I think this is actually the default, so I don't know if you need to change this, but make sure that that is the L key. So you have IOP bracket and then the L key right below. As you can see, your fingers fit on that very nicely. The next one you need to change is the blade tool. So blade essentially just means to cut. And I think originally this is like Command B, but you want to just change it to B. There's absolutely no reason why you need to press Command and also B. That's 2 buttons for one of the most common, keys that you need to press all the time. So just change it to B, just saves you time. Don't need the command in there. And yeah, these are the main changes that you need. Again, very simple. I think it's like 5 or 6 changes. So now that we have all of those settings done, let's move on to the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to use them to A-cut your footage. And that essentially just means splitting it up, removing any dead space, any pauses, any mess ups to make it flow extremely cleanly. All right, everyone, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to be going over how to do an A-cut. So this is an extremely important part of editing because without it, you have no video. This is essentially where you take the talking head footage, that you're seeing right now, and you're cutting that down. You're cutting out any mistakes. Boom, I just messed up there, right? Like I would have repeated that and cut that out. But, essentially what we need to do, see, like that is something I would cut out. That's an example of why the A-cut's important. So I'm gonna leave that in. Let's go ahead and dive into the editing software and I'll show you how to do this. So let's go ahead and pull up Final Cut. So I'm gonna take some of the footage that I shot for the last module. I actually filmed that today as well. And I'm gonna go ahead and upload this onto my computer so that we can do an A-cut together. Okay, so let me go ahead and load this footage up. So here we go. I think we can use this one.
We are good to go.
Okay, all right. Sweet. So with this A-cut, let's go ahead and drop it in here. Actually, we got to drop it in the event folder. Let's go ahead and drop it in there. And essentially, here's exactly how I A-cut. Some people, they like to put it in here and just cut it themselves with B, 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 and cut out all the silence. But I do not like to do that. So what I like to do instead, this makes it way faster. It's way more efficient. All advanced editors are going to do this. So I'll show you how to do it. You essentially want to A-cut in here. So with that IOP bracket, that's how you're going to move back and forth. So as you can see, if I move, I'll go ahead and close this down for the A-cut, just so we have a little bit more space to play with. I think I can go ahead and just close that too, just so I can show you guys how this works. Go ahead and take that off too. Can I take this off? There we go. So I can just use this. So essentially what we're gonna do, gonna go ahead and go here. So as you can see, when I am going back and forth, I'm pressing I to go back, O to go forward, and if I hold shift, it goes back way faster. So you can just literally hold this, it's gonna go through the video. So when you're watching the video normally, what I like to do is just press space and then L, which speeds it up.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next module where welcome to the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful.
And essentially what I look for is when I have the right line. So there are always a lot of mess ups when you're filming. It's a normal thing. However, what you want to do is essentially find the one where you actually said it right. So I'm going to go ahead and press space.
We're good to go.
Press L, just to watch it a little bit faster.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next module where everybody, welcome to the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm going to teach you how to build that today. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
Good lesson.
All right, so that one was pretty good. So let's go ahead and find the beginning of that one. And again, to go back, I'm not actually pulling on this and clicking on it. You can do that, but it's slower. What I would do is I would press I would hold I and hold shift together. So that way you can go forward and back. This is really the secret. A lot of people look for where before they start talking, it's like right here, you can tell them about to talk. They go ahead and set the endpoint with P, right? And then they just go ahead and find where I stop talking.
I'm going to teach you. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
And then they click, and then they set the out point, and then they just go ahead and add it. They add it by pressing E. This is wrong because what happens is you have a little bit of silence in the beginning and you have a little bit of silence afterward. You do not want that. You essentially want your audio to start on the exact frame that you cut. So when you cut at the end of the frame, it should be the exact frame where you stop talking. And when you cut in, it should be the exact frame where you first hear the sound. How do we do that? We find where we are about to start talking, and then we look for the exact frame that has audio. So let's go ahead and listen to this. No audio. That's the first little bit of audio. So you hear that audio. Now you're going to set the enter point with P, and then you're going to...
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm going to teach you how to build that today. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
And now I'm going to pinpoint the exact frame. It has to be the specific. You want to pinpoint that exact frame when you stop talking. So when there's sound, and then when there's no sound. Looks like right there. Boom. Set that out point. Now you're gonna press E to put that in your timeline, and now you have your first clip. So you're essentially gonna go through and do this for the entire video. I'm just gonna shut up and I'm gonna let you kind of just watch my process of going through this, because I think honestly showing is better than telling, because it's essentially just the same process. So let's go ahead and go through. I'll cut a little bit of it and kind of show you guys how I do that.
Get a last sentence morning. Starting from where? Just let's go ahead and talk about it. So let's go ahead and talk about it.
In this one, I just messed it up a little bit, so I fixed it in this line. So what I need to do is essentially just go and cut that out. That'll just happen sometimes.
Build that today. So you had to build that today. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home. So the first thing that we need to do in the studio. So I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home. So the first thing that we need to, in your own homes. So the first thing that we need to do in the studio is figure out a way to reduce the. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Try to make the audio quality as crisp as possible, not from your microphone, but from your room setup. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Try to make the audio quality as crisp as possible, not from your microphone, but from your room setup. So if you look here, we have these panels up on the ceiling. Okay, good. All right. So those essentially are there to. So those are essentially there to absorb the echo from my voice. So when I talk in this room, it's very crisp. There's no echo. There's no sounds bouncing off. So those are essentially there to absorb the echo from my voice. So when I talk in this room, it's very crisp. There's no echo. There's no sounds bouncing off the walls. We have a blanket on that wall, and all of that is meant to reduce the echo. And all of that is meant to improve the sound quality. So you want to make sure that your room. The easiest way to do this in your house is buy some all of that is meant to improve the sound quality. So you want to make sure that your room. The easiest way to do this in your house is buy some foam cubes to stick on the wall. That's very powerful. What you could also do is literally just hang a sheet on your wall while you're recording. That's going to stop a bunch of sound from bouncing off, and it's going to make your audio quality way better. Another thing that you can do if you don't want to do that and you're recording voiceovers is if you go.
So what you'll notice is I actually stop here for a second.
It's going to make your audio quality way better.
You could leave that if you want. I'm trying to make this video faster paced. So what I can do is I cut at the last audio before that little pause. I can just cut out that little pause. So
another thing you can do if you don't want to do that and you're recording voiceovers is if you go under your covers in your bed and just put the mic up close. It's some of the best audio that you will ever get in your life. But yeah, that you will ever get in your life. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. All right, next thing that we're gonna move on to. All right, let's move on to the next. All right, let's move on to the next thing.
All right, so that should be enough time for you to kind of get an idea of how I go about this process. I'm essentially just cutting out any silences, anything that I don't want in there. I'm adding a little bit of B-roll as well, which we'll go over in the next module. But the biggest thing here is that you're cutting on the exact frame where you start talking and ending on the exact frame where you stop talking. Let's go ahead and watch this back. I'll just show you, a little bit of it. I'm not gonna show you the full 1.5 minute. Let's go ahead and make this full screen.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm gonna teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm gonna teach you how to build that today. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this.
So I don't like the so. Let's go ahead and
build that today. So let's go ahead and talk, and I'm gonna teach you how to build that today. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So
I can just cut that so out.
So
I can cut that so out too. Let's see if it sounds better.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm going to teach you how to build that today. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I...
All right, I think I can just get rid of this whole clip completely. So let's go and watch it one more time.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you...
And that's another thing that you should do. You should try to eliminate as much as possible. If it doesn't add anything, if it doesn't sound good, just delete it. You'd be surprised how much you can delete from a video and it still sound really good. See how it looks.
How to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm going to teach you how to build that today. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this in your own home. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Trying to make the audio quality as crisp as possible, not from your microphone, but from your room setup. So if you look here, we have these panels up on the ceiling. So those are essentially there to absorb the echo from my voice. So when I talk in this room, it's very crisp. There's no echo. There's no sounds bouncing off the walls. We have.
All right, I'm gonna stop that before you get bored because obviously this has no real editing in it. It's literally just an A cut. That's the first step in the editing process. And overall, I think that sounds pretty good. Your goal is to just make this sound as clean as possible. You're not adding any visual effects or anything like that. Go ahead and do this for your whole video. And once you're finished, let's move on to the next lesson where I teach you how to actually make it visually interesting. All right, welcome into the next lesson. Once you have your A-roll done, it's time to add your B-roll, which essentially just means anything that is another video that goes on top of your A-roll to kind of show what you're talking about, explain something, or just make it more visually interesting. You can either film this B-roll yourself, which a lot of big YouTubers do. I've done that as well in the past. However, now most of the B-roll that I get is from stock footage websites like Pexels, which is free, or Artlist, which is paid, but has, a much bigger selection of clips to choose from. But I'll be honest, Pexels is completely fine for most people. I use it for years to grow, my first 1,000 subscribers, first 5,000 subscribers. It works really, really good. There's no complaints about Pexels. Even if you're at like an 100,000 subscriber level, if you don't want to dish out like $500 a year, Pexels is completely fine for free. But if you do want your videos to be, the top quality and you want that extra 1%, I would recommend Artlist. They have a huge platform of media, and I do have an affiliate link below if you want to use that. Cheeky plug, but if not, no worries. And yeah, I'm going to be using Pexels for this video. I'll use a little bit from Artlist as well, just to show you guys, what most of you will be using. However, I'll also show you the difference in selection on Artlist. So let's go ahead and dive in. Now that we've done the A cut, I'm going to go ahead and switch my workspace. I just have these built out. You can customize this how you want, but I like to have a big timeline open to add a lot of things on top, add a lot of things on the bottom, and I like to have this small because I don't really use it other than the A cut. So let's go ahead and talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and make a new event. That event is not going to have a project, and it is going to be titled B-roll. This is B-roll. This is just where you're going to drop all the clips, just import the media into here. By the way, when you import media, you never click on this. It's a pain. Just drag and drop it into here. So let's go to pexels.com and pick our B-roll. First, we need to figure out what we actually need to put in there because you only want to put B-roll in if it makes sense to put it in. If you're talking about something that can be shown through a visual, it's almost always better to add B-roll. However, if you're just talking about some random thing that you can't really show through a video or an image, there's no point. So only put it where it makes sense. If the speaker is talking about technology, you could overlay a video of a spaceship taking off or someone working on the computer. The overall goal is to just show and not tell. So anything that you talk about that could be shown in a video or an image, put that in there as B-roll. Let's see what I talk about that I could add as B-roll.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set.
How to build a beautiful set, right? I actually do have a clip of that saved in here. So here is the beautiful set. So I can actually just go ahead and add that in. I don't need to go to Pexels right now, but we'll go to Pexels later just so you guys can see. What you want to do is essentially add that to where you start talking about the thing that needs to be shown. So I don't want to just have it overlaid here, right?
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. The next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build
So I want to start this like right on how to build a beautiful set. So I can go ahead and just cut that there and then just show it.
How to build a beautiful set. Beautiful set.
And one of the good things about B-roll is that you can actually mask cuts. So as you can see, I have a pause here. So let me cut here. I have a pause over the next like 1 second.
So as you can see, I have this little set.
So as you can see, I have that pause. I can just cut that pause out. Boom. Bam. Right, so now we can just delete that.
Next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me.
Don't need any B-roll there because I'm already showing the set.
And I'm going to teach you behind me. Little set built out behind me. And I'm going to teach you how to build that today. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more.
All right.
So
when I say studio, that's something that I could show. So I'm going to go ahead and just place a marker there so I remember. Let's go to pexels.com and pick out a piece of B-roll for that. So we can change this to videos, camera, studio. So let's go ahead and boom, this is perfect. That's a perfect video. So go ahead and download that video. And now we can go into our downloads and go ahead and find that. So where'd that video go? Right here. Pexels, go ahead and drop that in there. And as you can see, it's just a normal video of a production studio. Go ahead and set your in and out point. Just do a random one and drop it down right on that marker.
Studio, so I have a lot more control. Studio.
then this is a short piece of B-roll, just for the word studio.
Enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control. And I'm going to teach you how to build that today. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control.
So that's good. This actually is not fully the right dimension, so as you can see, my clip's under there. Easy way to do that, just click crop, done. And now it's full screen.
In a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, we
can go look up that house, perfect little video. Go ahead and go back here. There it is. Go ahead and just cut that there, okay.
However, if you're in your
start on the first frame when they say the word house,
all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home.
So I think this one can actually go on longer.
Your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this.
So I can cut off that little dead noise there, just to make the video feel a little bit faster.
However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio.
So perfect, right? That made the video way more interesting. Well, let's do one more. I'll pull this one from Artlist to show you the kind of difference in their quality and their selection.
So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Trying to make the audio quality as crisp. Building out a recording studio is figure out how to
all right, that's interesting. So reduce the echo.
Reduce the echo.
Right.
Reduce the echo.
And essentially, we can end the B-roll right here because that way, it hides the cut. It looks a little bit jarring if we just cut like that. So
the echo. Trying to make the audio.
It looks fine, but it's better if we can just hide that so it looks smooth. Let's go ahead and go to artlist.io. Go ahead and sign in. All right, and let's go to footage and let's look for echo. That's going to be an interesting one. I don't know what kind of footage they'll have for that. Yeah, that's good. Like a microphone of some kind. That would be good, yeah. I'm going to look up microphone instead. See if we can find a better one. Microphone. Boom. Perfect. So this is good. We can just do in 4K MP4. Boom. Looks great. So now we go ahead and go back to Final Cut and just go ahead and find that piece of B-roll. Add that in the B-roll folder. Start here. Boom, boom. And bam. That's it. So let's go ahead and rewatch this first 22 seconds to kind of see how it's improved.
All right, everybody, welcome into the next lesson where I'm going to teach you how to build a beautiful set. So as you can see, I have this little set built out behind me, and I'm going to teach you how to build that today. I'm actually lucky enough to be in a studio, so I have a lot more control over the things that I do. However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home. So the first thing we need to do when building out a recording studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Trying to make the audio quality as crisp as possible.
So actually, I think what we would do, maybe this one's not as natural, so
trying to make the audio quality as
maybe just move this here.
Possible.
And then just cut out the silence. Make sure the trimmed right.
Doing studio is figure out how to reduce the echo. Trying to make the audio quality as crisp as possible. Not from your microphone, but from your room setup.
So boom, perfect use of B-roll, right? So that's essentially how we can use it. As you can see, the clips just go on top of here and just makes it more visually interesting. It just makes it better. So I would go ahead and do this throughout your video. Over time, you use more advanced pieces of B-roll, like animations, stuff that you filmed yourself that's dedicated for that one section. And you can get very creative with this very fast. You can, you can turn the opacity down on like an overlay. Like there's just so many things you can do with B-rolls. Drop the opacity on this one, right?
However, if you're in your house, all of this still applies to you. You can still do this, in your own home.
So there's just a ton of ways that you can do it. These are the basic fundamentals to editing, and go ahead and just experiment around with it. Try different stuff out, put different B-roll on, see how it looks. Try to find, stuff that fits you, it's your style, and go from there. That's pretty much it. I've shown you the basics, but now it's time to dive into the advanced side of it because I know that's what a lot of you are here for. A lot of you already know how to cut an A cut and you know how to add B-roll, but I'm going to give you some sauce on the next lesson that's going to take your edits to another level. And to do that, I'm going to be editing for an entire hour live, kind of breaking down exactly what I'm doing. Go ahead and hop over to that module and I'll see you there. All right, everyone, welcome into the advanced editing module. I am about to edit a video live for you and show you actually how I edit my own videos and how you should start thinking about it too. I'm going to go over some more advanced concepts, things that I don't see a lot of people talking about, and that are some big mistakes that you need to avoid. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into Final Cut Pro. I'm gonna do everything in Final Cut Pro and we're just gonna see how it goes. So yeah, by the end of this module, you are going to understand how to edit a video start to finish. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit a 1 minute section from my video just so you can kind of see how I would go about that. All right, so I already have this video A-cut, so we're not going to A-cut it because we already went over that. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag this in here. So this is a video that I did for my agency. So we're going to cut it off at 1 minute and boom. So we're going to cut it off at 1 minute and I'm going to show you exactly how I would edit this. So first let's find the cuts.
Hello.
I'm going to like mark where the cuts are just so I can like add B-roll more efficiently. Normally you would get this in the A cut, but this has already been A cut. So, all right. So as you can see, I got this A cut. That's just so we can see where the cuts are and we can, effectively add B-roll. You won't have to do that. So I just cut that out, but let's go ahead and dive in. So first I want to listen to the first clip, see what I say.
Hello. We appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking.
All right, cool. So blowing up personal brand by booking a call.
Hello. We appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking.
So I think the theme for this one I want is going to be kind of like white and then blue. I'm going to go with that. So what I like to do is I'm going to maybe add text on here for the most important part. So what's the most important part?
Blowing up your personal brand by booking.
Blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. Okay. So now let's go ahead and write that out. So I'm going to go ahead and open up and now let's go ahead and write that out. Like I said, it's going to be white and blue. So I'm just going to choose white. Nope, wrong color. All right. And then I'm going to use some text. Make that black. All right. And then I'm going to make that not Montserrat. I'm going to use Futura because I like that font. Then I'm going to put this in the middle, scale it up. Nice. All right. So that's scaled. Now I'm going to actually make that the color that I want. So let's go ahead and change it to a blue, something like that. See how that looks. That looks pretty cool. So go ahead and get this centered. Yep. Perfect. All right. So now I am going to basically write this out word by word. This is the thing with editing. It's just a lot of like repetition.
Taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand.
So blowing up your personal brand. I think we actually want condensed extra bold. No, we definitely don't want that. We want bold. Okay, that's fine. File, export, A1.
The next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call.
By booking a call. All right, that's that. So we got that text out of the way. Let's go ahead and add that now. So I'm going to go ahead and actually make a event. I'm going to go ahead and structure this like I normally do. So I'm going to make a couple events. I'm going to make a event called B-roll. B-roll. Oh shit, I already got B-roll. Okay, B-roll. I've already got B-roll. That's fine. I'll just keep B-roll in here. Perfect. So new event. We're going to do music, AE, pics, screen recs. Nice. Okay, so cool. That's that. Go ahead and pick that up, put it up there. Okay, sweet. So I'm going to go ahead and delete smart collections. Delete. Can delete this one. Maybe I can't delete that one. Okay, there we go. Sweet, that's pretty good. So go ahead and add these into pics because they are all pics.
Your personal next step.
So I go ahead and find the exact point where I hear that sound. But blowing around there, I start up. Your personal. Hear that B. Okay, by booking. Hear that C, and boom. Then cut right on the cut. So now it'll look like this.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to...
That looks pretty good. So now we have like some sort of text on there. What we can do in the beginning here is probably add some sort of like a zoom effect. I think I have some like plugins downloaded, maybe effects. Oh, damn.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing.
Okay, I got like this zoom. Just apply. Actually, I'm gonna break this up.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the. Hello.
So do this. Pro zoom. Build in. Yeah, we do want it to build in. We don't want it to build out.
Hello.
It was way too fast.
Hello. We appreciate. Hello.
Make this a little bigger. Have it up here.
Hello, we appreciate. Hello.
Okay, we do want it to ease in, or ease both actually.
Hello, we appreciate you taking. Hello, we appreciate. Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm gonna break down.
So it looks pretty good. Have like a little zoom in there.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm gonna break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how exactly what we do.
So now for this one, maybe like that for emphasize that how, I can go ahead and crop in a little bit. So what I would do here is I like to just crop. So this is different for everyone. Different people like to crop in different ways. Some people just do it in like over here in these settings, but I just like to crop like this. So do that. And the thing that we want to do here is make sure that the eyes match up together. So as you can see, like with the eyes, you want like the Y axis. All right. So an easy way to do this is literally just use the letter X. Basically what you want to go do is just search up basic title. This is so we can match the actual eye line on the screen. So I don't know why I just dropped 2 in there. Let me go ahead and get rid of one of those. So just to make this make sense, what we're doing is cutting in on my face to make it like zoom in. So we go like that, just make it look clean. But what we want to do is essentially, we want it to cut on the same line on the y-axis. So I'll show you what I mean. We can do an X, and then we can like stretch this a little bit. Yes, scale X. Okay, so now what we can do is literally just make this, let's see, where did we go? All right. Yeah, we can go here and then do my eye line before. So my eye line before is like right here. You can see both of my eyes. And now when I'm cutting in on the eye line, I want it to be the exact same. So actually right before the cut is a little bit higher, like right there. Now you can see my face is like, my eye is not quite on that X. So what I want to do is now go here. I want to just change that a bit. So I'm going to move this down a little bit, move that down just a tiny bit more. See, now it's too high. There we go. Now it's right on the X. So now we go boom, 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 boom. As you can see, it's right on the eye line. That's exactly what you want. That's called an eye level cut, and that actually helps so much. So we can just disable this for now. We don't really need it. So I'm just going to delete this whole part.
So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First,
right. So that looks really, really good. Let's make sure that this eye level lines up on here. Yeah, it should. Okay, so eye level's down there. Now we want to go ahead and just bring this eye level down a little bit. And now on the next slide, yeah, we want to bring this down a little bit. That's eye level. And now when we go over, you can see it's a little bit too, it's not in the right place. So what we can do is just, not on that one, reset. On this one, we can just crop in a tiny bit. Go ahead and crop in, just go like that. That should, oh, no, wrong one. We go like that. That should fix our problem. Crop in a little bit more. Yeah, that should fix our problem. So it's roughly on the same eye line, right? So go ahead and drop this.
First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our first, our content.
So that's how you kind of make the eyes look good. It doesn't have to be perfect. I think I probably wouldn't have done it in a normal edit on this one, but on this one, definitely. Like when I'm punching in and punching out, I try to like make it look good. So that one, 100%. I probably wouldn't do it on that one. So with that said, that's an eye level cut. That's extremely important to learn. And I would definitely do that for your videos. So let's go ahead and keep going. I'm going to just go through this entire thing and I'm going to basically zoom in and add some like zooms, whatever I think would be good.
Exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce and how it will impact your brand. First, we'll reduce your ads. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. Take a look at one.
Okay, so take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. I already know that's going to be B-roll. That can be really easy B-roll. So one of our clients, Joel Kaplan, right? So just take that screenshot, drop it in there.
Take a look at one of our...
Go ahead and just crop it so it's full.
Take a look at one of our clients.
And yeah, probably what I want to do on this one is like add a like little zoom just so it makes it look better. So we can go here.
Take a look at one of our...
And then just go to the end. Boom. And now what we want to do, we can actually go back one. So we can see. Whoops. Yeah, we want to add keyframes. I accidentally added a keyframe here. We don't need it there. Add this keyframe there. Boom. And now a keyframe essentially like it like sets like a in and an out point for like a certain movement. So like if I'm zooming in, I have the out point set to 100. Or we probably just want it. We don't want it too crazy. Probably just like 104. 4% change, and I have the output point or the in point here set to 100. So it goes to 100 to 104. So
take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend a...
So as you can see, it just adds a little bit more movement to the screen and just makes it look better.
Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend 100.
And actually what we could do to make this look a little bit better, I could take this out. And then what I would do is, first off, I would change this keyframe. I would change this keyframe to go like around here. And here I would go to 105. Yeah, and then here I would set the endpoint. Yeah, here would set the endpoint, go here, take it out. Now it would look like that. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a swipe. So this is built in. All slide. This is like one of my favorite animations. I use this all the time. So helpful for so many scenarios.
He used to...
Nice. Okay, so that's that. Make this one slide out. Make it slide out down. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm adding a slide in, slide out. So this is one of my favorite animations. As you can see, slide out, slide in. It's a little too fast. Let's go here, slide in, and this one slides out down. So we actually want to have this slide in up, this one up as well. So you usually want to keep them the same. Like if it slides up, ends up. If it slides down, ends down.
Take a look at one of our, take a look at one significantly. Take a look at one significantly. Take a look at one of our clients significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to...
So that's a very easy way to like hide a cut. So like you can't even tell that like a cut in there, right? So it's like literally just like
significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000.
it looks like I didn't even cut. Like there's no like break in there that you can see. It hides the cut. So like that's kind of your goal with B-roll.
Used to spend $150,000.
So here I'd probably want to use some sort of B-roll from like Artlist. Artlist, I have a perfect B-roll in mind, like a money printer. So we got some good B-roll of a money printer. There's like a certain one, like that one. That one has some good movement in it. You can just download HD version. Go ahead and get that. So, oh, what just happened there? My screenshot just disappeared. Bro, this course just reminds me why I don't edit anymore. Like that. All right, so he used to spend 100. We can go ahead and drop that B-roll into the B-roll. So go ahead and drop that money printer in there. See how that looks.
He used to spend $150,000.
So I think we should do it after it's already started. Delete that.
$150,000 a month on ads. And now $10,000 marketing ads.
Okay, we want to hide that cut, so we'll use that B-roll there.
Marketing ads to make over $750,000.
And the reason why we put that image there is because that's like the highlight. It's like he used to spend $150,000 in ads just to make $500,000. But now he spends only $10,000 to make $750,000. So it's like, this is like the money printer, right? It simplifies money. So maybe this first one could be burning money. So maybe we go look for that on our list. So let's go ahead and see burning money. Yeah, something like this. Or actually, this one looks good. Download the HD version. And let's see. All right, burning money.
$150,000 a month on ads to make $500,000. Make around $5 on ads to make around.
So as you can see, that's a point where like little things matter so much. Like this frame made it look weird.
On ads to make around $5.
If I cut on the actual beat where I say t, it looks so much better. So let's see how that looks.
Spend $100. Kaplan. He used to spend
So actually, I think with this one, we just put it under here.
He used to spend. He used to spend
So it'll look like this.
Significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000.
So now we want to look for something, because this is like, he's barely scraping by making 500K off of 150K. It's like, we want to look for something that's like stress. We want to make it like money. And then let me see if I can add money. That works. If there's anything here. This is like a lot of editing, literally just looking for the right B-roll. So bear with me a second. Now he just spends $10,000 a month on ads. Okay, I like that one more. Do that. Then we need one that's like some sort of stress. What would that be? Some sort of stress. Maybe we could just do more money. Yeah, I think that would work. Yeah, maybe we just do more money. I maybe have that one. Let's test that. See how that looks. Okay, so we can just add all this B-roll into the B-roll section.
Ads to make around.
Okay, that's that.
Month on ads to make around.
Okay, and obviously we need to crop that in. So to quick fix to that, just crop.
Make around a month on ads to make around.
One thing that you can do too is this is actually a really good strategy. Just go Command R. All right, so what you want to do is essentially go, and then you want to press Shift B. And that essentially creates a speed ramp. So then you can just go here, pull this down, and it'll essentially get way faster. Like it'll ease into the fastness. Okay, but we want it to like go like there. So maybe we go here.
$1,000 a month on ads to make around.
So you can see how it like speeds up a little bit.
$500,000.
Yeah, maybe we actually go here. Drag this. Oh no, not that.
$1,000 a month on ads to make $1,000 a month on ads to make around 500,000.
And then what we could do is also Shift B, speed ramp in this one. This one you got to do a couple times, but it'll work out. And that just looks way better. So
now
go ahead and shorten that.
$500,000 in revenue, and now he spends only.
So now we can cut to me. Again, it does crop that in. Again, it doesn't matter where my eyes are in this one because there's nothing we're focusing on in here. So like it doesn't matter. I could just cut in as much as I want because there's no other eyes to match it to, right? So you can also cut off the silence.
Spends only 10.
So that'd be a bad cut if it wasn't having B-roll there. So you can go ahead and add in this B-roll, crop it. Probably want to drop that there.
$1 a month and retarget $1 a month in revenue. And now,
right, so that looks pretty good.
Over 80% of Joel's clients.
All right, so if I was really editing, I would probably do an animation here, but I'm not about to spend 2 hours on an animation. So that's that. Let's see what this looks like.
The next step.
Let's go ahead and watch it through, see how it looks.
Booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. Exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your. All
right, so here's something that we probably want to like do something for. Our content framework. mark that. Now what I can go in and like do in Photoshop is like content framework, put that up here, right? And then I have like I could say like, it doesn't matter because I'm going to blur these out. So I could just say like start or like ideation strategy. And I can go ahead and like shrink that just so it looks a little better. Number 1, ideation strategy. Number 2, content funnel. And number 3, nope, that's not what I want, bro. Chill. Consistent posting, right? So it doesn't actually matter what I say here because I'm going to blur it out. I'm just going to put some random stuff. 119, we want to get this centered. Then we want these to be the same distance. Yep. So that looks pretty good. Maybe make these black. I feel like that would be better. Color, black, color, black, color, right. So now we just need to apply like some sort of blur onto here. So we can go to, all right. And then we need to go to like filter, blur, converge to smart object. Sure. That did nothing. All right. Yeah. First we need to rasterize these. Let me just rasterize that. Rasterize layer. Cool. So all these are rasterized now. All right. So to blur this, you're going to put that little box around it. Then you're going to go to a filter. You're going to go to pixelate and you're going to go to mosaic. And then you're going to go ahead and just kind of ramp it up until you can't see it anymore. Let's go to around like 25, 23 is good. We can go ahead and copy that, copy, paste. Then we just go ahead and do the same thing on the other ones. So let's go ahead and do that too. Content funnel. Boom. On number 2. Then we're going to go to filter, pixelate, mosaic, 23. Nice. Last one. Go to 3. Filter, pixelate. Nice. Okay, so now it is blurred. Go ahead and export that. Export as PNG. Name it something random. Let's go ahead and drop that in there. So go ahead and just drop that in. Maybe you want to crop it in a little bit just so it looks a little bit better. We can actually do a Ken Burns effect. That's like the same thing as a zoom. Just like is a little bit easier to do. So I like to zoom just like slightly. So let me just pull this. Yeah, you want like the slightest little zoom. Not anything crazy. Okay, bring this down just a tiny bit. There we go. There is a slight zoom. So now you can see it has a slight zoom.
Significantly. Content framework will reduce Joel Kaplan. He used to spend ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan.
So boom. Like now that looks really, really good. So probably want to do like some text here. So we can just add some text. Basic title. Go ahead and just change up these settings. We want it down here. Text itself is going to be like hello. I like to use Proxima Nova semi-bold, which I don't have. Okay, we'll choose Futura. Go ahead and look for Futura is always a good one. Never go wrong with Futura. So hello. I like that size. That's a good size. Now we can go to, I always like to at least like outline, or not outline it. I like to glow. Show. Don't want a gold glow. We want like a white glow. It's that white glow. Or no, we want a dark glow. Sorry. Blur it a little bit. Let's go that way. Radius just a little bit. Hard to see on my black shirt. Let's go ahead and check it. It doesn't look that good. Go ahead and do it just a little bit more. There we go. Now the blur's more. Get that radius back down. All right. So as you can see, there's a little bit of a black outline that helps the viewer see it. So right now I'm just really adding the text just to like make it a little bit more engaging in the beginning. And of course, adding word by word is better because it holds the viewer's retention a little bit more, especially in the intro because you want it faster in the intro. Boom. So that's pretty good.
Now kind of exactly what we do and how it will.
So I think this one maybe start off like a Ken Burns, just flip it. So end like, yeah, just end a little bit later. Get that arrow.
Break down right now, brand. First, our content framework will impact what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, exactly what we do and how it will impact the call. So I'm going to
All right, I think this one would be more effective if it's flipped, so let's flip it.
First, our content.
Boom, that looks pretty damn good.
How it will impact.
And I actually think that this one should be matched, so we're going to go boom.
Here will impact your brand. First, our content framework.
And I think this should actually just be here.
Look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000.
All right, so I think that this is pretty good. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at it all the way through.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000 in revenue, and now he spends only $10,000 a month in retargeting ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over 85% 5% of Joel's clients come in from YouTube.
So that looks pretty damn good. There's definitely some more things we could do. We could add like probably be similar text to this. How it will impact your brand could probably be similar text to this. And then also we could add like subtitles over the whole thing, especially on this part. Like right here. You could just add it in the middle, nice and big on this part. That would be a really good addition, but I ain't trying to do all that right now. All right, so I think this is a very good base to work off of. Of course, there's more stuff we could add, but there's always more stuff we could add. This is a pretty solid little sequence that's like 30 seconds long. I think that that's gonna perform well, but we do need to enhance it with a couple more things. So let's go ahead and jump onto the next module where I teach you guys all about that. All right, welcome into the next lesson where we are going to cover sound design. So the video that I edited in the last lesson, we're gonna go over that and we are gonna add some sound to it. So that covers music, sound effects, all of that. Makes a huge difference. If you're not adding any sound design to your videos, then you need to be doing something different. So let me go ahead and show you kind of where I find sound effects. The first thing that we're gonna do is design all of the sound before we put any music, because that's just how you generally should do it. Because if you put music, then you start sound designing, it's easy to get lazy. So we don't want that. So let's go ahead and see what sound effects we need.
Hello, we
need a whoosh. Okay, first off, zoom in, we need a whoosh. So let's go find a whoosh. We can go ahead and find some sort of whoosh. Too fast. Okay, these are all like too long. That's closer. That's a good one for swipe, so we can download that one. Great one for swipe. Go ahead and download that one too. Okay, that one might work. Let's try it. Oh, that one's good. Go ahead and take that one. Okay, I think we got enough whooshes and swipes. So let's go ahead and do a whoosh. We'll do that one first.
Hello, we appreciate...
There.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the...
Way too loud, so we can go ahead and lower that.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next... Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step in... Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step...
I think maybe we could just speed it up.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next... Hello, we appreciate you taking the next... Hello, we appreciate you... Hello, we appreciate... Hello, we appreciate... Hello, we appreciate you taking... Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step...
That's pretty good.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing...
We could probably use some sort of like ticking here. But let's go ahead and add the whooshes and the swooshes first. So this one's obviously like a swipe. And then we want a SFX. So where is it? Something like that. Let's turn that down.
Significantly. Take a look at...
Turn that down a little bit more.
Significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend...
Then we can go near 12.
He used to spend a... Joel Kaplan. He used to spend a... Significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend a...
So one thing that you'll notice, even though this is the same animation, like even though this is swipe in, swipe out, I actually use different sound effects. So that's something I want to talk about is like when you have the same element twice, it's very easy to get lazy and just use one type of sound effect, but actually it's much better, much better. I always give this note to my editors, just change the actual sound effect. Like you don't want to use the same one twice. So I always find multiple swooshes, multiple whooshes, and I just change them. That just adds a lot of variety to your edit and it makes it sound so much better. So please do that if you can.
He used to spend 100 ads to make around...
And then rest here, we have the speed ramp. Perfect time to use like a whoosh. Boom.
On ads to make around
I think I want to slow that one down, but to like 80.
$1,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000 to make around $5 a month on ads to make around marketing ads to make over $7.
All right, here we obviously need like money. So we could do like money printer. Just see if anything comes up. I'm not sure if they have anything for this. No. One thing that I like to use for this is playing cards. Like shuffling. Perfect. That's the animation. That is the sound effects that we need. So that one sounds pretty good. Let's go ahead and just go in here. Can add that.
Marketing ads to make over $750,000 a month in marketing. Make $750,000 a month.
So that one is pretty good. We can just kind of
$150,000 to make over $750,000 a month. $150,000 a month. Ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. $150,000 a month in revenue. And now marketing ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over 85% of
so all of that we can just turn down a ton.
For $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over
so that sounds way better when it's softer. Maybe not 19, maybe like 16.
Ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over $10,000 a month.
So now we want to basically like do a money sound effect. So $10,000 a month.
$10,000 a month in retargeting ads to make over $700.
And so we want like a, on the payoff, we want like a sound effect here. So let's go ahead and do ka-ching, do cash register. All right, we'll choose this one. That first one's fine. Let's go ahead and get that one. Cash register. Nice.
700 over 7.
So that one, probably want to fade that in.
To make over 700%.
Again, lower it a lot.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by.
Then we just want like a small tick. Yeah, like that sounds fine. So we can just go like that. Wave. We'll do one more tick. One more tick. That way we at least have two. Again, trying to not use the same sound effect over and over again. Want to put this volume part on like the actual dot. So go ahead and do that. Boom, boom. 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 Boom.
By booking.
So I don't know how this is going to sound, to be honest, because it's just 2 sound effects. But I think it should sound all right. Let's see.
Next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to...
That sounded absolutely horrible. All right. Let's try just this one. All right. Let's try this one.
Step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a step into blowing up your personal brand by brand.
All right. That doesn't sound that great. So maybe we should do tick on the front.
Step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to...
I like that. We could also...
blowing up your... Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal...
Yeah, I think we do that a riser here. I think that would sound good. Riser. All right, we could actually make that one work. Go ahead and get that one. All right, go ahead and drop that in there. So a riser is essentially... Where is the riser? Nope. There we go. So the riser is essentially something that heightens tension. So right here, your person, by booking a call, that's like the rise in the tension, and then it drops. Right at the end there.
Appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down...
Obviously, that's way too loud.
Into blowing up your
Turn it down to like -29.
Up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down...
Yeah, that sounds way better. So let's go ahead and watch this all the way through now with the sound effects.
Brand. First, our...
Yep, I think we are all good. Let's go ahead and watch it through. Oh, no, we need a fire sound effect for this.
100...
We need a fire sound effect, so go ahead and just do fire. Nice, that's perfect. So now we just download that WAV file. Then, let's see, back into this edit. Go ahead and drop that off. So where is that fire one? Now we're going to drop this here. And end it like here. So what we want to do, because this is like a fire sound effect, it's not just going to like end abruptly. We want it to like fade in, fade out. So we're going to take these points, fade them in, fade them out. Let's see how that sounds.
Used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000.
I like that. So that's really good.
$1,000 a month on ads to make around I
think one more money sound effect would be good there. There we go. It's a good one. Let's go ahead and download that one. Actually, no, I think it needs to be a ka-ching. Cash register. All right, that's fine. We can just use that. All right, and then, okay, go ahead and get that one in there. That one's way too loud, though. So right when we have the cut, we have this whoosh. Yeah, we want to have like that there. So
$1,000 a month on ads.
-25.
$1,000 a month on ads to make around 500.
That sounds really good. So now we can put that maybe like -20.
Ads to make around 500.
Boom.
To make over 700.
All right, so let's go ahead and watch it all the way through now and see how it sounds.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000 in revenue, and now he spends only $10,000 a month in retargeting ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over 85% of Joel's clients come in from YouTube.
Boom. So that's a great intro. I think this one needs to be turned down slightly more in the beginning. Maybe like
Hello, we appreciate you taking...
Perfect. That's way better. So now the last thing that we need to do is essentially just add music. So let's go ahead and do that right now. This is one of the hardest parts though. I struggle with this part a lot. Music is the hardest thing to find. But once you find a good song, it's a game changer. So it's definitely worth looking. Do you know how to find like an Iman song on Artlist? You know, that's actually not bad. I'm just going to use that. All right, so I found a decent song. Not the best, but it's not the worst. So let's go ahead and use it. So actually, we move this one to music. Let's go ahead and go to music. Nice. So let's go ahead and just do this. Go ahead and drop this here.
Hello, we appreciate you taking. Oh.
And I'll probably cut it there. Start the song immediately. Fade it in.
Hello, we appreciate you. Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step.
We definitely don't want it that loud. We want it like negative 14.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month.
All right, I'm actually going to use a different song. I'm going to go over to Epidemic Sound because I have some songs saved on here that I already know are good. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, this one's great. Go with this one. All right, so we'll go ahead and use this. And this is all part of the process. Like you try a song, see if it works. If it doesn't work, you try another one until you find something that's good, right? So it all just comes down to trying different stuff.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step.
Right, so we want this to be like negative 15.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how.
Okay, you can't actually hear that, so let's go ahead and take it up just a tiny bit, like negative 7.
You taking the next step into blowing up your. Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend
All right, but now it's getting a little bit loud, so maybe here we can set a keyframe, Option K. And maybe here set the keyframe to go down. That way we can just lower it and not have it be like choppy or anything. So we'll just lower to 17.
Content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000 in revenue. And now he spends only $10,000 a month in retargeting ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over 85% of Joel's clients come in from YouTube.
Boom. All right, now that you have the sound effects, the music, you have all of the elements together, your video is almost done. There's only one more step to do, and that's going to be talked about in the next lesson where we go over color grading. Okay, welcome into the color grading lesson. So in this video, I'm going to teach you the basics of color grading and how to make your footage actually look good. This is the final step in the editing process, and it's a super important step because if not, then your footage is not going to look as bright, not going to look as colorful, and it's going to be harder to retain people over time. So let's go ahead and go into it. So first things first, we need to actually change our workspace a little bit. And to do that, I already have a pre-built out workspace, but I know you guys don't. So I'm going to just show you how to do it. So essentially what you want to do is go into Window and you want to do Show in Workspace. You want to do the sidebar. We don't need that. Show in Workspace. Browser. Don't need that. Show in Workspace. Inspector. Don't need that. Now we are going to bring down our timeline significantly. All right, so we got rid of the things on the sides. Now we need to press Control Command V. And it'll essentially bring up a view like this. So this is essentially the Luma grading for for this. You go here, you can show which one you want to see. Every time you start off, it should start off on Luma. Luma essentially means no color. It just means white and black. So as you can see, all of these are like pretty much white and like it's different like hues of light. So white to black, they have a more bluish light, more orange light, right? But it's not like any crazy colors. So let's go ahead and show you how you can apply this. So for this one, we actually should use an adjustment layer. So I'm going to go back to the other workspace because I have these saved so I can just switch between them faster. So let me go to editing. And then what you want to do is essentially start with the title. And you want to download this from the internet. It's called an adjustment layer. Mine is saved under the name Medium. You can just look up adjustment layer, Final Cut Pro, or I think Premiere Pro has one, so you don't need to do it for Premiere, but adjustment layer, Final Cut Pro, and then, then just go back to that other workspace. Let me do that. Okay. So we're back in Luma grading. And essentially how this works is you want to essentially color grade this like bottom clip. So because this is all the shot in the same like light, all of it's pretty much going to be the same. So I only have to worry about like doing it once. But if you have multiple locations, you'll have to do it multiple times. So what you want to see here is you want to see the top of this white little line, like the top of this white little line, you want to see that touching the 100. You don't want it to go over 100 because then it'll be overexposed. You want it to be 0 to 100. So right now you can see the shadows are perfect. They're at 0, but the light is not. So we have to raise that a little bit. So to do that, we go in here, we click on this adjustment layer because what that means is we're adjusting the colors on this layer, not this one. So not on the actual main clip. So if we adjust it here, it doesn't affect the main clip. I don't know why they do that. It just makes it easier. It just makes it easier to edit. And let's go to color wheels. These are generally my favorites just because they're the easiest to use. So how we want to do this is we essentially want to go to the highlights, right? Because the shadows, the things at 0, the bottom part, that's fine. The only thing that we need to raise is the highlights. So what we want to do is essentially go in here, and this is the saturation on this side. This is the like brightness. So we want to raise the brightness. So we go here, boom, and we take it up to where it just hits 100. So this top point is just hitting 100, and that's what you want. So now you can see the difference. It looks, actually, I think we should lower it just a tiny bit, maybe like there. Yeah, that's perfect. So now, as you can see, you press V to turn it on, turn it off. It looks way different. Like it's way brighter, and that's overall just going to look way better throughout your video. So let's go ahead and see how that looks.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step.
Again, it just looks so much better.
So I'm going to break down right
and you'll see where it changes. That's the first step. So that's the first layer. So you want to just go ahead and apply that to all of your footage. Again, if you have multiple locations, it's going to be different. But if you don't, then it's just going to be the same. So go ahead and do that. And now what we want to do is we want to duplicate this layer. And obviously we can't have that layer twice because it's going to double the brightness on us. So we want to reset that for the second layer, which you can just do by doing that. And now, as you can see, if I turn this on and off, it doesn't do anything. There's nothing on this layer. It's just an invisible layer. But now what we're going to do is change this view we're going to change it to RGB overlay. Actually, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But change it to the histogram now. There we go. Yeah, we'll change it to the RGB parade. That's fine. Honestly, it doesn't matter what you change it to. Whatever's fine. It's all about looks. So there's different kinds of looks that you can emulate. So the color that I like to do is a teal and orange. Teal is like a shade of blue, and orange is obviously orange. So in the shadows, you want them to be more blue, and in the highlights, you want it to be more orange. So let me go ahead and show you how that looks. So in the shadows, as you can see, there's multiple colors around here. What you're going to do is you're going to take those and you're going to put them closer to blue. So as you can see, this thing turns blue, right? So you can see blue, boom, and just bring it over a little bit. Now you can see the background. If I turn this on and off, boom, it's like way bluer, right? Very interesting, right? So as you can see also in the histogram, slides up just a little bit, very blue. So what we do to offset that so it's not just like blue, we take the highlights and we push them to be a little bit orange. So we want the highlights to be a little bit more orange. So boom. And now that just makes our image look a little bit better. So go here, boom, boom. And you can see there's just a little bit more color in my face. The blue in the background looks really good. It just looks more cinematic. So what we can do here is now we can just disable all of this, right? It looks very plain and boring. Boom. And now it looks great. All right. So now we are officially done with everything. So as you can see, this is a pretty complicated looking timeline. I mean, there's like sound effects, music. These things get really complicated on like 10 minutes. So I would recommend you take it like 1 minute at a time. Start slow. Just get 1 minute to be perfect. get the next minute to be perfect, and just keep going from there. But this is everything you pretty much need to know about editing your first video. And there's tons of elements that you'll learn along the way, but this is a good starting point. Simply having talking, B-roll, some photos, that's really all you need. Some good sound effects, good music, and good color grading. That's like the 80-20. So with that said, let's go ahead and watch the final product, see how it looks.
Hello, we appreciate you taking the next step into blowing up your personal brand by booking a call. So I'm going to break down right now kind of exactly what we do and how it will impact your brand. First, our content framework will reduce your ad spend significantly. Take a look at one of our clients, Joel Kaplan. He used to spend $150,000 a month on ads to make around $500,000 in revenue, and now he spends only $10,000 a month in retargeting ads to make over $750,000 a month in revenue. And now over 85% of Joel's clients come in from you.
Boom. That looks really, really good. That's definitely a great starting point for any YouTube video. And then, it won't have perfect retention. There's definitely some more stuff we can do there, but it's a great starting point. And I think that if you make videos like with this level of quality, if you're in the right niche, you will go viral. So with that said, I hope that this editing lesson, these couple editing lessons where I showed you like the whole step-by-step process helped you. And now we're going to go over some more high level theory on how to take them to another level and make sure, they make sense to the audience and all of that. So with that said, let's head over to the next lesson and I will see you guys there.
This is how you create animations like this one on screen. And if you're an editor, you need to know this because it will spice up your videos. Let's go. So to make this as simple as possible, I'm going to divide this tutorial into 6 steps. So the first one's going to be the background. The second step is going to be the curtain animations. The third step is going to be the podium. And the fourth step is going to be the boxes. Fifth step is going to be the 3 secrets text. And then the sixth step is going to be the arrow animations. Let's get right into it. This tutorial is going to be pretty much all on After Effects. So if you're on a different editing software, you can still also take stuff from this and implement it into your own videos. So step 1 is going to be the background. So we're going to go over here. We're going to click new, right click, new, and then we're going to go to solid. We're going to make a white solid or white background. Whatever color background you could do with that. Doesn't really matter, but for this tutorial, let's do white because that's what I did in the animation. And then next, we're going to create the curtain animation. So we're going to also create another solid. And then we're going to make this dark red like that. That should be good. And then I turned on the grid right here so I could see the grid lines and stuff. So what you want to do next is you want to grab the rectangle tool and then you want to mask half of the red solid we just created. So you're going to click on it and then you're going to mask roughly half the screen, just like that. And that's the first thing we're going to do. So the next step to the curtain animation, we're going to add a Bezier warp effect. So I have a control plugin so I could just switch it up here. And then once you have the effect added, you're going to want to click U, or you're going to want to keyframe everything here. Just keyframe everything, and then you're going to click U, and then you should see all the keyframes right here. So once you do that, roughly every 1 whole second, we're going to make another set of keyframes. So we're just going to keyframe all these again, then maybe like another second, keyframe all these again. So what this is going to do is we're just trying to create the wave so that it looks like an actual curtain. So next we're going to highlight all these keyframes and you should see these dots along the edge. And we're going to go to the second set of keyframes for this that we plotted. And we're just going to move the dots to create the curtain kind of effect. This doesn't have to be exactly like what I'm doing, but you just want to create kind of like a rough path for these. So something like that looks pretty good. And what it's going to look like right now is pretty much like that. And then it's going to go back. So for the last set of keyframes, we could actually delete them and then re-keyframe them. And then we're just going to straighten this out more. Make sure you're adding the changes like a second or two later. Just straighten out the curtain a bit. Again, all these paths can be totally different depending on what your video is like. But this is what I did. So it's going to look something like this right now. I'm just gonna straighten out towards the end, okay? So that's that. So now we're gonna get all the right top or the right bottoms. We're gonna get these 4 keyframes and then we're gonna slightly move them we're gonna create this pattern. You can just follow what I'm doing. We're gonna create this type of pattern with them on every single one. So do this for each one. So this should be what the pattern of them looks like. And this is what it looks like now. So it looks a lot more realistic than before. And now just to make things a bit more smoother, we're gonna easy ease them. So click F9 on your keyboard and it should look like this. I'm just gonna slightly change the path here. So this is what we're working with right now. Simple, just something like that. So once we have one curtain down, our comp should be something like this. And we're gonna pretty much cut it down to like around 5 seconds, everything. And then I'm just gonna end it there. So this is what we have right now, currently. That's what it should look, something like this. And then to save some time, what you're gonna do is you're gonna do this step that you did for this curtain on the other side for another curtain. So you're gonna click Control D, move it over, and then redo the steps so it's the opposite way. So to save time, I'm not gonna do that, but if you could just do this one, then you just do the same thing but on the other side. So you'd go here, click New, Solid, and then you would go back here and then cut half of it like this, and then you would redo it, whatever. But at the same time, I'm not gonna do that. So once you duplicate the curtain for the left side we just made, your comp should look something like this. The curtain's just opening up. And once we have that, that's kind of like the hardest part of this animation. It's fairly simple. So next we're gonna make like the podium. So for that, we're gonna get a ellipse tool and we're just gonna make it on the bottom. Something like this should work. And we're gonna put the anchor point in the middle. And then we're gonna make the stand with a rounded rectangle tool. Just create it, drag it up. Something like that should do. And then we're gonna create the top platform. We're gonna create another rounded rectangle tool for the top of the like podium thing. And then we're just gonna click and hold. And then I'm gonna make it thin, and you could adjust how curved you want it by using your scroll wheel to make the edges more or less squared. So I'm gonna do it all the way around, and then I'm gonna put that on top, just like this. Maybe make the base a bit larger. And move it up. Maybe make it a bit shorter. Move this up a bit. Then I'm just gonna move them all down a little bit. And then I'm gonna center everything and then align it to the middle of the screen, which it already is. So after that's done, make sure you put these layers before or below the curtain. So whenever the curtain opens, it's in the background, not on top of the curtains like this. So next we're gonna make the boxes. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get another rounded rectangle tool. And I'm gonna put the edges a lot sharper. And maybe about this size should be perfect. And then I'm gonna get it, and then I'm gonna write a number. So we're gonna say number 1. Center that, and then we're gonna move it into the box, just like that. So that's one box. Now what we're gonna do is you're gonna click toggle switches or modes right here. And you should be able to see this part. Now just click the button. And we're gonna grab the pick whip right here, and then we're gonna put it to shape layer 4 or the box. And pretty much whenever you rotate this, the number will move too. So I'm just gonna click Command and double click the anchor point right here, and that's gonna make it so that everything is on the center of the box. So once you do that, I'm just gonna position where I want the box, one right here, and then I'm just gonna duplicate both these layers. And then I'm gonna move the box out, and then I'm gonna write number 2 right there. Maybe rotate this box a bit, just like that, just like so. Make sure the shape layer is on that, and then I'm just gonna duplicate this again and make the last box for the 3 secrets part. just gonna move it up. Maybe like that, maybe rotate it a bit less. And then we're gonna put number 3. Just like so. So once you do that, you should have something that looks like this. Let me just drag these below. You should have something that just looks like this. It opens up. Very beginning part of it, but that's what it should look like so far. Actually, I'm just gonna change up these words a little bit. I'm gonna make this number 2. If I could type, then I'm gonna make this number 3. And I'm gonna make this number 1, just like how I did in the animation in the beginning. And then I'm gonna angle this a bit more. Maybe drag it up a bit more. Something like this. So once you have this, now you're just gonna wanna create the movement of the boxes coming up. So what you're gonna do is, you're gonna select all the text, or you're gonna select all the shape layers. So let me just put them all together at the bottom. So you're gonna select all the shape layers. You're gonna click P on your keyboard, keyframe. So this is where we want the end position to be. So maybe we start the animation whenever the curtain starts to reveal a bit, and we're just gonna move them all down so they can't see those boxes do not pass the top point. We're just gonna click F9. We're gonna go into our graph editor. Then we're going to make a sharp graph just like this. And now what that should look like is something like that. Very simple. And then to make this a bit more interesting, because it's very stale, we are just going to offset these keyframes a little bit. So we want the second box first, then we want the third box to pop out, and then we want number 1 box to pop out last. So it just staggers the animations a bit. And then we could just make this quicker. It's a bit slow. Just like so. That's pretty much all the animation portion of this video done. This animation, and then I'm gonna put number 1 below everything, because I want it to come from like the back of them, not in front of them. You see, or else it would be coming out in front of them like that. So we're gonna put it behind everything, and then next, because we see the boxes right here, we need to make them disappear. So how we're gonna do that is we're gonna create a rectangle, make sure it has a fill, and we're gonna make sure that it's aligned with the top of our podium right here. And then just make sure it has a fill, and then what we're gonna do is drag it down to all the shapes and numbers right here. And then we are going to have them all click toggle switches in mode, and we're going to have them all pick up to that. So whenever you do that, it should look something like this pretty much. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move the shape we made and move it up to right about at the top of the podium area, right around there. So it just cuts off whatever we don't want to see, and then the boxes look like it comes out right from the podium, and you can't see the boxes beforehand. Now that that's done, your comp should look something like this. The curtains reveal and then the boxes come out. What we're gonna add to the boxes, we could add some effects to make them a bit more interesting. So I'm just gonna add some drop shadow. Just gonna put this at 100, soften it a bit, and then put the distance a bit further back, just to give it more depth. And then we're just gonna copy these to all the boxes. Makes it a bit more interesting looking. So after that's done, pretty much what you're want to do is put the text now. So I'm gonna write 3 secrets, and then we're just gonna make that black to contrast the background, center, and we're just gonna put this at the top of the screen. Maybe make it a bit bigger, something like that. I'm gonna drag this below the curtains, and then whenever we want this to come in a bit later, right around here. So I'm gonna drag it before the start or after the start, and then I'm gonna apply something from Animation Composer to give the text an animation whenever it pops up. So I'm just gonna do this one right here, animate in, and then we could just watch it back. Perfect. That's pretty much perfect. And that's pretty much the text done. So after the text, now we're gonna just do the arrow that's pointing to the 3 secrets. So what we're gonna do is click your pen tool right here, and we're just gonna plot a point and then plot another point and then drag. Let's put this to no fill. Just go by doing that, and then we're gonna add a stroke, and we're gonna put it as a black stroke, maybe 22 pixels wide. And then once we have the initial arrow shape, we could zoom in on our comp, maybe move the points around a little bit, just so it fits better. Rotate it a bit. Perfect, something like that. Once we have that, then we're gonna click off. Then we're gonna go back with our pen tool, and then we're gonna create the arrow. This is a simple way of doing it. I know there's a lot of other ways to do this, but this is just a simple, easy way to do it, to make an arrow. And then we're just gonna make it just like that. Maybe rotate the whole thing a bit, just like that. We could fix the legs a bit, or the arrow a bit. So your arrow should look something like that. You can make it bigger, smaller, thicker, whatever, but I think something like that works. And then all we're gonna do here is go click this arrow right here, go to Contents, click Add, and then we're gonna add trim paths. We're gonna click the triangle here, click End, and then we want the arrow to appear after 3 secrets appears. So maybe we want the start to be here, so we're gonna put that to 0, and then we want it to end around here maybe. So just cut that down, and we're gonna F9, hit F9. We're gonna go into the graph editor to make this more smooth, and then we're just gonna make a sharp graph for it, just like that. So watching it back, the arrow comes out after 3 secrets, pops up, just like that. I'm gonna make the arrow a little bit bigger, and I'm probably just gonna make it slightly thicker as well, just like that. That's perfect. Now, the last few steps to really put this animation all together, I think, I'm just gonna add an adjustment layer by clicking Command Option Y on Mac, and then I'm gonna add posterize time, and I'm going to set that to 12. Let's just view this in quarter so it renders faster. So what this is going to do is it's pretty much just going to put it to 12 FPS, everything underneath it, and it's going to create more of an animation style look. So this is what it looks like. See, it's lower frame rate. And then once this is done, there's one last step, and that's adding camera. So we're gonna click New Camera. These are the settings I have. Doesn't really matter though. I'm gonna just click OK. And then we're gonna click A on the keyboard and P on the keyboard. And then everything underneath here, except for the curtains and the background, we're going to, or everything except for just the white background, we're gonna 3D. So everything here, 3D, and then we also want to enable motion blur. So check those boxes once you selected everything. And then at the beginning, we're gonna have it just normally how it is. Drag the keyframes to the beginning. At the end, we're just gonna zoom in slightly. We're just gonna zoom in slightly on the 3 secrets. So once you guys have done that step, this is what the animation should look like, the final version. And boom, that's pretty much everything of the tutorial. pretty simple stuff, and I hope you guys found some value in it. And you guys should be able to apply this to the videos you're doing, spicing it up, visualizing stuff, and just making the packaging of your videos a lot more unique. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you guys found some value in this, and have a good one, guys.
All right, so now we are on to analytics. This is super important for analyzing your channel. You really need to see like which viewers are coming, when they're leaving. It basically tells you like what you need to change in your videos to make them really go viral and to have consistent viewers coming in. All right, the first thing we're going to talk about is how to analyze retention. This is definitely the first step into really understanding your analytics, because it shows you, when your viewers are dropping off, it shows you what you need to change in your videos. So let's just go ahead and dive in. So I'm going to go ahead to my recent video. We'll go to YouTube is a video game. Here's how you win. So go into the analytics. All right, and the first thing that we're going to look at is this little section, this little blue line. This 30 seconds is probably the most important part of your video, because after this, you can see the line is a lot more flat than this first drop off, right? That's a super steep drop off. That's always going to happen on YouTube videos. There's just really no getting around that. But what you can do, and what the best YouTubers do, is make that line be as flat as possible. And that's our goal here. So a really good benchmark to try to hit is 33% people dropping off. So 66% of viewers are still watching around the 30-second mark. That's pretty doable for almost any channel, any niche. That is kind of the benchmark that you want to hit, because if you get that, then the rest of your graph shouldn't dip too low. You shouldn't be ending off around like 0 unless you have like some really boring part of the video. But as long as your video is decent, if you can minimize that first 30 seconds, then you are set. Like you're good to go. So that's really how it is. That's really what you want to focus on. And we can go into see more and kind of look at this graph a little bit more closely. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to look at the first 30 seconds. So
YouTube is a video game, and if you understand how to play, you can level up fast and get millions of views.
Okay, so that first drop off, there's always going to be just a little drop off in the beginning. That's kind of just how it is. But maybe what I could have done better there is really showing like some sort of physical representation of video games and having more energy in there. That would probably reduce it slightly, right? So that's something that I could improve on. And this is really what you need to be like hypercritical of this when analyzing it yourself, because it's super important that you are overly critical, because that way you can, figure out the small little things that you need to change and, put them into your videos to get better views. So let's keep going. It looks like the line actually flattens off a little bit right around here, which is amazing. So this next section was apparently good. So let's see what I did here.
It's like one of my clients who got 1.9 million views and $6 million.
Okay, cool. So it's just like one of my clients who got 1.9 million views and $6 million. So one thing that I've noticed on YouTube growth is people like to see a YouTube graph. I showed that during that section where it's very flat. Maybe that's something that I could do more of. Maybe I could show that in the beginning to reduce that initial drop off. So I could be like, YouTube is a video game, and whatever I said. So if I put that graph, if I put that YouTube graph in that beginning section, then maybe that would make that drop off a little bit less. That's definitely a piece that you can see. That's very noticeable, very easy thing to incorporate more of. Maybe I just put YouTube graphs throughout the whole intro and see how it does. That's kind of what you have to experiment with and see how it performs. But looks like the next section was a pretty heavy drop off through 10 to 20. So let's look at the next 10 seconds and kind of see what I did.
In the last 12 months, you see, YouTube has secret cheat codes that can guarantee you'll go viral. And I even use these cheat codes myself to go from 0 subscribers to over 1,000.
Okay, so there's where it starts to level off a little bit more. So it looks like, honestly, people just didn't care about the secret cheat codes. It's like,
in the last 12 months, you see, YouTube has secret cheat codes that can guarantee you'll go viral. And I even...
Yeah, so maybe I just shouldn't have included that, right? Like maybe I should have just gone and maybe I just go to where it flattens off, right? Next time. It's like, I grew my own channel from 0 to 1,000 subscribers in 30 days.
These cheat codes myself to go from 0 subscribers to over 1,000 in the last 30 days.
Perfect. So again, YouTube graph levels off significantly. So that's something that I just noticed that I'm like, okay, wow, that's really good. There's like a good, boost in retention with that. So that's something I'll use more in the future. And that's really what you need to be analyzing to try to get up to that 66% to 70% range. 70% is really good. Like if you can hit 70%, your videos are going to do really well. So that's the first part. Let's go ahead and jump in the second part. Next, as you can see, the line is pretty much flat all across. It's just a very slow decline. That's pretty natural. But what you want to look at is like the steep drop off point. So it looks like, for example, here, there was a raise, right? So there's a big raise right here. So let's go ahead and see. Yeah, it goes from 42% to 43%. Around the middle of the video, that's pretty good.
Hit it at all to your core audience. Even if it's a great video, it will flop. So here is my game plan for you. Take out a note.
So basically what I did to get that little jump in the graph is I gave people somewhat of an action plan. So maybe that's like something I could do more of in the future to increase retention. is give more people actionable steps that they can take to get better on YouTube, right? So let's say you're like a cooking channel or something. Maybe it's like, okay, you give them an actual recipe, right? You're like, okay, here's my game plan for you. You're going to go out and buy 6 pieces of bread, 6 eggs. You're going to go out and buy a gallon of milk. You know, it's like, that would be a way that you can implement this little bump into your videos and hopefully increase your retention. So it actually looks like it did drop off right after that. So let's see what we did after that.
And compare those 3 topics. The highest one has the best potential of going viral because you'll be able to make consistent videos about one topic that one audience will respond to. Keep doing this for 3 to 6 months and let me know how many subscribers you have. I've been doing it for just 1 month and I have 1,000 so far.
So maybe asking for feedback. I don't think that one was too clear, but maybe like asking for feedback would be good or wouldn't be good. So maybe I was like, let me know in the comments how many subscribers you have. Maybe asking people to do something was a big reason for them to drop off. So that could be something I take away from that. Next one, let's look at the bump.
One of Mr. Beast's consultants gave an amazing speech. And in that speech, there was one main takeaway that I haven't seen anybody else talking about.
So basically implying scarcity. There was one takeaway that no one else was talking about. That's an easy way to increase retention, right? Giving them a secret. And let's see where it drops off.
In it lies the shortcut to blowing up on YouTube. If you post a video and it flops, the first thing that you should ask is if the idea was bad. If yes, then it was our fault that our video wasn't interesting to our audience. If no, was the title and thumbnail bad? If yes, then it's our fault we didn't relate it to the audience.
Okay, so maybe since it's going like audience, maybe it's a little bit of repetition. So that could be something I could change, right? But yeah, I think that's pretty much good for this graph. Let me go ahead and go out of here. Maybe right here too, we could see what's going on. There's like a little bit of a dip there.
Speaking of Iman, I had a call with his lead creative guy this morning, and he shared something that I've never heard anyone else say. Sometimes late at night, I find myself going down the YouTube rabbit hole.
Okay, maybe people just don't know who Iman is. So maybe that was just a bad example right there. Maybe I shouldn't use that again because, you know, if somebody doesn't know who somebody is, then they probably aren't going to stick around to hear their advice. So I think that's a good note. And here it looks like it drops as well. Let's check here.
Isn't always a retention problem. You see, I'm going to be really real with you. Most beginners do the one thing that YouTube hates, and it's almost always the reason that they're waking up with no new subscribers.
Okay, that's a very clear sign right there, right? I went from like hype to like soft. I went from hype to like, listen, I'm going to be real serious with you guys. That is a point where, you know, I thought that would work because it creates that contrast, but maybe it doesn't, right? So that's something I would look at in the analytics to kind of see how the viewers perceive that and then make a change based off that information. So it looks like it wasn't perceived all that well, and therefore maybe I cut that out of the next video. So yeah, you really just want to look for those points in your videos to see where you can improve and what your viewers are responding to and what they're not. And one thing that I like to look at is whether there was more than a 2% drop off, because for example, here it goes from 46 to like 43, right? So there's a 3% drop off. That's pretty significant. If it's just 1%, like here, 33, 33, 33, 33, 33, 33, 32, 32, 32, there's really nothing to notice there. That's just like the natural drop off of people as they click out of the video. But right here, you can see it drops significantly, right? Drops 3 percentage points, which is a lot. So anything more than 2% is worth considering. So that's how you analyze retention. Now let's move on to click-through rate, because I have a complete strategy that shows you exactly when you should change click-through rate, what kind of benchmarks you should be looking at, and how to improve them over time to give your videos new life. So let's go. All right, welcome into the click-through rate masterclass. Let's go over some numbers. So the first thing you need to know is that click-through rate is one, dependent on your niche. It's going to be different across every single niche. I'll try to give like a very broad overview in this video, but yeah, it can change a lot. It also depends on how long your video has been live. Over time, your click-through rate will go down. And there's also a big difference in your click-through rate on different traffic sources, like from browse or suggested. There's a huge difference. So we're going to kind of go over benchmarks on that. Let's hop into our analytics really quick. So let's look at this video and we're going to look at the analytics. So as you can see, the click-through rate is very different based on where the total traffic came from. If you look at browse, that's the highest. So browse is going to be between 5 and 10%. Anything above 5 is pretty good. So as you can see, mine is 5.9 on browse. That's definitely good. That's kind of what you're aiming for. Anywhere between 3 and 10%, but over 5 is kind of like the metric that you want to hit. So if that's below 5%, then maybe change the thumbnail. That might help you out a ton and, you know, get your video picked up back in the algorithm. The only other one that I look at is suggested, and that is 1.1%. Generally, that's going to be between between 1 and 5%. The goal is to get that over 3. So this one's not doing so hot and suggested. And as you can see, the amount of impressions is pretty high on that. It's 46,000 impressions. If I can get that up, that would be very good. So maybe I would want to change the thumbnail on this. Personally, because the browse one is 5.9, I probably don't want to change it just because that's where most of the impressions are coming from. But yeah, you want to aim between 1 and 5% on that. If it's below 1, you 100% need to change the thumbnail. But goal is to get that above 3. All right, so we're going to go over this video and look at this one. So 5.9% again on browse. That's really good. And again, 1.2% on suggested. So it's definitely like a little bit below what I would want it to be. So maybe this is a video that I would change the thumbnail on. But again, because the browse is over 5%, I think I'm pretty happy with it. But yeah, I would definitely try to aim for those metrics, 3% on suggested and 5% on browse. All right, so now we're gonna go over when to switch your thumbnails. And this is definitely a little bit more advanced. You probably should have a couple thousand subscribers before you start doing this because you essentially need to have a base metric for your channel. So when I look through one of my videos, I can see that the click-through rate is roughly 10% when it first launches. And this is kind of normal. You wanna shoot for around 10% on educational videos within the first day or two. And then after that 24 to 48 hours, then you kind of want to bring it down to around 5%. So as you can see, this one dropped to around 3%. And then eventually went up to around 5. And if I look at the overall click-through rate on this, it is below 5. And actually, this might be a thumbnail that I would want to change because it's below 5%. After the first 48 hours, if your thumbnail is getting below 5%, you probably want to change it. That's just a basic rule that's kind of easy to follow for the education niche. If you're in the entertainment niche, I've heard it's closer to around 7%, and that'll be something that you'll have to determine for yourself based on your channel. But for the education niche, I've noticed that around 5% is a good metric to look for. So let's go to this one. This one actually has 5.2%. So over the long run, this is probably not a thumbnail I would want to change. This one has 5.2%, which is pretty dang good, especially on 300,000 impressions, right? So even though it's not getting views anymore, I don't necessarily feel like I should change it because it's already getting 5%. So it's really not going to get too much better than that. It's hard to push a video past that. And again, your click-through rate will drop the more impressions that you get. So the more people that see your video, the more YouTube pushes out your video, the less CTR it's going to get. I have a video with like 200,000 views and it got like a 3% CTR. So if you're getting millions and millions of views on the small channel, your CTR is going to be pretty dang low. But for like a normal video, you kind of want to shoot for above 5%. So let's look at this one, see what this one is. This one's 4.7, so it's just below 5. This might be a one that I actually change. I think like this is definitely one that could use some changing. And I actually did just change the thumbnail on this not too long ago, I think 2 weeks ago. So as you can see, it's gone up now. So now it's kind of averaging around 6%. So I don't need to change that right now. Hopefully this will go above 5 eventually, but yeah, you really want to change anything below 5%. And in the first 24 to 48 hours, if it's below 10%, then you also want to change it. So the sooner you can change a thumbnail, the sooner you can identify a bad thumbnail, the better, because then you know your video is still getting pushed out to new viewers. And it doesn't have to like go through that process of getting like re-put in the YouTube algorithm. So yeah, do it as early as you can, but it's definitely worth it to change anything below 5%. But you also have to remember that impressions are the most important thing. If your click-through rate is below 5 and you're getting millions, hundreds of millions of impressions, you're doing something right. And like I said, if your video gets pushed out to like a very broad audience, it's gonna have a low CTR. So as long as you're getting views, that's the most important thing. If your video is popping off and it's below 5%, don't change anything. That's pretty much it for click-through rate. The next one is how to analyze watch time. So let's jump into that. Okay, so now we're gonna go over watch time. This is one of the most important things for your videos because if you don't hit this metric, then your videos will flop. They might do okay, but they're never gonna do great. So this is a necessity to going viral. And I'm gonna show you how to analyze it. So let's hop in to the dashboard. This is a video of mine that got 214,000 views. The average view duration on this is 5 minutes and 18 seconds on a 12-minute, 33-second video. 42% APV. I think it's just AVP. 42% AVP, and graph is pretty flat. You know, you got that drop in the beginning, talked about that already. Then you just have this flat graph. That's kind of what you're aiming for. So yeah, and as you can see, like in the first module, 66%. Should have showed that as an example, but it's exactly what you want to hit. So this, if we go to the engagement section, you look at average view duration, and it's 5 minutes, 18 seconds. So on any video more than 9 minutes, you want at least 5-minute AVD. And that's kind of hard to achieve sometimes. Like for example, in this video that got 60,000 views, it had a 3-minute, 39-second AVD. This is on a 9-minute, 30-second video. This video would have gotten insanely more views if it had a 5-minute AVD. again, it's kind of a hard metric to hit, but if you can hit it, your video is pretty much guaranteed to go viral. So if we go back to this one, go back to analytics. Yeah, as you can see, 5 minutes, 1 minute 49 more than usual. So on anything more than 9 minutes, like 9 to like 13, 14 minutes, if you don't have a 5-minute AVD, your video is just not going to do well. So that's the goal. 9 to like 14 minutes, need at least 5. That's what you're shooting for. So if it's below that, then you can go in and analyze the retention graph, fix some stuff. Again, that's what we talked about before. All right, so that's it for the shorter videos, but what about longer videos? What if you're creating content that's, more than an hour long? So the metric for that is roughly 15 minutes. Now, I've had hour-long videos pop off with 12-minute AVDs, 10-minute AVDs, but if you really want to guarantee the video does well, you're going to shoot for at least 15 minutes. And in the entertainment niche, that's a lot easier to do than like education. For example, we had a video with 200,000 views and it had like literally a 12-minute AVD, straight a Zoom call. Like it was just a Zoom call. You don't need to hit 15, but that's how you guarantee it. And that's pretty easy to do if you're in the entertainment niche. Like if you're making like a long Minecraft Let's Play, or you're making like some sort of long, entertaining, like if you're looking at the President's Play stuff, all of this stuff is almost over an hour. US President's Play Granny Remake, right? An hour 13, 4 hours, 30 minutes. 1 hour, like those all are 100% over 15 minutes AVD. So that's kind of how you guarantee success. Those are the AVD metrics that you're shooting for. If you don't have that, go back to the first module, analyzing retention, and watch that again, learn how to increase your AVD. But those are really the metrics that you're trying to hit. So hope that's helpful, and let's move on to the next one. Okay, so in this module, we are going to learn how to analyze our audience in our analytics. This is one of the most powerful things you can do because it helps you understand who's watching you better and where your current viewers are coming from and how you need to optimize that. So let's dive right in. All right, so the first metric that we're going to look at is returning viewers. This is extremely important because you want more people coming to your videos, watching them again and again, than you want pushing out to new viewers in the first couple of days. If we look at my graph, I'm on a brand new channel, right? So it's definitely a lot lower. I don't have that viewer base, but the goal is to eventually build that up to where the returning viewers, which is currently 3.3 thousand, that should be higher than new viewers, which was 15,000 on this video. So I have a lot of work to do here, but that just comes with building an audience. But if you already have, 10,000, 100,000 YouTube subscribers, this number, returning viewers, should be higher in the first few days than the new viewers. But over time, after the first couple days, you want this new viewer count to go way higher than the returning viewers. So that's just kind of a metric that I always like to look at and try to increase this number as much as possible in the first couple days. So as you can see, in the first few days, it's just not even close. That's just because this video popped off and the channel is small, right? But that's the goal eventually. So one thing to know about this though is that it does reset every 90 days. A returning viewer isn't someone who watched your content like a year ago. It's only someone who watched your content in the last 90 days. So why this is important is because that 90-day period marks the point where if a viewer watches one video from you and they don't watch the second one that gets suggested to them, YouTube marks that viewer as not interested. And therefore it won't show them any of your content, or at least it's not likely to. It's not likely to show them a lot of your content for the next 90 days after they watch the initial video because they're still categorized as a returning viewer. But after those 90 days, YouTube will give you another shot and send, one of your newer videos to them to see if they're going to click on it because they're no longer a returning viewer who is marked as disinterested. So that's kind of a unique thing that I learned, and it makes sense. I'm sure all of you guys have experienced that where, you watch someone, you're like, okay, cool. And then you just never watch another one of their videos. But suddenly a couple months later, it's like you just get recommended their stuff again. You're like, oh, I haven't seen him in a while. So that's why that happens. And yeah, I thought that was very interesting. So the next thing that we're going to look at is average views per viewer. Mine is 1.5, which is pretty dang good. The goal is to get it as close to 2 as possible, but anywhere in that 1 to 2 range is pretty decent because that means that people are coming back. But if it's below 1, that means that most of the time when a new viewer sees your video, they don't watch another one, which is definitely not good. So you want to get that number as high as possible. Generally, you're not going to see it go over 2. Maybe if you're like Mr. Beast, I'm sure, I bet his is probably over 2. But for most YouTubers, 1 to 2 is kind of the range that you're shooting for. So Again, mine's 1.5. That's pretty dang good. That means that for every 2 viewers I get, they're watching 3 videos in total. And the way to actually improve this is kind of very interesting. It's literally just creating a brand. You just want branded assets. That's kind of how you make people come back. You want one kind of content, one specific message. We've already talked about this, but just going to hammer that down. That's how you make people come back. Give them something where they know exactly what they're getting. And if they like that thing, then they will come back for more. So the next thing that we're going to look at is in-screen clicks. This is extremely important because if you can get this in the right range, that means that a lot of people are continuing to watch your videos after your first video ends, right? So you're getting double, triple the watch time, which is extremely powerful if you can do that. So the metric that you want to aim for here is roughly 15 to 20%. That sounds like a lot, but it's actually very doable. As you can see, this recent video got 5.9%, nowhere near that. And this is something that I've actually just figured out how to do recently, thanks to a thread by George Blackman. So appreciate you. It all comes down to copywriting. I went over that in the scripting module. So go back and watch that if you don't remember. But essentially it comes down to just like giving them a very clear message and like hinting at something that they're going to get and putting that as your call to action. Be like, watch this video here. That's super important. If you can get that to 15 to 20%, you're going to be really in a good place and your channel's going to, your watch time's going to blow up because you're getting 15 to 20% more, because 15 to 20% of your viewers are doubling their watch time. So it's very powerful. There are a couple other metrics that I like to look at, like when your viewers are on YouTube. As you can see, most of mine are generally around the 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. range. So I should probably post in those times. And it looks like Wednesday and Friday are the best days. So probably Wednesday around like 7 a.m. Friday around 7 a.m. Honestly, it doesn't matter too much. As long as you don't post in like this white time, then you're pretty good. So just do one of the days. You could do any day, just post in like right before you get that big hit. I think that's a good thing to look at. The other thing is their age and gender. So if we scroll down, go ahead and see age and gender. Female, 8.4%. If you're a female watching this, shout out to you. Male, 91.4%, and user specified 0.2. So basically just male versus female. Mostly male, so I make content for males, right? It's that easy. It's just very simple. The next is the location. So I can look at my top geographies. We have 24% coming from the United States, 14.4% coming from India, United Kingdom, Canada, Germany. So pretty much US, India, UK. That's who I'm making content for, so I have to cater to them. Since US is my biggest one and UK is also 5.8%, those are very similar. The thing that I would notice about my channel is those countries are very profit driven, right? United States, India, United Kingdom, Canada, Germany are all very entrepreneurial countries, right? All want to make money. So that makes sense with the kind of content that I make, but maybe I should make more content about making money. So that's kind of how you would infer something off of what those countries are, right? Again, it comes down to a lot of things, but that's just one way to do it. So if I were you, I would look at those countries, kind of look at what their values are, look at how that applies to your content, and then try to focus more in on those values. And the last thing is just look at what your audience watches. This is very easy to do. What your audience watches last 7 days. Easy hacks to upload videos consistently. You made a secret YouTube channel to prove it's not luck. Grow on Instagram with AI, YouTube questions, and if I wanted to become a millionaire in 2024, this is what I do. So essentially, like I said, it's pretty much just money, YouTube, how to grow on YouTube. Yeah, that's my audience, right? And you'll be able to tell this very fast. Most of you guys already know, but it's good to double check and like really narrow down on what they want, because a lot of people get distracted. They think my audience likes YouTube, right? So maybe I could make a video on the history of YouTube. But looking at this, everyone just wants to know how to grow and how to make money. So that video wouldn't do well. So you really want to double down, look at who's watching these videos and make content for them. That's time for the analytics module. Now it's time to move on to the last one of the most important ones, and that is how to actually make money. I go over a lot of crazy stuff in there, stuff that you've never heard before. 100%, I know that for a fact. This is how I'm able to make over 6 figures online, and there's some crazy stuff in there. So get ready. I'll see you in there. Hello everyone, welcome into the monetization module. This is going to be super exciting because I'm about to show you how you can make money from your YouTube channel, right? Like that's what a lot of us are here for at the end of the day. We want this to be a business for us. We want this to make us money, and we want to eventually take it into a full-time career. So I've been able to do that over the last couple of years. I went from making no money, posting videos for an entire year, never monetizing, to now making multiple 6 figures a year from a small channel with only 8,000 subscribers, right? So you really don't need a big channel to monetize. And I'm about to show you all of the creative ways that you can monetize and make a real living online, a great living. Like you can make millions of dollars online. One of my clients, he makes $6 million a year with 200,000 YouTube subscribers. So there's a million ways you can go about this, but I'm about to show you everything that you need to know to monetize on YouTube. With that said, we're going to start out with the basics because once you understand them, then you can, leverage them to go into some of the more advanced monetization methods. So lesson 1 is all about AdSense. This is one of the easiest forms of money to make on your channel. So with that said, let's dive in. All right, I'm going to pull up the channel Amplify views. So as you know, this is my YouTube channel, and I'm going to show you how much money I have made. So in the last 30 days, I got monetized on this channel, and since I got monetized, I've made $205.77. So nothing crazy, nothing too crazy, but it's a free $250 per month. And this is on a small channel with only 8,000 subscribers, right? So this is definitely just the easiest form of money you can make, completely passive, and it's very easy. In this lesson, I'm going to break down how you can actually earn AdSense and how you can earn more by doing certain things to your videos. Let's go ahead and break that down. As you can see, this month I only posted one video, and so far I've made $205, right? So it's pretty powerful. All right, so if we head over to the revenue tab, you can see I've earned $107 in December so far, and it's only December 12th, so that's going to be probably around like $280 in the month of December. In November, I earned 98. That's when I got monetized, tail end of November, so that's to be expected. And as you can see, I'm making between $5 to $15 per day, right? So go here, usually 11, 5, 6, 15. Peak is 24 right after I posted that new video. You'll usually see that back down to around 4, made $11 yesterday. So again, this is money that I don't work for, just post videos and get the money. So it's really easy. But what we want to look at here is a statistic called our RPM. And this is our revenue per mil, which is also your revenue per every 1,000 views. So it essentially determines how much you get paid per 1,000 views. And right now my RPM is $1.75. That's actually false data because since my channel got monetized recently, it's also counting the $0 days as monetization days. So with that said, to see accurate data, we have to go over to content. So if we go to my most recent video, which I posted after I was monetized, we can see the actual RPM of my channel. So this video earned me $38 with 11,000 views, and the RPM on this video is $3.61. So that means for every 1,000 views on my channel, I'm getting roughly $3.60, which is not great at all. I'm gonna go ahead and show you another channel. This is the channel that I started on. This is what I worked on for years, and my RPM on this was much better. So let me go ahead and break that down. If you go into your analytics, as you can see, I haven't posted on this channel in like straight 6 months, still making like $70 a month from it. But yeah, let me go ahead and go to content. So if we go to one of my older videos that did well, we can go to this video. This video got 214,000 views and it got $4,678 in revenue. That's a crazy RPM. Let me go ahead and show you guys the actual RPM on this. So the actual RPM on this, the revenue per 1,000 views was $21.77. That is really, really good. The reason why it's so high is because this is a video about business. It's a video about drop shipping, which is a certain type of business online. So naturally, advertisers, the people who are placing the ads on your video so that you get paid in AdSense, they will pay a higher amount for, a channel about business than they would about YouTube growth. So that's how that works. But we're gonna head back over to Amplify views so I can show you this. So all you have to do to get the AdSense is just post videos, right? Because if your videos are doing well, they're getting a ton of views, then naturally advertisers can advertise on them and you will get AdSense. But there are some things that we can do to our content that will increase our RPM and get us more money per 1,000 views. So one of those is obviously going into the finance niche, the business niche, the marketing niche, dropshipping niche, all of these business kind of niches. They are all primed for you to make a lot of money if you go viral. But the problem with that is that these videos are much harder to go viral on because typically there's just a smaller audience and people aren't as interested in that content. So there's definitely a trade-off here. And as you can see, like with my channel, right? I had a channel that had a crazy RPM, but the channel only got a couple videos that popped off and I probably made around $15,000, $20,000 over the course of 3 years, right? Definitely not worth it. But with this channel, Amplify Views, even though the RPM is lower, my views will be much higher and I will likely make more than that over the next couple of years. So there's definitely a trade-off to be had there because generally, the higher the RPM, the lower the views, and the lower the RPM, the higher the views. But this is also not always the case. There are some niches on YouTube that have high views and high RPMs. I don't know if I'm the best person to speak about that, but there's definitely niches out there. But honestly, this is not the main monetization method that you should be chasing after. It's the one that everyone talks about, but there are much better monetization methods that you can go after that will make you a lot more money, right? Like if I relied on AdSense, I would literally have made $200 from this channel so far. But now I've made over 6 figures just from this one channel. So it's a good starting place. It's good just free money. I think of it as just free money coming in. and I don't really look at it. But if you are doing a channel like a cash cow channel, then this will be one of your main revenue drivers. So there are a couple ways to actually increase the amount of money that you get paid. And the easiest one of those is simply adding more ads in. So if I go ahead and edit this video, I can go ahead and go to monetization. I can go ahead and review the placement. So as you can see, this is a 9-minute video and I have 2 ads placed in here. What you can do, like I could literally just go ahead and move this. I could go here, add an ad break, and boom, I'm making more money because there I'm showing people more ads, right? So I'm gonna actually move this one like way back, move this one like here. And yeah, so there's definitely a balance with this. You don't just want to overload your audience with ads. But with that said, you can get more money by just placing more ads in your videos. And typically the rule that I like to stay in is 2 to 3 ad placements in the middle of the video on a video that is 10 to 12 minutes. However, if you have a longer video, you have an hour-long video, something like that, then you can 100%, place more ads in that video. So in an hour-long video, you could have 12 advertisements playing, right? And if people watch that video all the way through, then you're going to get paid a lot more. So generally, that's why you'll also see channels that have longer videos typically make more. But again, it's harder to get views on a longer video than it is a short video. So there's always that trade-off. And the second way to increase your AdSense is simply talk about topics that have a higher RPM. So let's say you're making content like I do about YouTube growth. You could literally just talk about how to make money on YouTube and naturally your RPM will be higher, right? But again, that view ceiling is going to lower and you're going to get less views likely. However, those videos can still go viral. So if you have a really good idea that incorporates money and it incorporates the thing that you're talking about, that you think a lot of people will actually watch, then you will get a lot of views and you will also make a lot of money. So there's definitely ways to win at this. Generally, those are the main 2 strategies that I use to increase my RPM. With that said, that's everything about AdSense. Let's go ahead and hop on over to the next lesson where we're going to cover sponsorships. So once you get 1,000 subscribers, you can start reaching out to people and we're going to talk about that. So let's hop over there and I'll see you. All right, welcome into the next lesson where we're going to cover sponsorships. So a lot of people have this misconception about sponsorships where they think that you have to have 100,000, 1 million subscribers to make any sort of money with other brands reaching out to you. But that's simply not the case. When I had a small channel, I had around 1,000 subscribers. I got my first brand deal, albeit it wasn't for much. It was for a couple $100, but I got my first brand deal when I was just over 1,000 subscribers. And after that brand deal, I landed another one, and then another one, and then another one, to the point where I was getting paid, a couple $1,000s for each brand deal, even though my channel was under 10,000 subscribers. So with a small channel, you can still make good money with this. It's really not out of the question. It just comes down to having the right strategy, being in the right niche, and building the right brand perception. So let's go ahead and talk about all of that. Behind AdSense, this is the second easiest way to make income on YouTube. And with Amplify Views, the new channel, when I was only at around 3,000 subscribers, I started having brands reach out to me. Now, I'm not taking any sponsorships on that channel because I'm monetizing through different methods. And the couple $100s I would get from those brand deals isn't worth it. But this can be a great way to make some extra cash and also potentially have a long-term guaranteed income if you learn how to structure those deals properly. So the first kind of sponsorship that we're going to talk about is flat fee sponsorships. So generally when you're first getting started out, these are the ones that you're going to be doing. And it's really easy. It's just where the company pays you a certain amount to make a video. Now, when you do this, you have to keep a couple things in mind. You have to think about the work involved. Is that actually worth your time? You got to read over the contract that they send over. Make sure that you're okay with them using your videos in other scenarios just outside of your video, because a lot of companies put that in their contracts. For example, one video that I did for a company when I was first starting out was for a dropshipping company, and I made this great, video about them. I added their 1-minute segment in my video, and then suddenly I go on their website and I see myself. I was like, okay, and then I look on my Instagram. I see an ad of me, and I'm like what? I didn't know I signed up for this. I didn't have a problem with it. I love that company and they were one of the first people to sponsor me. But if you do have a problem with that, then that could be an unexpected surprise that's waiting for you. So make sure to review the contract, make sure to go over all of the different clauses in there and make sure you're okay with them using your content in whatever way that they lay out. But typically these companies will offer you not that high of a rate, and usually they'll try to offer you some sort of affiliate deal to start, which I almost always reject. We'll talk about that in another lesson on how to use affiliates in a way that actually makes sense. But normally if you're doing an affiliate promotion, it usually doesn't make you any money. Maybe you'll make like $10, but it's usually not worth it, especially if you're doing a 30 to 60 second section in your video. I would never do an affiliate. It's not worth it. The only time that that is worth it was when you have a flat fee plus an affiliate or just a straight flat fee. So typically companies are going to reach out. They'll be like, hey, we want to make a 1-minute sponsored section about our company. We'll give you, 15, 50, 80% of all of the, traffic that you bring over, right? It could be a really good affiliate deal, but they're usually not going to offer you a flat fee. So let's say you're getting on average 10,000 views. You're getting more views than most of the big people in your niche, even with over 100,000 subscribers. So what you can do is go back to the company and you can tell them that, hey, this guy with 100,000 subscribers that you've been paying a lot of money is getting less views and less eyeballs than I'm actually getting. So it makes sense for you to pay me the same rate that you're paying them, or a little bit less if you want to just make it more attractive, instead of just a really bad affiliate deal. These sponsorships, it doesn't matter the amount of subscribers that you have, it matters your average views. So if your average views are low, then you're not going to get a good sponsorship. But if they're high, then you can negotiate with these companies who are trying to, take advantage of smaller creators who don't really know how that works yet, and you can charge them the actual market rate. All right, guys, we had some technical difficulties. We are back with another camera. We were talking about market rate, and I'm about to teach you how to determine your market rate. So your market rate for flat fee sponsorships should be roughly around 3 times your CPM. So whatever your CPM on YouTube is, which is cost per mil, different than RPM. RPM is the revenue per 1,000 views. Cost per mil is about double your RPM. So cost per mil is like the actual amount that the advertisers are paying. Revenue is how much you get, but YouTube takes a big cut of your ad revenues. Yeah, YouTube takes 55% of your ad revenue. So with that said, my RPM on that one channel was about $40. My CPM on that channel is around 46. So we do 46 times 3, 138. And if I'm averaging around 10,000 views on that channel, then I would times that by 10, because you're timesing it by the number of 1,000 views, not the total views. So that would be 1,380. And that would be how much I would charge on that channel for 10,000 views, right? But, if you're pulling in 100,000 views, then you would times that by 10, right? So that would be 13,000 per sponsorship, right? So this is an easy way to calculate your overall sponsorship rates. Like, let's say on Amplify views, my RPM is roughly $3.60, so roughly double that. We can do 3.6 times 2. And then we times that number by 3, which is 21.6. And then we times that by my average views, which is roughly 20,000, but we do 20 because we only take the thousands. So the amount that I would be able to charge on Amplify views for a sponsorship right now is around $432, which is not that much, right? So generally it's not worth it to do unless you have a channel with a higher CPM, RPM, or you're getting a ton of views. So that's how to calculate the actual price that you're worth. Now, of course, you can sell higher than that. I'm not saying that you have to stick to that price. It all depends on what the company is willing to pay. Some companies are willing to pay 5x that multiple. You really just need to come up with a number. So any company that's reaching out on Amplify views, because I want to make it worth my time, I just tell them, hey, pay me 5K and you can have a sponsorship. No one's going to do that, but who knows? You never know. You honestly never know. I've had some crazy deals come through that. So yeah, charge the amount that you're willing to accept for the work that you have to do. But if you're looking for like a market rate, 3 times your CPM is pretty average. Also, a note to mention is the sooner in the video that you place that integration, the more expensive it will be. I've had people pay me, like the same company paid me $500 to put a 30-second integration at the end of a video versus where they paid me $1,000 to put a 30-second integration at the beginning of a video. And I've had a company pay me even more than that, like $1,500 to put a 1-minute segment at the beginning of the video. Your price will also go up and down depending on where you put the placement in the video. Typically, I find the middle is the best sweet spot for both of you because you don't want to sacrifice the retention in the beginning. And generally, brands don't want that either because then your video is not going to do well and people won't see their content. You'll change your prices on the length and where you put it in the video. Another really good note on this is that you want to pitch the companies an idea. So here's how you get more money. The classic example of this is Mr. Beast. When the sponsor reached out to him, they said, hey, we'll give you $5,000 to do, a certain thing in your video. He said, no, double it and I'll give it away to a homeless guy. So when he did that, he got a great video idea from it. The sponsorship covered the cost of the video and he got paid more. So you can actually negotiate different like creative ideas with brands and negotiate way more because you'll be incorporating their brand into the idea, right? So Casey Neistat did that with GoPro. There's been a ton of examples of this, and generally this is the best way to get more money while making it more creative and getting more views on an overall better idea. This is actually how I used to finance some of my business challenges back in the day. I would get the sponsor to cover the cost of running the ads for, the products and everything. So you can really make some good videos with sponsors' help. The next kind of deal is a CPM deal, and generally this is what you'll see a lot of the bigger YouTubers do, like Mark Rober, MrBeast, Ryan Trahan. They do a lot of CPM deals. So a CPM deal is essentially you determine a cost per 1,000 views. So you can determine the cost with a sponsor and how much they want to pay per 1,000 impressions on your video. And this could really be any number that you can get. Typically, again, around 3 times your normal CPM is the industry average, but that can go up or down depending on your channel and depending on how dedicated your audience is. And to be honest, you can usually get higher deals with this kind of sponsorship because it has less risk on the advertiser, right? Like if you get on average 10,000 views a video and you charge the advertiser 1,300 and then that video flops and it gets like 1,000 views, the advertiser is not going to be happy. They will have lost a lot of money and it's just a lose. It's a loss for them. However, with this one, it's impossible for them to lose because they only pay when they actually get the views. The last kind of sponsorship that you can negotiate is a yearly deal. So we've seen this in people like Colin and Samir with LinkedIn. There's been a ton of these yearly deals. Essentially, you just get a long-term deal with a company where you promise to shout them out in a certain number of videos throughout the year. And they negotiate a lower cost for this because they're paying you up front or paying you monthly every single month. And the benefit of that is that you have a guaranteed income. So generally you'll make less money doing this, but you'll have a guaranteed income throughout the year, typically a pretty high income, or you'll have like 6 figures come in a single month. In fact, one of my clients just closed a 6-figure. Welcome into the affiliate module lesson, where we are going to cover everything that you need to know about affiliate programs, how to use them, when to use them, and when you should say no. So with that said, let's go ahead and dive in. Affiliate programs are one of the best ways to get paid when talking about companies that you already use. So if you don't use a company, it doesn't make sense to do an affiliate program almost ever. I only use affiliate programs with companies that I already use, I already know, and I already love. Because what an affiliate program is used for, it's not necessarily used to get you super rich. It's used to benefit your audience, and also you can collect a little bit of that money over time. My favorite affiliate programs are the ones that have recurring revenue. That means that it's not just a one-time payment. Companies like Artlist, Skillshare, all of those guys are one-time payments. Now you can make really good money with that, but when you use an affiliate program like vidIQ, they're a recurring affiliate. That means that you get paid every single month. So when this is done right, it allows you to build up an income over time because it's not just a one-time sale, right? You get one sale and then it repeats every single month. And when that happens, if you get a lot of those, you can just build your way up slowly and have a guaranteed income coming in every single month, which is extremely powerful. With that said, cheeky vidIQ plug, it's an amazing program. Seriously, not just for the monetization, but if you really do want to grow a YouTube channel, it's a huge help. It's been a big factor in Amplify views growth, and I think if you're not using it and you want to, grow to 100,000, 1 million subscribers, it's going to be a lot harder. So with that said, let's keep going back to affiliate programs. Most companies will give you a standard affiliate program when you start. You can usually sign up to those on their website or, reach out to one of their representatives. But what I would always recommend is ask if they have an exclusive affiliate program with a higher link. And normally you'll have to reach out to them for this. It's usually best when they reach out to you and then you ask them about it. But for many creators, companies have exclusive affiliate programs that, the masses don't have access to. And you can get paid a lot more over time if you ask for those. So it's 100% worth doing. You can't get what you don't ask for. Also, a lot of the flat rate sponsorships that you're going to be doing, they come with affiliate links. So try to negotiate something where you get a flat fee and an affiliate link, because that way, the more people that you sign up, the more you get paid. And the best way to market these products to an audience is show them that it is a really genuinely good product, because it is, and then essentially explain how it's going to help them. So I'm going to do this in real time with vidIQ. First, you need to explain why they actually need the affiliate product, right? So for vidIQ, it's like, okay, you get access to an AI system that's actually taking your channel's data and putting it in their AI. So their AI is trained on your data. It's not just like ChatGPT or anything like that. You also get, to access to tons of daily ideas. You can even ask it to come up with more ideas. You get to see tons of advanced analytics on other people's videos to, analyze them better and learn from them for your own channel. You get to analyze your competitors, and you can also analyze keywords if you're making more SEO-based content. That was also part of explaining the benefits, which is step number 2. And then you want to explain why the price is justified. So with vidIQ, you get all of this and more for just $1. You can literally get started for $1. Just try it out, see if you like it. And if you don't, then that's fine. Just cancel it the next month. But it is genuinely one of the main tools that I have used to grow my channels. And I think it would really be a big benefit to you guys. And the final step is don't lie. If you don't use the program or it's not a good program, don't promote it, because your audience is going to get mad at you if you promote a bad product. And that's not what you want. It's not a way to facilitate long-term success. Also, affiliate programs are not where the big money is, so it's never worth it to, ruin your reputation in any way, even just harm your reputation a little bit in return for affiliate income. It's not the big play. There are much bigger plays out there, and it's not worth it. So only promote stuff that you actually genuinely use. You can also just leave this in your descriptions for extra cash. I typically don't like to, because I like to use something called link cutting, where I just link back to other YouTube videos because the YouTube algorithm likes that. But you can do that. Creators like Ali Abdallah do that. Some of my clients do that. It just depends what you want to optimize for, YouTube growth or money. All right, that is the end of the monetization models that most people know about. Now we're going to move on to the advanced stuff, where you can really build a real strong business that generates you multiple 6 figures, 7 figures, or even 8 figures from the comfort of your own home, sitting right in front of your camera. These are tried and tested, and these are how creators with a small following, like myself, are making hundreds of thousands of dollars online. Let's go ahead and hop into it. All right, so the first business that we're going to talk about is e-commerce. This works for mainly entertainment creators. The prime examples of this are Mr. Beast with Feastables, Mark Rober with Crunch Labs, and Nelk with Full Send. All you have to do with this is find a product that your audience cares about and sell it to them. The first thing that you need to do is market research. And this is really easy. You don't need any complicated surveys or anything like that. All you have to do is ask the audience, what would they buy? That is the best feedback that you are going to get. You want to look at their interests and see what makes them feel something. Now that you've found a product that you think would do well when selling to your audience, you have to test it out. You don't want to go all in the beginning on that product unless you've done some market research and you've tested out the product before. The way that we do this is something called drop shipping. Now, this is what I used to talk about on my old channel, so let me tell you how it works. Drop shipping is essentially where you buy a product from an existing marketplace. This could be something like AliExpress, eBay, Amazon, any of those could work. And what you're going to do is you're essentially going to be the middleman between that website and your customer. So you're only going to order that product when your customer orders first. So the money will go to you. So the customer will pay the money to you. You will take that money and then buy the product from the supplier to ship directly to the customer. And that way you never have to deal with having inventory, putting $10,000 up front to buy a bunch of products. You can just get paid when you get paid, right? And you collect the difference on that. So let's say you charge $20 for a product. Your customer will pay you $20 for that. And then you will go to the supplier, maybe buy the product for around $10 and then send that to your customer. So that's how you arbitrage that, and then you would profit $10 from that sale. This is a cool model, but don't get me wrong, this is not the long-term game. Typically, products from dropshipping suppliers are not the best quality, but at the end of the day, you cannot make it completely custom for your audience, which is not the ideal scenario. So you only want to use this to test out the product beforehand to see if it'll actually work. And then once you have that product market fit, once you've tested the product, figured out that it works, then you're going to go to an official supplier, and you could go to a website like Alibaba, where you can find Chinese suppliers, US suppliers, all of these people, and you can essentially contact them, find somebody really good, and then work one-on-one with them, order a certain amount of that product. So maybe order 10,000 units, deliver that to a warehouse. We like to call warehouses 3PLs, which is a third-party logistics center, essentially a warehouse that you can bring products to and then sell them from the US, which will be faster shipping times and all of that. But the downside of this is that you have to order a lot of product. You have to put up a couple $1,000s in the beginning to get that started. That's why we do drop shipping first, so we can make sure that there is actually demand for that product before we, invest a couple $1,000s into it. And when you use a 3PL or a warehouse, you can really quality control the products. You can go visit them in person. You can find a 3PL by your house, and you can make sure that the boxes are all in check. You can do custom boxes, custom packaging, all of that. Make sure that's all in order, and send send it out to your customers with really fast shipping times. Because typically when you're drop shipping, it's going to be 2 to 3 weeks before your customer receives the product, and it's going to come in some like, cheap Chinese box. The next e-commerce company that you can start is a clothing brand. So with clothing brands, typically this works for like, again, more entertainment audiences, and it's essentially the same process. You're going to drop ship those clothes from a print on demand surface, which means like you can print your designs on a shirt and then send it directly to the customer without ever having to order a bunch of products in bulk. Now, typically the quality will not be quite as good. However, in the beginning, it's completely okay to find product market fit with this and then go to an actual, clothing manufacturer, clothing supplier, and do your own super nice custom designs. This works great for broad audiences that are broke, like Mr. Beast's audience. Typically, most of them are broke. Most of them are kids. Most of them are teenagers. Danny Duncan's audience, most of them are high school students. They don't have money. So it's tough. Like you can't sell them anything higher ticket. But if you sell to a niche audience like mine in the YouTube growth space or pretty much any education channel, then you can take advantage of some other monetization methods that will make you a lot more money than e-commerce. I'm about to break those down in the next lesson. Welcome into the next monetization lesson where we are going to go over the infamous courses. These are easy money. Like courses are the easiest money you will ever make. This course, I probably could have made 6 figures from if I had charged for it. At the end of the day, courses are the easiest money to make on YouTube because they are completely passive. Once you put in the work to make the course, you don't need to put in any more work, which is absolutely insane. If you're in the business space, then you know how amazing that is because service delivery is a thing and courses have no service delivery. So you just create it once and then it pays you forever, right? That sounds fantastic. Let's go ahead and talk about how you do that. The only thing that you have to do for a course is drive traffic to it. So courses do work, but they only work if you have the views to back it up. So I would wait until you have consistent views before you make a course because you need to be sending a consistent amount of people to your course since it's not a recurring business model. You're not getting recurring revenue from it. It's just a one-time sale. However, if you can consistently send traffic to the course, then you can make a ton of money. Tons of YouTubers, you've seen them, they've made millions of dollars from their courses. Courses still work, but they just have to have a ton of traffic going towards them. Okay, so you want to sell a course, but you don't really know what to actually make it about. The way that you do this is your course should teach your niche audience about what they want. If you have a broad niche, again, if you're in entertainment, generally courses are not going to work for you. You need to be in a niche, education niche, or some sort of other niche, and you need to essentially figure out what those people want in that niche and then sell them that. Sell them the information on how to get that thing. The most powerful courses in history play on human desires. Humans have a natural tendency for a couple things. They want money. They want wealth. They want financial stability. They want women. They want men. They want sex. They want to look better. They want to get muscular. They want to look pretty. They want to be more physically attractive. And they also want to be healthier. They want to feel better in their day-to-day life. They want to be more focused, be more fit, and overall live a longer life. Now, other courses can still be extremely profitable, but playing off of these 4 desires will be more impactful than anything else. You can take these desires and apply them to something that doesn't necessarily join with these desires, right? So let's say you're selling a cooking course. I mean, that's nice. I don't know if I would pay $100 to buy a cooking course. I don't think many people would. However, if you connect it to one of those 4 core desires, this cooking course will increase your focus throughout, or like the recipes that you'll learn in this cooking course will increase your focus throughout the day so that you can be more productive, get more work done, and therefore make more money. So it all comes down to positioning. When you have a course about a normal thing, you can connect it to one of those 4 desires or multiple of those 4 desires and make it extremely more attractive. And you shouldn't be making a course just on how to make money, how to get women. It needs to be some sort of sub niche within that, right? That's your niche. And then you just sell one of those 4 desires as a solution. So for example, the money strategy, how to make money could be how to start YouTube. YouTube equals money. How to get better at sales. Sales equals money. How to start copywriting. Copywriting equals money. How to start affiliate marketing, real estate, or an advertising agency. The next thing that you're going to do is lay out all of the modules in the course and then figure out everything that people want A through Z. Then you're going to go ahead and write out an outline for each of those videos. You can script them all out. I probably wouldn't recommend that. I know some guys who have been scripting out a course for like 3 years and they still haven't launched it. They've been working like nonstop scripting every single module. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to get it out faster and have the information be 99% of that 100%. After you do the outline, you're going to go ahead and film the course, just like I am doing now. Then you're going to edit that course. Then you're going to upload that course on a platform like Teachable, Kajabi, or school. However, in that course, you're going to monetize it even farther with affiliates. So, you're going to plug a different affiliate programs in the course and you're going to make money from that as well. So you do make some recurring revenue from it, but most of the money is going to come in through those initial sales. But with that said, why do I not do this? Why am I not selling this course? Well, my personal favorite way to do this is simply give the course away for free and then charge for the thing that we're going to talk about in the next module. Welcome into the next lesson of the monetization module. Here we are going to talk about coaching. This is my favorite business model on the list. And I'm kind of scared to put this out there because I think I'm going to see a lot of you start coaching programs after this. So there are a couple ways to do coaching. There's high ticket coaching, low ticket coaching, mid ticket coaching. There's a ton of different models: group coaching, one-on-one coaching, consulting. There's so many ways to do it. However, I'm going to talk about my favorite way to do it for most people. The best way to do coaching is essentially put together a group coaching model where you have a lot of people sign up to a coaching program and then put them all into a Zoom call where you give them one-to-many value. So it'll be just you giving value, and then it'll be a ton of people receiving that value. And you'll open up questions and comments and all of that, so they can still get little bits of one-on-one help, but overall, you're gonna be impacting a lot more people. So this will increase the amount of money that you make by tenfold compared to if you were to just charge for one-on-one coaching. And by the way, the definition of coaching is essentially helping someone reach their desired goal. So whether you're a fitness coach, helping someone get fit, whether you are a cooking coach, helping someone get healthy, whether you are a money coach, helping someone get rich, whether you are a YouTube coach, helping someone go viral, you are helping someone get to their desired goal. And the end goal in any coaching program is to build a system that allows the people in the program to achieve that goal with as little effort as possible. So in my coaching program, where you can get started for just $1 by signing up to vidIQ, we have essentially developed a system to help people get from 0 to 100,000 subscribers with as little work and as little time as possible. So I've helped people go from only a couple thousand to 100,000 in only around 6 months, right? So we've gotten that system built out already. We've figured out the frameworks that, most people aren't talking about, that, when we apply those to a channel, that channel can go viral in not that much time and also not that much effort from the creator. And also inside the program, we have 1 hour-long call every single week where I break down super powerful concepts that help you grow on YouTube while making it as effortless as possible. So if you want to learn more about that, click the link in my description. All right, back to teaching you how to do coaching. Group coaching is the best because, again, you have a bigger impact, but then you also want to have a select few people at a higher level that get one-on-one access with you. And you can charge whatever you think that is worth for you, depending on your niche, depending on your time. However, for me, I have an elite mastermind of YouTubers who want to take it super seriously, and I work one-on-one with them to help blow up their channel. So it's always good to have that higher tier package for people who have more money and want to take it more seriously. And there are a ton of examples of people who have done this. For example, Ali Abdal, he makes around $6 million a year with his coaching program. Or one of my clients, Joel Kaplan, who makes around $6 million a year as well with his coaching program. You can keep the people in your program inside like a Discord group or a Facebook page and give them tons of resources to help them succeed. So you can make part of your mentorship program a course that they get, or bring in multiple speakers. Like in my coaching program, I like to bring in a lot of my good YouTube friends who, have more established channels and, have them break down a new concept that they're working on, that they're learning, that's on the cutting edge of YouTube. And this is the best way to monetize because you can charge high or low ticket. So it works with audiences that have more money and audiences that don't have a lot of money. For example, one of my clients, he charges $10,000 to get access to his coaching program. Another one of my clients charges only $500, and I charge only $1. But no matter how much you charge, you need to get leads. You need to get consistent people coming, going through your funnel, seeing your coaching program, and deciding to sign up. And the way that I like to do this is building a content funnel, which essentially means having all of your videos point back to one video on your channel that essentially gets people into your coaching program or into your course. You can also test out other methods like webinars. I know Film Booth, he's currently doing webinars. I have another friend in Miami who's currently doing webinars, and they work great as well. That's just not my strong suit, so I'm not going to teach that to you. But content funnels, that's what I use, and that's what I like. Most of the time, you don't even need a crazy funnel. Like, you you don't need to buy ClickFunnels, learn how to write a bunch of copy. You could literally just make a video that tells people to book a call with your team, and that's it. That's all you need. But before they book a call, you need to make sure that they go through a form that qualifies or disqualifies them. And that means essentially testing, are they a good fit for your coaching program? And that's pretty much a basic overview of how to build a coaching program. There's a lot more information online if you want to, dive deeper and build one for yourself, but it's pretty simple actually. It's really not that hard. Most people overcomplicate it. And it really comes down to providing the most value possible to as many people as you can. However, if you don't want to start a coaching program, you can also take another route that I am currently using to make around $25,000 a month. And this doesn't require you to show your face, teach anyone anything complicated. All it requires you to do is provide some sort of service to some sort of person. Let's go ahead and head over to the next module where I show you guys how to do that. All right, welcome into the last lesson of the monetization module. You have almost completed this course. I am so proud of you for, making it all the way through, and I really hope that it's provided you immense value and helped you in some way to grow your channel. With that said, let's go ahead and hop into this, and I'm going to show you how I'm currently making $25,000 a month from YouTube. We are going to be talking about agencies. Agencies are one of the best beginner businesses to get into in 2024, 2025, 2026. They're not going anywhere, so you're good. This can be done if you have 0 subscribers. It can be done if you have 1,000, 100,000. Generally, the bigger your channel, the more leads you're going to get, the more people you're going to get to see your agency, and the more clients you are going to get, and the more you're going to get paid. So first off, what is an agency? An agency is a B2B, a business to business service company. So you are essentially providing a service to a business in return for money. Now, I know that may be a little bit confusing, but let me go ahead and show you a practical example. Most agencies today are advertising agencies. Let's say a company, they want to get more customers, right? So they are going to run ads to get more customers. What that company will do, they will pay a marketing agency to run the ads for them. Someone who's a professional, because most companies, they don't know how to run ads. I don't know how to run ads. So they will pay someone who does, an agency who has that skill. They will go get them great results, and that company will pay that agency a certain amount each month to, provide that service for them. That is essentially how an agency is structured. So the first step is that you need to find some sort of service that you can sell. This could be video editing. This could be advertising. This could be lawn mowing. This could be email marketing. This could be Instagram DM outreach. There are a ton of different niches that you can go into. The biggest being advertising. So if you are an advertiser, or if you want to learn the skill of advertising, which trust me, it's actually not that hard of a skill to learn, then you'll have a ton of people to sell to. I came up with a couple ideas for you guys, and you can tweak these based on your niche, but let me go ahead and share them. So the first is if you run an education channel, like if you run a studying channel, which I think probably a couple of you who are watching this video will have a channel like that. Let's say you talk about college. Let's say you talk about school. One easy agency that you can start up is helping people with their homework or helping people get more information on certain topics. This is simply tutoring, which is a form of an agency, just a very unprofessional one. But at the same time, it's still an agency. There's a girl currently doing this model called Holly Gabrielle, and she makes a pretty good income from it. So what you would do with this is you would provide the service of helping someone with their homework, and they would pay you for that. Now, down the line, once you're making more than $10,000 a month, you can go ahead and hire people to do that for you, and then it becomes pretty passive. The next way you could do this on YouTube is, let's say you're in the video editing niche. You could just edit videos for YouTubers, right? It's a very easy thing to sell. YouTubers are naturally going to go and watch your channel to, learn how to edit better. And if you have a call to action in your video where you tell them, hey, if you're a YouTuber doing over $10,000 a month and you want us to automate your editing for you to make it look like this video, then go ahead and book a call with us below. A ton of people would be interested in that because it saves them a ton of time, and many people are happy to pay for that service. The next way you could do this on YouTube is, let's say you have a channel talking about working out. I see a ton of gym channels right now only monetizing through affiliate programs. Please don't do that. Please offer an agency. You'll make so much more money. So if you have a gym channel right now, literally just start offering your viewers custom meal plans or workout plans. Super easy service to provide, and many people are happy to pay for that. The difference between this and coaching is that you don't have to be the one doing it. You can outsource all of the work for your agency to contractors and then just collect the difference, right? Like if you run a video editing agency and someone needs a video edited, you just outsource it to another editor. They get that video done and you collect the difference. For example, I have a YouTube growth channel, so I provide a service where I help entrepreneurs making over $100,000 a month grow on YouTube. And the beautiful thing is that this can be completely separate from my YouTube channel. I just use my YouTube channel to help drive some extra traffic or people to my agency and, therefore make more money. But even if I didn't have the YouTube channel, I could still reach out to people in other ways and sign them on as a client. So the breakdown of how to do this is pick a service or an offer. Go ahead and interview buyers to find out what they want. Basically, whatever your audience struggles with, you are the person to solve it. And at first, maybe you aren't comfortable with charging people. I started out doing free work in the beginning, and it's one of the fastest ways to sign a client who will eventually pay you down the line. So maybe start off offering a free trial. That way you can build case studies, build that you actually have done this before and you can do it for other people, and then start charging money. And naturally, as you get more credibility, as you get better at your craft, you will raise your prices over time. And this business model can make you a lot of money fast. For example, I just had a friend who has a script writing offer go from $0 to $10,000 a month in only 30 days just from the referrals that I gave him for his script writing agency, where he essentially writes YouTubers' scripts for them. It's a very valuable service. Not a lot of people can do that. By the way, if you are a scriptwriter, I'm still looking to hire one full time. So go ahead and shoot me an email or a DM on Instagram. I also have a friend who makes $130,000 a month offering short form content for people. So he essentially just automates their TikTok, Instagram, and Instagram for them. This is a whole world, a whole side of business that a lot of people don't know about. So if you want to learn more, just go ahead and look up SMMA into YouTube and you'll find a ton of videos. Personally, I'd recommend my client, Joel Kaplan. He also has a free course with hundreds and hundreds of hours of content that breaks down how to start an agency from scratch. So 100% I would recommend going and checking him out if you are interested in starting this business model. But yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I appreciate you all watching the course. So I appreciate you for staying all the way through this one, and I hope it was extremely valuable. It would mean a lot to me if you watched the last video in this course. I have a couple surprises for you, so I hope to see you there.